during an acceptance speech for an award show and said some mean things. Just focus on your work, honey. He's not your problem. I knew Mom was right, so the next day, I ignored all the death stares and kept to myself. But later that afternoon, Vlad and I had to do a photo shoot together. The photographer was about to start when suddenly she started freaking out. I cannot work like this, Vlad. How much weight did you gain? The costume designers worked really hard and you… forget it. I'm requesting a different model. What? Why? We've been rehearsing this for weeks and I haven't gained any weight. He really does look great. Maybe his suit just has to be tailored a bit. The photographer wouldn't listen and Vlad stormed off with tears in his eyes. Vlad, don't listen to that photographer. You're in great shape. I don't get why she had to be such a jerk. Well, she wasn't totally wrong. I have put on a little weight. I'm surprised you didn't make fun of me about it. Have I made fun of your body in the past? You made fun of it in front of thousands of people during your award speech. You said you were dumping me because I didn't have abs anymore. Wow. Well, I'd like to apologize for that. The truth is, I think you're really brave for doing a job like this. I hate having my picture taken. I mean, even though I'm a model, the point is, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I really didn't expect an apology from you. We're still broken up, but thanks for that. After our talk, Vlad was nicer to me, which made my job a lot easier. One day, I headed to the den to watch some TV when I saw Mila sitting on the couch. What are you doing here? What do you mean? This is my house, isn't it? Yeah, but I thought you never came out of your room. I don't, but my room doesn't have a TV, and I like watching my MSA videos on a big screen. You watch MSA too? They're my favorite YouTube channel. Their stories are what inspired me to become a writer. Yeah, I don't care. You can watch with me as long as you keep your mouth shut. I decided to take the opportunity to spend time with Mila. She obviously had some issues, and I was curious to know more about her. As we were watching videos, Mila's phone suddenly rang and she looked annoyed. Why is Vlad calling me? My heart started racing as Mila answered the phone. Apparently, Vlad had called to ask her out to coffee. He said he's glad we're getting along better lately and that I seem happier and healthier. Did you flirt with him or something? What? No, we're just friendly coworkers. Listen to me. At your job, you're not Tiana, you're Mila. And Mila doesn't want you talking to Vlad at all. I still love him. You love him, and yet you dumped and publicly body-shamed him? Look, I'm not interested in your ex-boyfriend, but I'm allowed to be his friend. He's not your property, and he deserves to be around someone who doesn't mistreat him. I left before Mila could answer, and the next morning at work, I told Vlad I was sorry if I was rude to him on the phone and that I was happy to hang out. I really don't have time for your games, Mila. I'm not playing games, dude. Just whatever you do, don't call or text me on that number again. I got a new number. I convinced Vlad to let me buy him coffee, and as we were walking to a cafe, I saw a lady come up to us with a little girl behind her. I'm so sorry to bother you, but my daughter is a big fan and I wanted to say hi. She's just a little shy. You don't have to feel shy. I'm just a normal girl at the end of the day, like you. Did your mom buy you this pretty scarf? Actually, I got it as a present from my agency. Do you want it? I think you'd look even better in it than I do. No, we can't possibly accept that from you. Mila, that scarf costs thousands of… It's okay, really. I want her to have it. The girl was starry-eyed and her mom thanked me over and over. Wow, I can't believe you just did that. You've changed a lot during your vacation, haven't you? Are you in therapy now or something? I guess you could say that. Vlad insisted on buying me coffee instead of the other way around, and I even got some free pastries since the cashier was also a fan of Mila. I was living like royalty pretending to be her, and my life as a model just kept getting better. I was getting huge business deals because everyone was amazed at how Mila had apparently made a comeback. But my success drove my sister totally wild. You're just living your perfect life, aren't you? Oh no, wait. You're living my life. The only reason I'm even here is because you sabotaged your career with your awful behavior. Mila just threw a pillow at my head and walked off. What a brat. As more time passed, I also started hanging out with Vlad and we became really close. But I was always hesitant to tell him about my real identity. One night, he walked me home and when we arrived in front of the house, he took my hand and I felt my knees go weak. I had such a lovely day with you. You seem a lot happier and healthier lately. Or maybe I'm just seeing a different side of you. Suddenly, he leaned in to kiss me, and I found myself pulling away. Vlad, I'm sorry, but I can't kiss you. What do you mean? I want to give us a second chance, 'cause you're the new you. I know, but things with me are more complicated than they look. I have to go, I'm sorry. I quickly snuck inside the house, but when I closed the door, I saw Mila leaning against the wall, and she looked enraged. I saw you two from my bedroom window, Tiana. I told you to stay away from Vlad. I know we haven't grown up together, but you're still my sister, and sisters don't steal each other's boyfriends. I'm not stealing anything from you. He tried to kiss me and I refused. But if you still love him, you should reach out and apologize. Do you think I haven't done that? He won't take me back, Tiana. I know it doesn't look like it, but I am trying to work on myself and become a better person. Hurting Vlad was the biggest regret of my life. I didn't know how to respond to that. And as I lay in bed, I felt torn about what to do. I did have feelings for Vlad, and Mila had been horrible to him, but I still didn't want to hurt her. So the next day at work, I told Vlad I only wanted to be friends. But why? Is there something you're not telling me? It's just that suddenly I saw something that made me forget what I wanted to say. The director was putting an envelope next to my purse, and it had my name on it. I left Vlad right away to see what it was. Excuse me, what's in this bag? The menu for your new diet. You have a photo shoot coming up this month and you need to drop some weight. What do you mean I have to drop some weight? This diet is insane. I could get sick. That's ridiculous. We've given you this diet many times and you were fine. So can you do your job and follow this diet? Or are you going to go crazy and have a mental breakdown again? I felt like the ground beneath me had collapsed. This was how the agency had treated Mila when she was here? No wonder she'd been struggling. I had to see her right away. I went home and knocked on Mila's door, but there was no answer. Then suddenly, I smelled something weird coming from underneath the floor. So I opened the door and my heart dropped. Mila's entire bedroom was covered with dirty plates and there was food under her bed that she'd snuck in from the kitchen. At that second, Mila's bathroom door opened. Oh my God, get out! This is a total invasion of privacy! Mila, what is all this? The director gave me the diet menu today, and she said she's always given it to you whenever you put on weight. But now, I think you have an eating disorder. My eating disorder led to my breakdown. I thought it was a harmless diet, but they kept telling me that I was still too heavy. So I started starving myself, but I'd get hungry and stuff my face, and the pressure to look perfect got to me. And then I projected my own insecurities onto Vlad. Tiana, I was never jealous of you. I just didn't want you to suffer like I did. Oh my God, I had no idea. I am so sorry. But it doesn't excuse my behavior. It's turned me into a monster. I hugged Mila tight and let her cry for a while. And after that, we went straight to the agency to take care of business. But when we arrived, Mom was there. And when she saw Mila, she freaked. What is she doing here? Tiana, I came here to help you sign a contract for a new business deal. We could get into huge trouble if someone sees you two together. Forget it, Mom. I'm not filling in for Mila anymore. I'm done. You care more about money than you do your daughter's health and well-being. This agency totally mistreated Mila and the other models. And if I stay any longer, I'll go down the same dark path she did. Oh, Tiana, don't be overly dramatic. Mila's breakdown had nothing to do with the agency. Mila was about to answer when we heard footsteps behind us. And when we turned around, it was Vlad. I hadn't spoken to him since the other day. His eyes got huge as he stared at Mila and me. Mila? You have a twin? Actually, I'm not Mila. My name is Tiana, and I've been secretly filling in for Mila since last month. She didn't want to continue modeling, but they were going to sue us, and she quit before her contract ended, and it was her you've been hanging out with this whole time. I don't understand. So you both lied to me and the whole world about all this? It wasn't our choice. It was... Vlad walked away before I could finish, and I was devastated. I wanted to go after him, but I had to take care of other things first. I called Dad right away, and with his help, we filed a lawsuit against both the agency and Mom for mistreatment and fraud. Dad got custody of Mila and got her the therapy she needed, and I was still able to get my stories published. But our little switcheroo was all over the news, and Vlad was still ignoring our calls. Then one day, Vlad texted me to meet him at a cafe, but he said he didn't want to talk to Mila. That was weird. So, talk to me. How come you asked me to come here, but not Mila? Because you're the one I want to be with, Tiana. You're a better person than Mila is. I was hurt that you lied, but I know you had your reasons. I'm not a better person than Mila. I just had it way easier than her. She still loves you and wants a second chance. But she hurt me too deeply, and I don't think I can ever love her the same. You're the one I want to be with. My heart raced as Vlad took my hands, and I stared into his deep, dark eyes. Vlad, maybe someday we can be together, but right now, I have to focus on myself. I've been living my sister's life for too long, and I've lost touch with who I am. Still, I've loved every moment I spent with you. Me too. Good luck, Tiana. Hey, it's Maeve here. Goth, movie geek, the odd one out in school. Please smash that subscribe button before I continue. I just grew up different. Other kids had playdates while I had horror marathons. Horror movies, horror books, horror cosplay, you name it, I loved it. But it usually wasn't anyone else's cup of tea. Like once when I was 15, I met this cute guy at a book club who asked me out and suggested watching the latest horror flick in the cinema. Big mistake. He spent the whole movie clinging to my sleeve and crying on my shoulder. Worst date ever. As I was heading to the bathroom to wash his tears off my shirt, I bumped into a guy and soda went flying everywhere. Watch where you're going, you blind— Oh, I realized just then that I was staring up into the dreamy eyes of the coolest guy in school, Tao. He was a football star, a genius, and every girl's crush.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the big plot twist in the horror movie I watched.
You watched a horror movie? Alone?
Yeah, I love horror. Horror's my middle name. Actually, my middle name is Jung, but you know what I mean.
Okay, he was weird, but exactly my brand of weird. He loved horror everything. We both liked hard metal music and had the same favorite books. The more we hung out, it felt like he was the yin to my yang. As a friend, of course. I mean, a guy like him and a girl like me? Please. One night, we were lying on the grass stargazing when suddenly Tao put his hand on mine and my heart skipped a few beats.
Maeve, you're really different from other girls. In a good way, you're amazing.
And then he kissed me. I had fireworks in my head, the whole shebang.
Be my girlfriend?
Yes. I felt like I'd won the lottery. We were the it couple for months, and I was falling head over heels for him. I was ready to say I love you, and decided to do it at a haunted house we were visiting later that week. It was gonna be perfect. And that night, when I finally said, I love you, Tao, he turned to me looking stressed out and said,
I can't do this anymore. I have to break up with you.
Haha, very funny.
I'm serious, Maeve. My parents are very strict and crazy. They care about traditions and don't allow me to date anyone, especially if it's a girl out of my culture. I think my sister Jaya already suspects something. I can't have her catching us together.
Huh? What exactly are you saying?
It's over, Maeve. I'm sorry.
And then he just turned around and left. I tried calling and texting him, but he wouldn't reply. I just couldn't let things end like this. So, I found out that Jaya worked at their parents' restaurant and went there the next day feeling crazy inside. Jaya? Why are you such a witch? What kind of sister won't help her brother date the girl he likes? The whole place went quiet. Everyone turned to look as Jaya walked up to me, wide-eyed.
I'm guessing you're Maeve? Look, please don't create a scene. He's not your boyfriend anymore, and that's that.
It's because he's scared of being caught by you.
You don't get it. Our family traditions keep us strong.
He should have thought of that before. With that, I pushed her away angrily.
Watch it, you stupid girl.
She came at me, and we started fighting. But as we pulled each other's hair, she whispered,
I'm on your side, idiot. My parents just got here, and they're watching us. We can't talk about this here, so leave, you moron.
I let go of her and rushed home, still shaken from the fight. And later that evening, Jaya called me.
I can't tell you everything, but you have to know that my parents are really awful. And Tao has pushed you away because he doesn't want to involve you in our mess. He still cares for you. You just have to give him a few weeks to figure things out. Please stay away from him till then. He can't be seen with you.
Reluctantly, I agreed to keep my distance from Tao, feeling worried but hopeful that he'd come back to me soon and explain everything. Over the next couple of weeks, Jaya and I started talking more, and we got along really well. On a bad day, I was sitting alone on a park bench, missing Tao badly and trying not to cry. Jaya came up to me with a little gift box, and inside was a horror-themed bracelet that was just my style.
For the tough days, to remember you're not alone.
I smiled for the first time in weeks and hugged her. But even though I loved being Jaya's friend, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something really weird was up. She just wouldn't say more about Tao's breakup with me and was super secretive about her parents. She only said they were awful and she hated them. I tried to not think about it too much, but one evening, I was feeling restless and just wanted to see Tao. I went to his parents' restaurant where I knew he'd be working a shift, but instead, I saw him sitting at a long table with a bunch of people, including Jaya, and next to him was a beautiful girl, and he was putting a ring on her hand. My heart was about to burst, and I just couldn't stop myself from storming in. Tao and Jaya jumped up from their seats as soon as they saw me. You want to tell me what's going on here?
Who is this girl? Wait, wasn't she here one day fighting with you, Jaya? She's just my project partner, Dad, and she gets weird when she hasn't taken her anxiety meds. I'll handle this.
And with that, Tao took my wrist and quickly led me out.
What do you think you're doing? We broke up.
No, you broke up out of the blue, and I want to know what suddenly happened to us. You go from dating me to getting engaged to someone else in weeks?
There was no us, Maeve. I never loved you. Telling you that dating you was against our family tradition was just an easy way out, and you fell for it. Can you stop being so pathetic and hung up on me? Surely you'll find some boy out there who's into weirdos.
His words hit me like a sharp slap in the face. I stared at him, speechless, and then I just started running away. Moments later, someone called my name, and I saw it was Jaya coming from the restaurant's back alley.
Maeve, wait, he's lying to you.
Lying? I just saw him getting engaged to another girl with my own eyes. He just told me that he never loved me. What kind of twisted game are you playing by making me think he cares about me?
It's complicated. I'll tell you everything when the time is right. But all this, it's bigger than us. You just have to trust me.
No, I'm not gonna do that anymore. In the weeks that followed, I stopped talking to Jaya, avoided her calls and texts, and dodged Tao every chance I got. I was done with that weird family. To distract myself, I started writing a horror novel. It felt good to put all my feelings into something creative that was just for me. And slowly, I was starting to feel better. But then one day, something turned my world upside down. Mom had a fall at home, breaking her leg pretty badly. She needed really expensive surgery. The hospital bills were mounting. Dad was working double shifts, and I felt helpless. Then one day, Jaya appeared at the hospital with an envelope.
I heard about your mom, and I want to help with the surgery. It's the least I can do.
No, I can't accept this. Certainly not from you.
Maeve, I'm sorry about everything. I've left home. I just couldn't live with my parents anymore. I'm staying with my friend until I graduate high school.
Okay, and how does this concern me? I really don't care about your crazy family issues, and I just want a peaceful life. Also, I don't need your money.
Don't be stupid. We don't have to be friends again, but just take the money.
How did you get it?
Why do you care? Take it and pay me back when you're ready.
I really did need the money, so I took it. And Mom got better and was discharged some days later. I felt guilty, thinking I'd been too harsh with Jaya, so I sent her a thank you text and some other funny memes like before. And the next thing I knew, she was at my door.
Yay, my bestie is back.
Well, it's more like I felt obliged to talk to you since you helped me.
Nah, you love me. We both know it.
You're Tao's sister, and he kind of broke my heart brutally in case you forgot.
I didn't forget. Listen, can I take you out for coffee and finally explain everything?
As we sat in a cafe later, Jaya started speaking.
Tao made me swear I wouldn't say anything till it's all taken care of, but I can't keep it in any longer. Maeve, my parents are big mafia criminals. Their restaurant is a front for all their illegal activities. They told us about the family business a few months ago, so Tao and I could join it. We were both horrified, but we decided to play along so we can actually gather evidence against them. We want to turn them over to the police.
Okay, wow. You all just got a whole lot weirder. Still, how does this explain why Tao dumped me and got engaged to that girl?
She's a private investigator. We convinced our parents she's his girlfriend because she's from our culture, and her family is well respected. Getting them engaged just provides really good cover for her to be around all the time. We're close to getting enough evidence, but a few weeks ago my parents got an innocent waiter at the restaurant framed for a crime, and I just couldn't pretend to be okay with all this anymore. I lashed out at them and left home.
Gosh, this is a lot to process. Listen, Jaya, I get that you're trying to explain things, but I'm moving on from Tao, and I really don't don't want to be part of your family drama. I'll return the money as soon as I can, but I don't think we should see each other. Take care and good luck." Just as I was about to leave, suddenly Jaya's parents and Tao walked into the cafe. When they spotted us, Tao looked shocked, and his parents looked furious.
"I was hoping never to see your face in this town again, Jaya."
You think you're so brave running off? You're probably begging for money from this girl, aren't you? Or spreading lies about us to anyone who will listen? You're a shame to the family. Stop it. She's your daughter.
"Shut up and mind your own business."
Enough, Dad. You can't talk to her like that.
"You're going to talk to your father like this because of some stupid stranger? You ungrateful child!"
His hand flew up, aiming for Tao, but I jumped in front. Don't you dare! My fist met his cheek before I even realized what I was doing. He staggered and fell back, and the room fell silent. Tao's mom started screaming and called the police, and the next thing I knew, I was in jail for assault. I was allowed to make a phone call to my parents, but before they reached the police station, I was told my bail had been paid and I was free to go. And I found Tao standing outside with Jaya a few steps behind.
Maeve, I'm really sorry. Look, I don't have time to explain right now, but
No, I don't have time to listen to you or your crazy sister. I don't care what explanations you have. I just need you and your bizarre family gone from my life for good. Don't ever come near me again. A month after the chaos, Dad got a job offer in another city, and we moved, leaving Tao and Jaya's drama behind. For a year, life was peaceful. I graduated high school and I published 2 horror stories. Until one day, out of nowhere, freaking Jaya showed up at my door.
Tao's gone missing.
I couldn't believe it. Just when I thought I was done with all that drama, it pulled me back in.
Once my parents discovered Tao's plans to expose them, he disappeared. I don't know if they're involved in his disappearance or if he ran away on his own.
I only dated Tao for a few weeks in high school. Why won't you leave me alone? And why come to me about your brother now?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm desperate. I had to talk to someone, and I'm homeless. I've been living in my car for months now.
God. Well, just come on in.
Fine, if you insist, but I'm sleeping in your bed.
Not happening.
My back's really hurting. Maybe because of my new prosthetic leg.
What? You got a fake leg?
No, I'm just trying to guilt trip you into letting me sleep in your bed, though a little drama might help.
Trust me, you already bring plenty of drama with you. Jaya stayed over and slept on my couch. While we had coffee the next morning, she did seem really weak and worried. So, what's your plan to find Tao?
I've got no plan. That's why I'm here. You're the writer, right? I was hoping you'd have some ideas.
The only thing I can think of is hiring a private investigator to find him. Since we can't call the cops because you're scared of your parents,
I'm broke.
I'll pay for it. I owe you. Jaya's smile spread across her face, and it warmed my heart. We hired a private investigator, but 2 weeks later, we were watching TV when suddenly we came across the news of Jaya's parents being arrested for a long list of criminal charges. We jumped up from our seats in shock, and then up and down in excitement.
Tao finally did it!
Oh my God, he really did it! I hugged Jaya, and we cried happy tears. A few days later, Tao showed up at my doorstep. He was thinner and looked older than his years.
Tao, where the heck have you been? We were worried you might be, I don't know, dead?
I had to lay low. I can't even tell you the horrible things our parents did to me to stop me from exposing them, but I managed to escape and finally got evidence to the police.
Are we really out of this whole mess now?
Yeah, they're gone, Jaya. It's over. We're finally free.
And then he looked at me with a smile. I'm glad you're okay.
Maeve, let me start by saying I'm really sorry. More than you can ever know. I hated hurting you and I've missed you. Maybe we could start over, go back to how things were?
Oh, wow. Tao, back from the dead and straight to playing boyfriend? How about we aim for friends and see if you can stick around without disappearing?
She's just playing hard to get. She loves our family drama. Admit it, Maeve, it spices up your writer's life.
Oh, please. My life was spicy enough without your mafia soap opera. But I've got to admit, you two do keep things interesting. Anyway, you look like you could use a cup of coffee, Tao.
Sounds really good.
As Jaya laughed and walked into the kitchen, Tao and I smiled at each other and followed her. Hi, I'm Greta from Lithuania, but I moved to Seattle with Mom when I was a baby. Before I go on, please like and subscribe. Even though Mom and I were immigrants, we were millionaires since Mom was the CEO of a huge company. I had a really good life. I was close with Mom and friends with all our servants in our mansion. Then one morning, something odd happened. I woke up to find my whole body covered in red blotches. Mom took me to the doctor immediately to check if it was anything serious. After some tests, I found out I had a skin condition that caused constant rashes and there was no cure. I stared at myself in the mirror. God, I looked like an alien. Mom, what are the kids at school gonna think when they see my skin? Oh, Greta, it's just a rash. It's not a big deal. Unfortunately, it was a big deal. None of the kids at school wanted to sit next to me because they were worried my skin disease was contagious. So after a while, I started covering up my skin with baggy clothes. I just didn't want anyone looking at my body. But Mom was not happy with the way I dressed. Greta, you look like a homeless person in those clothes. Just because you have a skin condition doesn't mean you should stop putting effort into your appearance. But why? I'm comfortable and I'm covered up. No one will make fun of my skin. Mom wouldn't listen. Instead, I woke up one morning to find she threw away all my t-shirts and sweatpants in the garbage and bought me a whole new wardrobe of tight dresses. I was really mad Mom did that. So as revenge, I refused to shower for a whole week until Mom returned the dresses and bought me some new baggy clothes. She gave up on me after that. I knew I was disappointing Mom, but she just didn't understand what it was like looking like me. One day when I was 15, I was studying alone in the library. Then suddenly, I saw a boy stealing my homework binder. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Calm down. I'm just borrowing this for a minute. Also, stop shouting. We're in a library if you haven't noticed. Oh, don't talk down to me. And I'm not letting you borrow any of my stuff. I snatched the books the guy took, which were sitting on his chair. But he put his hand on my shoulder. That's when I noticed his lovely hazel eyes and how handsome he was. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm failing half my subjects because I have a learning disability. I'm kind of desperate, so I was gonna copy your homework. But I shouldn't do that, especially not to a pretty girl like you. Whoa, did the guy just call me pretty? I started blushing and offered to tutor him so he could improve his grades. And he agreed. I found out his name was Ian and he was a new student. I also discovered Ian was super attracted to me. He was always telling me how beautiful I was, even with my skin condition and baggy clothes. After a few weeks, Ian asked me out and became my boyfriend. He turned out to be a really sweet guy. Plus, dating someone so handsome really boosted my confidence. If someone like Ian could like me, maybe I wasn't so bad looking after all. One evening, I decided to invite Ian over to meet Mom. But when I opened the door, Ian was standing next to a really pretty girl. This is my friend Jessica. She's from out of town and doesn't know a lot of people. I had no idea what to say. I was so uncomfortable. At dinner, Mom kept complimenting Jessica on how pretty she was. And then she said something that really crossed the line. Ian, I'm curious. You're just a handsome young man, and while I love Greta, she doesn't really doll herself up the way your friend here does. Why did you choose her and not someone more like Jessica? Ian looked super awkward, and I fled from the table angrily. I was so sick of Mom tearing me down all the time. She just couldn't believe that any guy could ever want me. But the night of prom, Ian dropped a bombshell on me. He was moving to China. I was devastated, even though Ian swore we'd talk every day and soon he'd come back for me. Then one day, I woke up to discover Ian had blocked my number, and there was just no way to reach him. Just like that, he'd ghosted me with no explanation. I was depressed for weeks. Oh, sweetie, we both knew the day would come where Ian would move on. I know it's always been impossible for you to think that any guy could love someone as ugly as me. But guess what? What Ian and I have is real. I know he wouldn't just shut me out like this. I need answers. I'm gonna find Ian and I'm going to talk to him. That night, I did a ton of research and found out what high school Ian was at in China. I convinced Mom to fly me there so I could have closure with Ian. When I arrived at Ian's school, I asked around so I could find him. And when I did, my jaw dropped. He was dressed in flashy designer clothes and his arms were around two girls. Looks like you're having a blast. Whoa, Greta, did you track me down? Yes, I tracked you down. Why did you ghost me? You said you loved me. Actually, I never loved you. I only dated you for your money. But my dad's business took off and I'm inheriting half the money, which means I don't need to pretend to like you anymore. No, you're lying. I know what we had was real. Is that a joke? The real girl I liked was Jessica, the chick I brought to your house that night. I made out with her right after we left. Your Mom was right. There's no way I could ever be into a girl like you. I couldn't take it. I slapped Ian so hard across the face he fell backwards. The last year of my life had been a complete lie. Worst of all, Mom had been right about everything. I hated her, and I hated Ian, and I hated myself for being so undesirable. After that day, everything changed. I started covering my face with a scarf and studying every night until my brain hurt. Then, I got into the most prestigious college in America. One day, I was reading under the trees when a guy came up to me, who apparently was reading the same book. I thought I was the only nerd around here obsessed with aliens. Nope, we're two nerds of a kind. The guy laughed, and I found out his name was Ron. We instantly became friends and started hanging out every day over the next few months. After a while, I started developing feelings for him. Then one hot, sunny day, Ron and I took a hike in the desert. I started sweating like crazy and started ripping off my layers. That's when I noticed Ron staring. Oh my God, you're the girl with the skin condition my twin brother Ian dated for money. The reason we never met was because I went to a boarding school for gifted kids. Wait, what? Ian and Ron were twins? You weren't the only girl Ian manipulated. Him and I grew up really poor and had to support our family from a young age. I wasn't as affected by it because I went to a boarding school, but Ian was an anxious mess. He thought if he could meet a rich girl in high school and marry her, everything would be okay. I was too stunned to speak, so I hadn't been the only one Ian had used. This whole time, I thought I hadn't been good enough or pretty enough for him. But Ian's behavior had nothing to do with me. Then suddenly, Ron took my hand and stared into my eyes. I felt my heart race. Ian was an idiot for not seeing how special and beautiful you are. Greta, I really like you. I want what we have to be more than a friendship. My stomach was in knots. I liked Ron, but he was also the brother of the guy that used me. I didn't know if I could trust him. Actually, I have to go. I ran from Ron before he could answer. That entire week, I did everything I could to avoid him. Then one day, as I was coming out of class, I noticed Ron following me. Okay, Greta, I know you've been avoiding me. And I know you're weirded out that I'm Ian's brother, but that doesn't mean that I'm the same kind of guy he is. How am I supposed to know that? Why can't you just give me space? Because I have feelings for you, and I know you have feelings for me too. So what if I have feelings? You think you can just come into my life, tell me I'm special, and I'll automatically date you? I'm not desperate, Ron, and I don't need a guy to be happy. I stormed off right then and decided I wasn't taking any more chances with dating. I had better things to do. I signed up for every club at my college and completely transformed my wardrobe. My skin condition was totally visible, but I didn't care. I also wore tons of makeup and jewelry. The next day at university, everyone started mooning over my new makeover. You even look hot in your lab coat. Would you maybe want to get coffee after class? It's a possibility, but I'm pretty busy these days. And it was true. I was ready to thrive with my new look and new schedule. But that afternoon, everything turned upside down. I was buying a latte when I saw Ron sitting in the cafe. His arm was around another girl. They were on a date. Wait a minute. Why did I care? But the next morning, I saw Ron with the same girl again. She stuck like him to glue the whole day, and I wasn't able to catch Ron alone till the evening. So, you have a girlfriend now, huh? Yeah, I do have a girlfriend. Is that a problem? I guess it's just that I thought you liked me. Greta, I did like you, but you pushed me away because you didn't trust me. I didn't want to pressure you, and I eventually had to move on. Besides, I thought you said you didn't need a guy to be happy. Ron's words totally caught me off guard. It was true. I didn't need a guy to be happy. At that second, Ron's girlfriend walked over, and before I knew it, I started crying. I ran off and hid in the bathroom. It was true. I did want to be with Ron, and I'd totally blown my chance because I was scared. And now, it was too late. That night, I blocked Ron on all social media, and when the weekend came, I decided to go home to get away from everything. But when I got to the house, I almost fell over in shock. Mom was sitting outside with 5 different suitcases, and she looked like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Mom, what's going on? Greta, we're homeless. I've gone bankrupt. Bankrupt? But you have millions of dollars. I spent it all. plastic surgery that obviously didn't work. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I felt myself burn with rage. So you obviously think that looking pretty is worth losing our home over? Which doesn't surprise me, since my appearance is all you'd ever talk about while I was growing up. Mom started to cry then, which just made me angrier. I arranged for us to stay at a shelter that night, but I went to bed without speaking to her. That week, I got a job at the local library so I could bring in money for Mom. Then one day, who should I see but Ron and his stupid girlfriend. Whoa, you work here now? Does that mean I can keep my overdue library books now since I know the checkout lady? I don't have time for your jokes right now. I have other stuff to deal with, like being homeless because my mom spent too much money on plastic surgery, which is why, before I knew it, I was telling Ron all about my situation as 8 other people waited behind him. I finally forced myself to stop talking, but by then, Ron's girlfriend had dragged him away and I had a bunch of annoyed customers. I was so angry at Mom, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd been way too hard on her. That night at dinner, I decided to apologize to her. I shouldn't have gotten so mad about the plastic surgery. I know you did it because you're insecure with how you look. After we pay off this debt, I want you to start seeing a therapist. Oh, honey, I hate to admit it, but you're right. Thank you for being so understanding. And I'm sorry if I made you feel bad about your condition. I was dumb, really dumb. When you left, I felt empty and regretted everything, but I knew you were too mad to forgive me. Please forgive me, please. It's all good now, Mom. I felt so much better after talking to Mom that night. The next evening, I came back to the shelter ready to crash, but instead, I walked in to find Ron sitting outside with Mom? Whoa, what's going on here? Greta, this young man has given us the money to pay off our debt. His dad has a company in China. Wait, pause. Ron, first of all, how did you even know where I was staying? As creepy as it sounds, I tracked you down. I got really worried when you told me all that stuff today. And then I pulled Ron aside. I don't understand. Why would you do this for me? Greta, I broke up with my girlfriend. The only reason I dated her was so I could move on from you. I've done everything I can to forget about us and give you your space because I know you've been hurt. But I need to try one more time with you. You're too special to let go of that easy. Before I knew what I was doing, I pulled Ron close and kissed him. I couldn't help it. Is that your way of saying you want? Hi, I'm Zoe, and I'm from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Both my parents were born geniuses. My dad was a scientist at a pharmaceutical company, and my mother became the youngest principal in the world. So when I was born, they thought I'd be the next Einstein. But unfortunately, I wasn't even close. They'd try to teach me how to read and write, and I would shred all the books and papers to pieces. Look at that, Mommy! Airplane! Oh, that's my research for the last 5 years. What did you do, kid? Relax, honey. Look at her building planes from such a young age. She's no less than the Wright brothers. But Mom's bubble burst soon after when I turned 3. They bought me all the different puzzles in the world. But to their surprise, I broke them instead of fixing them. What is wrong with this child? I'm sick of her stupid activities. Sometimes I wonder if she's mine or... How dare you? Don't blame it on me. It's your stupid family's genes that have her acting all weird. Yep, they pretty much fought about it all the time until my little sister Susie was born. And unlike me, she was a genius. She could solve puzzles from a very young age and speak 4 different languages by the time she turned 7. And although I was low-key proud of her, she hated me for some reason. Once we had some guests over and she recited all the theories and laws proposed by Newton, word by word. Everyone was super impressed with her, and I said, Susie, that was awesome. I could never do that. Yeah, that's because you're a loser, Zoe. Ugh, such a mean kid. Because of her excellent skills, she got promoted to 4th grade when she was just 7. When she joined my school, I offered to walk her to class, but she just pushed me away. What are you doing? Get away from me. But I'm just trying to ruin my reputation? I don't want the kids knowing my sister is a failure. Oh my God, what is your problem? I'm just trying to be nice here, but you keep on being a brat. No one asked you to. Now get out of my face, loser. Ugh, she was unreasonable. But why not? Mom had her back both at school and at home. But Mom would ignore my existence entirely, especially at school. Mom! How many times have I told you not to call me Mom in school? But Susie does it, and everyone knows she's your daughter. Yeah, that's because I'm proud of her. And about you, I'm just confused. Now off you go and stop wasting my time. This was it. I was gonna show her. There was an upcoming debate competition Susie was participating in, and I signed up just to tease her and Mom. You gave your name for the debate competition? Are you crazy? Do you want to embarrass us that badly? I want to win it and prove to Mom and Dad and you that I'm not useless. Are you scared? As if. And you must be crazy to think you can win against me. Well, I really wasn't sure that I would, but surprisingly, the judges felt that my points were more real and reasonable, and I won the competition. Both Mom and Susie's jaws dropped when they saw this. And the next day, I found Susie pulling stuff out of a girl's locker and stomping on it. Before I could even ask what she was doing, the girl came running at her angrily and pinned her against the wall. Hey, what do you think you're doing, punk? Mind your own business, witch. I'm trashing my sister's locker, and I'm a little busy, so buzz off. Your sister's locker? I don't know who that is, but that locker is mine. And with that, she started pulling Susie's hair, and I couldn't stop laughing. She mistakenly broke into the girl's locker thinking that it was mine. That was hilarious. Just then, Mom arrived on the scene and pulled the two apart. And then she started screaming at me. You were just standing there like a moron and laughing? Why didn't you stop this bully? Why should I? Susie deserved getting her butt kicked. And you can defend your little princess yourself. Mom was furious. She gave the other girl detention and she suspended me for a week. Mom, are you crazy? You're suspending me for what? Laughing? And what about Susie? She started the whole thing. She gets no punishment at all? I don't want to hear anything. Susie is the smartest kid in the school, and she's being promoted to your class because she's a genius. Do you think I'll let you ruin it? How could my own mother be so evil? I stormed out of her office in anger. A few days later, Mom threw a huge party on Susie's birthday, and I prepared to get revenge on her. As I was getting ready, Susie came into my room and suddenly hugged me. Oh, sis, I'm so sorry. I've been so mean to you. I realized you won because of your own smartness, and you're as smart as me. Please, forgive me for everything. Really? What changed your mind? Oh, I don't know. Maybe just because it's my birthday and Mom threw me this huge party and I realized how lucky I am to have everything. So you can have this one little victory. I feel generous. Gosh, she was so annoying. I almost didn't want to go to her party now, but she dragged me off and I decided to let things go. But soon after I walked in, everyone was staring at me and started laughing like crazy. What was happening? Suddenly, I saw my reflection in the mirror and my face was all swollen, like I'd been stung by 100 bees. And Susie was cackling like a witch. I was certain she'd mixed something in my makeup. Susie, you psycho! I'm gonna kill you! I ran off to Dad's bathroom and grabbed his shaver. I came running back and pounced at Susie, knocking her to the ground. And I started shaving her head as she screamed. Just then, Mom came into the room and went all ballistic on me in front of everyone. Oh my God, Zoe! What are you, an animal? What have you done to your poor sister? On her birthday? You're grounded for life. That's enough, Mom. You never listen to me. You just care about Susie all the time. Can't you see what she's done to my face? All she ever does is make me miserable. How can you be so blind? But she just looked at me blankly, and I knew it was useless to say anymore, so I ran back to my room. But later that night, I heard someone screaming. I ran down to find Susie in the lounge, and all around her were broken picture frames, and on the wall was something written in red spray paint. Finish Susie off. Smarty Pants needs to die. Susie grinned at me and let out another shrill scream, and just then my parents came running in. Mom, Dad, look what Zoe did. She ruined all our family pictures, and she wrote this on the wall. She hates you guys, and she hates me, and she wants to kill me. She's a psycho. She needs help. What? These were all crazy lies. She was such an evil person. But Mom and Dad bought her lies and instantly took me to a doctor. There, he ran all kinds of tests on me and declared I had ADHD. It is an attention disorder where individuals can't always focus on things like other kids and have unusual motion problems. But it doesn't mean that she's any less smart. In fact, Albert Einstein himself was diagnosed with it. Well, I always knew something was wrong with me, and this explained all the reasons why I could never focus on my studies. I thought Mom and Dad would understand me now, but surprisingly, they looked at me like I was some kind of monster. Later, when we got home, I heard my parents secretly talking about me, and it just broke my heart. I never thought Zoe would be such a burden to our name, and now this weird disease. We're doomed. Maybe we should send her away. Yeah, you're right. It feels like she's not even our daughter. And with everything she did to Susie, we need to send her away. I couldn't believe it. How could they? After all this while, I tried to make them feel proud of me, and they thought I was some burden. I stormed in to confront them. How could you guys think of me like that? You call yourself smart and educated? Well, you're just mean and blinded by your love for Susie. You can't even see all the things she's done to me, and you think I'm the psycho? Well, you'll regret it, and I hate you guys. I went to my room in tears, but this was it. I was proud of the way I was, and I wasn't letting anyone put me down. I started putting more focus into my work and taking some online classes on the internet to work on my issues. Soon, we had a big project coming for the finals, and I was preparing my best for it. Susie was being helped by Mom so that she could win the competition and then get the International Science Scholarship. On the day of the presentation, I was super excited. I went onto the stage and gave the best I could. But just as Susie got onto the stage for her turn, her model broke and fell apart. Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes, but Mom went all ballistic on her. What are you doing? Stop crying like a baby here. Just stop. She went on stage and grabbed her by the arm. Stop embarrassing me in front of everyone. Isn't it bad enough that you ruined this in the first place, and now you... But suddenly, Susie yelled, Mom, just shut up. Shut up. I did everything you asked for. I always tried so hard to be the best, and I failed this one time. So what? Mom was shocked and tried to hush Susie, but she pushed her away and left. I was shocked, but secretly happy that Mom was embarrassed in front of everyone. But later when the results were announced, Mom went all gaga hearing my name in the first place. She started hugging me and kissing me like crazy. She was such a drama queen. I wasn't buying her act for a second. Later when we got home, Mom went ballistic on Susie. Listen here, you stupid girl. I made you. You are what you are because of me. Learn something from your sister. Look at her. She's left you behind and won it. You should be ashamed of yourself, you ungrateful brat. No, you're a monster, Mom. Do you even realize how stressful it's been for me all these years? Always trying to please you guys so you won't treat me like Zoe? Well, yeah, Zoe is dumb. Dumb kids should be bullied until they decide to change. Oh my God, how can a principal say such things? You're absolutely horrible, Mom. Mom stepped closer to slap me, but Susie pushed her away. Stop it! I don't want this. I just want a happy family like everyone else I know. That's enough, Mom. I know what you guys did, and I know how selfish you people are. You don't need kids, you need robots who can work on your instructions and make you feel good about yourself. Zoe, how dare you? No, Dad, how dare you? You ruined both of our lives by putting us in this stupid competition and burdening us with your expectations. It's all your fault. And I'm not gonna let you do this to me or Susie anymore. Yeah, and we know who to contact if you keep treating us like that. Like child services, for example. And you will regret the moment you gave birth to us. And to me, she said, Oh, Zoe, I never wanted to hurt you, but I was afraid Mom and Dad might hate me too. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Please forgive me. It's okay, I guess. I just want you to know that I never hated you. And we have another chance to make up for lost time. I forgive you.
I couldn't believe that I painted this myself. It was a masterpiece, and someone huge wanted to buy it. On my way to our meeting, I passed by a movie set and got distracted by the cutest sight imaginable, a cage with 10 cute dogs. As I rushed to pet them, I tripped over something and knocked the cage over. To my surprise, the dogs burst out of the cage and began to chase me like rabid little monsters, ready to eat me alive. I ran as fast as I could and immediately dove into the first thing that I saw, an open trailer van door. I slammed the door behind me, but as I turned around, I saw something that made my jaw drop. The most hypnotizing green eyes I had ever seen. But my ogling was rudely interrupted when the boy started screaming like a little girl.
Who are you and what are you doing here? How did you find this van?
Hello? This van is parked in the middle of the street.
Don't lie, you're a stalker, aren't you?
Hey, listen, you moron. I don't even know you. Why would I stalk you? Like, ew.
You don't know me? I'm Owen, the movie star.
Owen who? I've never heard of your name before and have never seen any of your stupid movies. I showed him my precious painting to prove that I was telling the truth, but he just laughed sarcastically and said,
That's a painting. It looks stupid.
Well, someone is willing to pay $50,000 for this stupid painting, so you're stupid because you can't understand art.
Just get out of my van, stalker.
Just then, the van started moving. No. Owen demanded the driver to stop to throw me out, but the bathroom door suddenly opened and a scary-looking lady stepped out.
Owen, I just received a call. Someone let the dogs out on our previous set and
The lady trailed off upon seeing me.
Who is she? Some crazy stalker? Should I call the cops? She could have put your life in danger. We should detain her.
Oh, not again. Hi, my name is Erica, and this is my story of how I became a famous creepy stalker in no time. Please like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, your brother, and your mom to subscribe now. During the ride, I secretly took Owen's pictures so I could sell them to his crazy fangirls after I escaped from here. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was the buyer, and he sounded mad. I begged Owen and his manager to let me out because I needed to sell my painting, but they were acting like I was invisible. Moments later, the manager's own phone rang.
What? We're already here. Oh, a girl with red hair and black hoodie let the dogs out? Don't worry, I'll handle this.
The manager turned to me looking very furious.
You have caused huge trouble in the city. You'll have to pay for this.
Could this day get any worse? We finally arrived at their next filming location, and to my horror, it was in the middle of a desert. The manager immediately told their bodyguards to lock me up in a cold, small tent with additional security outside. Worse, I heard that they were staying here for a week. I tried calling the buyer, but there was no signal. I had to escape or else I was going to lose him. I decided to sneak out through the window. I lifted the flap of the tent window and stepped on a chair. Just as half of my body was already outside, I lost my balance and fell back, knocking a huge bag over and spilling its contents. I picked up what seemed to be a guy's boxer shorts, and right at that very moment, Owen came in and saw me.
What are you doing with my stuff?
I just realized that it looked like I was sniffing his underwear.
It's not what you think. I fell over and I knew it. You're obsessed with me. I don't believe you. Give me your phone to see if you took pictures of me, you stalker.
There was no way I would give it to him. The manager came in and reported that a razor and shaving cream that were owned by another actor were missing.
You probably stole it. Let me see your bag.
Like, duh, why would I steal it? Do I look like a boy with a beard to her? I confidently handed her my bag. Go ahead. She checked my bag and immediately found the items. Oh my god, how did it end up there? Owen looked so disappointed.
She really isn't your stalker, Owen. She's a thief. We don't know what else she's planning to steal.
The manager took my painting as a hostage and told me that she'd only give it back if I helped with the filming crew. I immediately accepted the deal and started working with them. I focused on the backdrops and everyone was amazed at my paintings, including Owen.
You're really talented.
It was the first time that he smiled at me and it was so unexpected. One day, Owen's makeup artist got sick and I found myself volunteering. He kept on staring at me as I worked on his handsome face, and it was making my heartbeat race really fast. Calm down, Erica. You hate him, remember?
I'm sorry if I was a jerk to you. I've just had traumatic experiences with obsessed fangirls before.
No biggie.
I was just mad that you didn't know me. I mean, I would love to have a beautiful stalker, you know?
I didn't know what to say, so I acted like there was something intriguing in a rock nearby to avoid him.
Leave that stupid rock alone.
To my surprise, he grabbed my arm and kissed me. His manager came in just then and saw us.
You witch! How dare you flirt with him? You're going to pay for this!
To my horror, she grabbed my painting and ripped it in half. No! I worked on that for literally 200 hours! The manager ordered the security to lock me up again. Owen tried to stop her, but they ended up fighting. That night, he snuck into the tent and gave me a surprise. My painting! He revealed that he had exchanged it with a fake one earlier because he expected what his evil manager was going to do.
I am only working with her because my dad was indebted to her. I actually wanted to be an athlete, you know?
I suddenly felt sorry for him.
So listen, I talked to my friend about this escape. He's driving back to the city. Go with him.
Thanks, Owen. I owe you one. During the ride, I wondered if we'd see each other again. When I finally reached home, I immediately contacted the buyer and explained everything. Thank God he was still up for it. More and more clients got interested in my work, and soon enough, I started putting up my own website and started earning huge amounts of cash. It had been 2 weeks, and to be honest, Owen's kiss hadn't left my mind. One night while I was about to sleep, someone snuck in through my window. I was about to scream when I thought it was a burglar, but no, it was him. What are you doing here?
I couldn't get you out of my mind, so I looked for you.
Ew, stalker. I teased him as he pulled me close and kissed me again. This time I kissed him back and it was amazing.
You owe me one, right? Then be my girlfriend.
And that was how I ended up dating a celebrity. I was so over the moon, but little did I know that my whirlwind romance was about to turn into the biggest mess ever. Owen told me that we should keep our relationship a secret because his contract stated that he should be single. I agreed to it because I also wanted to earn a name for myself as a painter and not as a celebrity's girlfriend. Tell you what, it wasn't fun. His bodyguards were everywhere, even when he was peeing. Whenever we went outside, people kept shoving cameras in his face. All I wanted was some quality babe time with him. He begged his manager to get rid of bodyguards. Thankfully, she agreed, but only if he followed her rules, and one of them was not to date anyone. Owen found a way for us to hang out without making it look like I was his date. One time, I disguised myself as an old woman, and I literally used a cane while we strolled in a park. His fans were so touched because Owen was so sweet to his grandma. I also disguised myself as a scary witch when we watched a movie. Everyone was screaming and running away when the lights were switched back on, and it was epic. Owen and I had the whole theater to ourselves. He even got mistaken as gay when I disguised myself as a boy. Thankfully, his manager and PR team bought his excuse that I was a cousin and were able to fix it. It went on like that for 6 months, and it was hard, but exciting. Things became messier when we went on a coffee date with me as a little girl. His fans distracted me with candles and toys so they could have Owen by themselves. Owen and I left the restaurant, but these crazy fangirls were like rabid dogs who kept on chasing us. We ran as fast as we could until we reached the parking lot. While slipping inside Owen's car, a girl caught my wig and pulled it off. I knew it! It's her! The painter girl! She was able to take a picture of me before I closed the door. Oh no. Just 10 seconds later, sweet pictures of Owen and I circulated online. They even figured out we were together most of the time just by studying our Instagram posts. Oh my god, these fangirls were better than FBI agents. Owen's manager immediately called him, and her loud voice could literally break eardrums. She was obviously furious. Owen ended the call and turned to me.
Manager said that my fans wanted me to date another actress and not some other girl. They are very angry.
So you're going to date her because that's what your fans want?
Of course not. I don't want a public relationship stunt with her. That girl's obsessed with me.
That was what I thought, until pictures of him and his new girlfriend and the most beautiful girl in the world, Sierra, kissing on a yacht circulated online. I tried calling Owen, but he wasn't answering me. It went on like that for a week, and I was totally devastated. How could I be with a man who would just treat me as his secret girlfriend and couldn't even fight for me? I got depressed for weeks and chose to focus on my painting career after moving on. One day, a huge client approached me and gave me a chance to display my works at his art gallery event next week. I was so excited. The event finally came and my client introduced me as a rising painter. Everyone was wowed at my paintings. Suddenly, a young girl came up to me and said, "Oh my gosh, it's you! The love of Owen's life!" What was she talking about? You should watch his interview last night. I didn't want to watch it at first, but my curiosity was killing me. So I opened my phone and became speechless.
Sierra and I are not dating, it's just a public stunt. I'm finally quitting showbiz. I'm done with it and my evil manager. I just wanted to be myself and be with the love of my life. Her name is Erica, and I just miss her so much.
It couldn't be real. Just then, a group of girls outside started screaming. I looked back and saw someone standing at the entrance with a huge bouquet of roses. The person holding it peeked from behind them, and I nearly fainted. It was Owen! What are you doing here?
I came to take my painter girl back. I wonder if she's still single.
You jerk. As a response, I pulled him close and kissed him with happy tears.
Hi, y'all. My name is Gabby Lee. I live in Philadelphia, and I wouldn't be what most people would call cool. I'm a straight A student, A+ if I can get them. I play in a band, the clarinet in my school's band, that is, the only time I go to any sports games, and I don't go to parties. But my one great dream is to be a world-class chemist. I couldn't be happier. But would you believe for one night, it all changed? I rebelled against my father, almost got my friends kidnapped, and had a run-in with the police. It was probably the best night of my life. It all started with Millie Cancun. My one vice, the biggest pop star sensation in the world. Sure, some other singers might sing about their relationship traumas or death or whatever moody stuff, but Millie was all about living young, wild, and free. My polar opposite. I'm not alone in my Millie mania. Lots of girls my age are, including my three besties, Sue, Evelyn, and Jamie. Wouldn't you know it, Millie was going on tour and having shows in New York. Typical. All the cool stuff happens there. Between the four of us and our various extracurricular activities, the only night all four of us could possibly go was Sunday night, to which my dad said,
No, it's a school night. Plus, her music seems a little inappropriate for your age, does it not?
what does he know? I can't get too mad at my dad, though. It's just me and him. Mom isn't in the picture anymore. I should have told him how much it would mean to me, but I backed down. My friend's luck was no different, though their parents were a little less strict.
My parents said I could go, but they don't want to drive me there.
Same. We could take the bus. That would take like 3 hours, and plus be sketchy as heck.
Something stirred in me. I don't know what came over me. We could take my dad's car.
Word? He'd drive us there? I thought you said you couldn't go.
Well, what if he never finds out? I could drive us there. I've got my learner's permit.
Are you for real?
Was I for real? Already the gears in my head were turning as it spurred up this plan. I'd take his car, drive to the concert, buy our tickets, have the best night of our lives, drive home, and my dad would be none the wiser. In his eyes, I would still be the good rule-following daughter he asked for. Yeah, we can all meet at my house, and I can go from there.
Whoa, when did you get so cool all of a sudden?
Yeah, I was cool. This was my chance. My plan was foolproof. I started laying the groundwork, making a subtle suggestion to my dad. I think we should have spaghetti night on Sunday.
Okay.
The seed had been planted, and on Sunday, fruit had come to bear. For you see, dear viewer, pasta will always knock my dad out. When he was done, he was fast asleep in his recliner. I finished the job by laying down a weighted blanket on top of him. Good thing, too, because he definitely would have been woken up by the sound of Jamie banging on the door.
Yo, Gabby, you in there?
Shh! I'm sneaking out, remember? I'll be right there. I just gotta grab but the keys to Dad's car weren't there. I checked in his room, not there. A tense realization hit me. They were still in his pocket. As discreetly and non-suspiciously as possible, I reached into his pocket to pull them out, lest he wake up and was wondering what I was doing. After much careful fidgeting, I got them. I wanted to get out of there, but I had one more thing I needed to do. The final pièce de résistance. In my room, I set up a fake version of me made from pillows and sat her by my desk. Should my dad check on me, he would believe to see his dutiful daughter studying for her math test, not realizing I had already studied in between band practice. Evil genius. I snuck out, we got in the car, and we were off. I wasn't exactly a car expert, but better me to do it than any of my friends. Didn't want to scratch up my dad's car. If you were to ask me at that moment, I'd have said it had gone perfectly. We were driving down the road, pre-gaming our jam session, singing along to Millie Cancun, but then we started slowing down. The car started making funny noises, and then
What happened?
we stopped.
I can see that, but why?
We had broken down in the middle of the road. Luckily, we were in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like we were causing a traffic jam or anything. On the other hand, we were in the middle of nowhere. We couldn't exactly walk there, and we couldn't get a tow truck. Time and money were limited. We only brought money to buy tickets, and phone service was limited. Some people passed by, but no one would stop. Please, help us.
You're standing in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's why we need your help. Finally, one guy stopped. Now, I'm not an expert on cars, but he didn't seem to look at the engine for very long before going,
Yup, it's broken beyond repair.
Wow, are you sure?
Trust me, you young girls are lucky the car hasn't exploded. Say, why don't I give you girls a lift? I'm heading to Manhattan right now. It wouldn't be no trouble.
Oh, wow, Oh, thanks.
Girls, can we huddle for a second? We whispered amongst ourselves. This guy seems kinda suspicious.
Well, what choice do we have? We can't exactly stay here, can we?
Everyone was in reluctant agreement. We got into his car and headed for the city. How was I gonna get my dad's car home now? Speaking of my dad, I wasn't there for this next part of the story, and he might tell it differently. He managed to break free from his pasta nap and was able to pull away from the comfort vacuum of the weighted blanket. He went up to check on me, just as I thought, and probably said something like,
Gosh, Gabby, I'm sorry I didn't let you go to a concert and allow you to be your own woman. I promise I'll make it up to you.
what I didn't account for was him to see his daughter's head fall off.
Yeah?
He went into my room and found I was not there. Realizing what had happened in a way only a paranoid dad could, he scrambled around the house looking for his keys. Only when he tried checking the car did he figure out the extent of my betrayal. He asked our neighbor to drive out to the concert. He must have gotten there before we did because amongst the crowded lines outside of the concert halls, I wasn't there. Me and my friends had arrived in downtown Manhattan, making decent time. While we were happy to avoid the rain that was picking up, the ride was an awkward affair, as we attempted to avoid conversation with Echo, as he called himself.
What sort of trouble are you young girls up to tonight?
We're going to a concert.
Oh, a music concert. What concert?
Yeah, Millie Cancun.
Oh, nice. I love her song Ice Cream Summer.
That wasn't a Millie Cancun song. That was a ZZ Marina song.
Hey, you know what? I know a shortcut up here that'll get us away from all the traffic. Wouldn't want you to be late.
No thanks. That's fine. You can just follow the GPS.
What does she know? Trust me.
Where could he be taking us? Back to his apartment where he was going to murder us? Or worse, maybe he was gonna call my dad. Please, just keep driving north. We're almost there.
Relax. It'll be fine.
In my panicked state of mind, I grabbed the wheel from him.
Whoa, go Gabby!
What the heck?
We fought for it before I knocked us into a pole. I swear, it was only a light touch, but it triggered Echo's airbags nonetheless, trapping him. Go! We hopped out and ran. We were grateful at first, but it didn't take long before we were missing the roof of that car. We didn't know where we were. Our phones were collectively dying, leaving our directional skills inhibited. The rain was making us wet and frustrated. By the time we found the concert hall, the ticket booths had just closed. Had we been a minute earlier, we could have made it. Hovering around were some shady-looking scalpers, but their tickets were a little out of our price range.
That'll be $10,000.
I could tell my friends were mad at me, and why wouldn't they be? This couldn't get any worse.
Gabby!
Oh no, my dad was here. I was frozen stiff as he came up to me and gave me a hug. You're not mad?
Oh, I'm mad.
But I'm also relieved to see you're all safe.
You girls look like you've had quite the night.
We were almost kidnapped.
Yes, Dad, I screwed up. Your car is broken down in the middle of the road on...
I saw it on the way here. Jeff helped me tow it away. We're going to go get it repaired. Why don't you four go enjoy a concert while I wait?
He had more tickets. We couldn't believe it. Do you mean it?
As long as you can pay me back.
We all gave him our money.
Oh, okay then. Well, all's fair then. I can use this for the car.
After drying up a bit, we went inside. So, was it all worth it? Of course it was. Millie was radiant as ever, and her collective screams drowned out our worries as we danced away. Like I said, best night of my life. Only problem with forgetting your worries is when they come back to bite you.
There they are, officers. Those girls were underage driving. I tried to help them, but they insisted on attacking me and leaving me for dead.
The creep from earlier, and he brought cops.
Any of you girls with your parents?
No. My dad is going to pick us up, I think.
You think? Where is he?
He's here. He's going to be here.
You sound like a liar, Gabby.
She was right. If my dad wasn't here, were we going to be taken in? And now my dad would have to bail me out again? And then I'd be a convicted felon, and it would go on my permanent record, and I'd never get into college, and I would never... I started crying. I'm sorry, officers. It's all my fault. Please don't arrest my friends. I was the one who took my dad's car. I was the one who crashed that guy's car. You can take me in. They shouldn't pay for my actions.
Well, we don't have to.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. We can pay your bail.
Yeah. Oh, wait. We gave all your money to your dad.
We can still do something.
Really? Oh, thanks, you guys. You're the greatest.
Is there a problem here?
Are you any of these girls' father?
That's right.
Well then, everything seems to be in order.
Hold on. Your daughter damaged my car. I expect you're going to compensate me for my troubles?
Are you the one that tried kidnapping them?
No, that's quite a You know what? It's fine, actually. I hope you have a good night.
That got the guy to leave. Though it looks like the cops decided to hang out with him for a bit longer.
How much more excitement can you girls get into tonight?
We got in my dad's car, and he drove us all home. Turns out it wasn't broken beyond repair. Who would have thought? One by one, my friends were all dropped off. It was just me and my dad now. We parked at home, and before getting out, we had a talk.
You are grounded, you know.
I know.
It just seems right. But maybe I can be a little strict. You're growing up. You're going to want to be your own person. I can't fault you for that.
But I should have been more honest with you. I guess I just don't ask for a lot of things. But I do want to be an A+ student. I do want to be valedictorian. I promise. I'm not going to make this too much of a habit.
It's all right. I got into some trouble when I was your age.
Yeah?
Of course. Maybe more.
Like what?
Well, we don't have to get into it just yet. It's embarrassing.
Oh, come on. That's not fair.
Well, perhaps I haven't been forthcoming with you on this concert. Maybe I've got some personal biases in the way.
What do you mean?
You see, I used to date Millie Cancun's mom.
What?
It wasn't that big of a thing, but I've kept in touch with her a bit over the years.
Millie Cancun is my sister?
What? No, where did you get that idea?
But that does mean you could get me to meet her?
See, this is what I was afraid of.
But what happened next, I should save for later. What? I said it was the best night of my life. That doesn't mean it was the best night of my life ever.
Hi, my name is Yuichi Hamada. My friends and family know me as a normal teenage student at Yokohama High School. But the truth is, I possess extraordinary powers. Ever since I was a kid, I had this habit of disappearing into other worlds, fantastical and magical. There, I could be whoever I wanted to be, the hero of my own story. These episodes were particularly active during my childhood, but no more so than my parents' frequent fights.
He needs more discipline. His teachers say he's always zoning off in class.
He's got an active imagination. Not every kid is a good student. It doesn't mean he's defiant.
We didn't raise him to be lazy and uneducated. You're too easy on him.
Eventually, Dad would leave the house in a rage. I always felt like it was my fault, but at least I had another world to escape to. And when I'd return, I'd tell my friends all about my heroic adventures.
I buried the demonic wolves in the snow, one by one, sending them into the icy dimension. And finally...
Finally what? You realized you were a crazy person who lives in a delusional fantasy world?
The other bullies started chuckling. They were making fun of me. But my friends loved hearing my stories, especially my childhood friend, Jinsha. She would be glued to every word I said. Despite her support, the bullies just kept getting worse.
Earth to Yuichi! Snap out of it!
The other bullies were laughing at me again, and everyone was staring.
Time to grow up and stop playing pretend, nerd!
I was so embarrassed. I felt terrible.
Tell me a story. That'll cheer you up.
I'm not in the mood. I don't know, maybe it's time for me to grow up. I saw Jinsha's disappointment, but I couldn't handle the judgment and bullying anymore. Sometimes I would secretly hide my ability and adventures because I was afraid how other kids would react to my crazy stories. And then everything fell apart when my dad left us and my mom got sick. A few months later, Mom slipped into a coma, and the power I once had to escape reality felt like a distant memory of childhood. Dad came back to me, not because he loved me, but because he pitied me. We couldn't afford to keep paying the mortgage, so he sold our house. As a result, I had to move into his tiny apartment. When I saw the state of it, I was shocked. Dad was always on my case to improve my grades and be successful. But here he was, living in filth. Dishes were piled up in the sink, dirty clothes lay all over the floor, and the fridge was stocked with nothing but TV dinners. A few years had passed, and I was now in high school. I had also started working at a convenience store, where my manager was always breathing down my neck.
The candy bars are all out of order. There's dirt on the floor in aisle 3.
Jinsha could tell I was feeling especially down lately, so after work, she showed me something to cheer me up.
It's called Honkai Star Rail. It's a single-player strategy and turn-based game where you can travel across different worlds through the Astral Express to seal the evil Stellarons threatening the galaxy.
She showed me the gameplay, and it honestly reminded me of the fantasy worlds I used to travel to.
I know you've been feeling down lately, but now when you're sad, you can just dive into the game and transport yourself to another universe.
Well, I had nothing else to do in my free time, so I gave it a shot, and I was immediately hooked. One day at the convenience store, I was terrified to see the bullies from school perusing the aisles. When my manager caught them stealing, he told me to go after them and stop them, just as I was getting into another Trailblaze level in Honkai Star Rail. I tucked my phone away and chased them out the door and down the alleyway.
Hey, stop running!
They stopped running and turned around.
Wait, I recognize that voice. You're the geek who can't grow up.
Give me back what you stole, and no one gets in trouble.
Ha! Or what?
Before I could make a move, one of them pushed me, and I fell to the ground as they stood around me, cackling. Suddenly, Jinsha turned up.
Stop hurting him! I've got it on camera, and I'm gonna post it online if you don't stop.
This got their attention. I was so worried as they started to gang up on her. But then, the three of them immediately backed off when a patrol guard showed up.
We're not done with the two of you.
I sat on the ground with my face swollen.
Yuichi, are you okay?
Jinsha tried to help me get up, but I pushed her hands away. You shouldn't have come after me, and now you're gonna be in trouble.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to help.
I don't need your help. I immediately stood up and ran away, blaming myself for being weak and putting her in danger. I took the train and gazed out the window. As I settled in my thoughts, I decided to play Honkai Star Rail on my phone. I noticed that I had only one golden ticket left in my account. I pulled on a character banner without much hope of winning a 5-star character. But in that moment, I allowed myself to wish for something more. Suddenly, the train began to rumble, and a strong golden light began to emanate through the train car. Then I guess I must have passed out.
Weren't there coordinates sent out from the space station?
Who cares? They're here and alive. Do they look like a mannequin to you?
Weak heartbeat and pulse. March, you better do CPR.
Huh? I've never done it before. Denheng, you do it. Wait, stop it. He's awake. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Do you remember your name?
I couldn't believe it. Suddenly, it all came into focus. Dan Heng, the archivist of the Astral Express from Honkai Star Rail, in front of me. And the girl next to him was March 7th, the enthusiastic amnesiac who was saved by the Astral Express crew. Is this some sort of cosplay event? Or a prank? Wait, what station is this? Where am I?
What are you talking about? We're in Herda Space Station, and this is not a very good time to be idle. The Antimatter Legion is laying siege on the station as we speak. We must go.
I looked around, and nothing seemed to be making any sense. I grabbed my phone and saw my reflection in the screen, but I didn't look like myself. I looked exactly like Kalis, the Trailblazer. It suddenly occurred to me that I was in a completely different universe. I was inside of Honkai Star Rail. While I was zoning out, March asked me a question.
So, what's your name?
I am... Suddenly, instead of feeling anxious, I felt a rush of excitement as I remembered all the difficult moments that I had in my life. And I had the opportunity to escape those right now. Yes, I am Kalis! Back home, Jinsha was starting to get worried about my whereabouts. Finally, she visited my house, and my dad answered.
Is Yuichi here? I haven't heard from him in days. A patrol guard from the station contacted me and informed me that he found his phone in a train carriage.
What? I just thought he was staying with you. He never answers me when I call anyway. May I see that?
Jinsha handed my phone over to my dad. He began scrolling through it.
What are you doing?
I'm checking his text messages to see if there are any clues to his whereabouts.
Jinsha looked concerned. She knew what was in those texts. My dad looked devastated.
I'm not going home tonight. My dad's place is disgusting. He barely gets off the couch and the apartment smells like trash. Plus, I don't think he's showered in days.
He sadly handed the phone back to Jinsha.
Seems like he was miserable here. Maybe he ran away.
I don't think
think he would run away. He wouldn't want to worry you.
Jinsha tried to give the phone to my father, but he refused.
Keep it. I don't need a useless son.
Jinsha took my phone with her back home, looking at the last application I used before I disappeared. She saw Honkai Star Rail. Along with March and Dan Hang, we managed to defeat the Void Rangers of Antimatter Legion. However, they kept coming without any end in sight. Suddenly, Himeko appeared and saved us. As we proceeded further, we reached the supply zone where the dreaded Doomsday Beast was waiting for us. I recalled all my hours of gameplay and put my skills to use. Dan Hang and Himeko used their ultimates, Ethereal Dream and Heavenly Flare, to destroy the antimatter engine and its hands, which gave me the perfect timing to strike the beast in its most vulnerable state. We took the Astral Express to Gerillo 6 to face off against Cocolia. Unfortunately, I was frozen by Cocolia during the battle, but thankfully, Natasha was able to heal me and cleanse the debuff. With the help of Serval and Hook, we were able to defeat Cocolia and free Belobog from Eternal Freeze. Our next destination was Zhangzhou Lefu. When we arrived, Zhangzhou was already under attack, perpetrated by Lord Ravager Fantilia, who sought the destruction of Zhangzhou. Things got rough when Fantilia used her havoc during the battle. Our best fighter was injured and fell down. Luckily, Beilu, a skilled healer from Zhangzhou, was able to use her talent, Gore Duel of Elixir, to revive our fallen comrade. With our team back on track and Dan Hang in his powerful Imbibitor Lunae form, he rode his dragon alongside Jin Yuan's Lightning Lord and Hanya, who provided valuable support. Thanks to our combined efforts, we were able to turn the tide of the battle and emerge victorious. It felt incredible to finally be a hero in my own story. But as we progressed, I was losing touch with my former reality. After defeating Fantilia, the crew of the Astral Express returned to their cabin and rested. Later, I had a dream where I found myself in a small, dark room. As I looked around, I noticed a girl sleeping at a desk next to a phone, which had the HSR game open on it. She looks familiar. Then she spoke my name.
Yuichi.
Her voice floated away as she said, Yuichi. And suddenly, it all came flooding back to me. I was Yuichi, an average high school student in Yokohama High. Has she been by my side all this time? I held her hands, and suddenly, Jinsha felt my presence, waking up from her sleep.
Yuichi!
She looked around and saw nobody. The next day, I gathered the team together and came clean. Everyone, I'm not who you think I am. I am not of this world, nor do I believe this world is real at all. I'm Yuichi, just an ordinary guy with terrible luck in life. I have this ability to disappear into worlds I've imagined, and I just pretended to be one of you. But it wasn't my intention.
You are you, Yuichi or Kalis. Your adventure with us, your heroic deeds, it was all real. You'll just have to discover it in yourself.
What are you trying to tell me, General?
Listen, Yuichi. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. In time, you'll understand. But for now, you must find a way to get back to your world.
Do I really need to?
Didn't you call us here because you want to go back?
I realized now what I must do to return to the reality where I came from. Everyone, before I go, I want to have our one last adventure.
We're ready when you are. Lead the way, my friend.
All right, Yuichi, let's go!
Our next stop, the Penacony.
Back at home, Jinsha was navigating through Penacony, the land of festivities, not realizing that I was actually a part of the game, and I wanted to keep it that way for a while. From there, we wandered through the dreamscape, which was a fun experience, solving the dream ticker, riding the bubble pinball, and becoming a Hanin. But as we progressed, we found ourselves dealing with Sam, a member of the Stellaron Hunters. Sam seriously gave us a hard time because of his skill, DHGDR, Supernova Overload. Welt immediately used his synthetic black hole to hold Sam for another turn, while Himeko and Dan Hang poured all their efforts to give me the opening I needed.
Rules are made to be broken!
I put all my strength into my ultimate skill, Stardust Ace.
You upstage your welcome!
After the Sam boss fight, Jincha received a character message. She was shocked at how the game messages were actually interacting with her, telling her about my adventure in the game. And the last message left her in disbelief.
Yuichi is waiting for you at the station.
At first, she was skeptical, but then it all started to make sense. She knew I used to disappear often during our childhood and would return with a bunch of stories. One time, she witnessed me transporting, but she always thought it was just a dream.
The station, the train, where his phone was found.
Jincha rushed over to the site of where this all began, and I knew I needed to meet her halfway. When Jincha arrived on the train, she started looking all over for me.
Yuichi, where are you? I'm here.
The train was eerily quiet when suddenly it rumbled and a strong golden light emanated. And then we saw each other in what seemed like a dream state. Jincha, you're here! I can see you! Jincha walked up to me and then slapped me hard.
What?
Leaned in and kissed her. A bright light enveloped us both and drew us together. We were back on the train where it all began. Jincha woke up, but I was unconscious.
Yuichi, wake up! Help! Everyone!
I had fallen into a coma, probably due to the stress my ability had put on my brain and body. Later, in the hospital, Jincha was leaving to go home when Dad entered my room with a really worried face. He rushed up to me and started apologizing for everything.
I read your texts. At first, I was angry, but now I'm so relieved to have you back. I'm so sorry for not being there for you in your hardest times. I've cleaned the apartment and even bought fresh food. It's ready for you, and I'm ready for us to make a fresh start. I love you, son.
Jincha smiled as she closed the door behind her. A few months had passed, and Jincha had returned to school. One day, Dad was coming to see me with fresh clothes, but when he reached my door, he dropped everything to the floor.
Yuichi?
I looked at my dad and smiled, like everything was gonna be okay. When Jincha was walking down the alley, she coincidentally encountered the 3 bullies who immediately cornered her.
You're that geek's friend, right? We said we weren't finished with you. Where's your little buddy?
I'm not afraid of you.
For a brief moment, they were frightened by her unwavering gaze. The leader of the bullies immediately raised his hands to strike Jincha when a hand suddenly caught his arm.
What the?
Yuichi?
Go now, before I wipe the floor with your faces. They smirked slyly, ready to fight, and I braced myself, prepared for battle. As the bullies charged at me, I chopped the first one in the throat. Then I swing-kicked the other one in the face. And finally, it was down to the head honcho. We engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and I didn't suffer a single blow. Before Jincha could blink, all 3 bullies were on the ground, cowering.
Where on earth did that come from?
Not Earth, Honkai Star Rail. Luca taught me how to fight, the renowned boxing champion of the Bellabog Underworld. Guess I still have it in me.
I have so many questions.
And I'll answer them right.
Hi, I'm Crystal from a small town in Alaska. Press like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, I've lived with my rich uncle and aunt and 5 girl cousins. But they've always made me feel like I didn't belong with them. For starters, all my cousins had blonde hair and blue eyes, and I had dark curly hair and brown eyes. They always said I wasn't pretty enough to be part of the family. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the ugliest of them all? Crystal! Your eyes are the color of poop, and look at your hair. I wonder how many birds sleep inside that nest. They were the meanest, but I had no one else. And I swear, I always thought our town was the only place on earth until I saw my cousin's geography book. And that's when I was 7. You see, my aunt and uncle wouldn't even send me to school and just kept me on my toes all day doing house chores. But I'd secretly taught myself to read. I began reading more and more, and all that knowledge just amazed me. One time, when I was 16, my uncle found me reading my cousin's books, and he instantly snatched them from me.
Do you have any idea how expensive these are? And you're using them for free.
Why are you always so awful to me?
'cause you're kinda weird and not really one of us." I pushed him aside and ran out of the room. I just hated it here. A few weeks later, it was Christmas, and I found 5 huge gift boxes under the tree, and another one the size of a matchbox. Of course, that was mine, and all it had inside was a pinch of salt. Just a reminder to add the right amount of salt while cooking our meal. Everyone laughed, and I felt like smashing their heads into the wall. While I was busy cooking, a lawyer visited our house. Curious, I followed him to the study, and when I heard his conversation with my aunt and uncle, I was shook. That girl, Crystal, is worth billions. If you want to keep the money her parents left, you should legally adopt her. Wait, what? I was a freaking billionaire? As soon as the lawyer left, my aunt came running into the kitchen and literally carried me away to the lounge. I was made to sit in Uncle's armchair while he snatched all my cousin's presents and gave them to me. You, girl, give Crystal a foot rub. You, the other one, make her a hot chocolate with extra marshmallows. And the rest, we're changing the dinner menu to all of Crystal's favorites, and you're cooking. Now, chop chop. Wow, just wow. All of a sudden, I was loved and pampered to bits. I decided now was the time to get the one thing I really wanted, going to school. Oh, sweetheart, no. School is such a dangerous place for girls. But all my cousins are girls. They are morons. They're not as precious as you, Pumpkin. We'll get you the best tutor. Well, that was better than nothing. At least I'd get to learn. But the next night, while I was getting water from the kitchen, I overheard them talking. How long do we need to pamper that ugly duck? Don't worry. Once we get her money, we'll ship her off to some orphanage. Who even wants that hairy kid? Ew. God, I knew they were being nice to me because of my money, but these greedy jerks weren't even planning to let me stay. That very night, I packed my bags and ran away, taking the first train out of our town. On the train, an old lady sat next to me, and she told me I was really pretty. She sounded kind, and when we got down, she asked me to join her for a meal at her place. This was the first time someone was treating me nicely without knowing about my wealth. When I got to her mansion, it seemed like she was some billionaire herself. I met some girls older than me, and they all looked really happy. Apparently, the kind woman had given jobs to all of them and even let them stay here. I wondered if I could stay too, and to my surprise, she gladly accepted me. Weeks passed by and all was good, until one day the lady woke me up rudely at 3 a.m. Dress up and get ready. What? Why? It's not even sunrise yet. What are you, a chicken waiting for sunrise? Be out already, or I'm gonna kick your lazy butt. OMG. Suddenly, the fairy godmother sounded more like a Karen. She pulled me down to the main hall where the other girls had already gathered, and then she started explaining how we'd be breaking into some house to steal stuff soon. Oh, wait a second. She was a professional thief? Oh my God. I couldn't believe I'd been living with a gang of robbers for weeks. I wasn't gonna be a part of this. I slipped away and used the old lady's phone to report her to the police. When they turned up to arrest her and the gang, one of the girls turned to me and said, "I always knew you didn't belong with a bunch of thieves. Here, take this, and go see this man. He's a very kind fellow who wants to adopt a daughter." And so I escaped and made my way to Mr. Hammond's address. And well, this guy seemed richer than old Karen. When a butler led me to him, I explained that I had no family, and some girl gave me his details, and he was overjoyed. "Oh my God, yes, I've been waiting to adopt a little girl. I'm so happy to meet you. And Crystal, that's such a beautiful name. Welcome to your new home." And just like that, my life turned around. I was immediately led to a gorgeous room and given a brand new wardrobe. And when I saw the massive library in the house, I flipped. "Oh, sir, you don't know how much I love books. All I've ever wanted is to go to school and learn as much as I can." "Well, my dear, that can be easily arranged." He made a quick phone call and told me I'd be starting school next week. Was this for real? Even though he seemed lovely, I didn't trust him enough yet to tell him about my parents' money. I knew what that did to people. One morning, while I was still asleep, someone scared the heck out of me by jumping onto the bed. I let out a shrill scream, And then I saw a girl a few years older than me. She was screaming too. OMG, who are you and what are you doing in my bed? Dad! Dad? Mr. Hammond came running, and it turned out that the girl was his daughter, Pearl, who was now in university. I just came home to get some stuff. So what, I left and you adopted some ugly weirdo and gave her my room? Don't be rude. And yes, I'm all alone now and I'd like some company. Now say hello to your sister. Sister? Pfft, I don't know which slum you got her from. Just get her out of my room. She stormed off and Mr. Hammond apologized to me. It's okay. I know I'm ugly. My cousins made fun of my hair and eyes all the time. It's nothing new.
What are you talking about? Your hair and eyes are lovely. I only see a girl who's beautiful inside and out. But let me take you to a salon today. Those people will work magic with your hair.
And they really did. They trimmed and styled my wild hair and got my eyebrows done. And for the first time ever, I actually felt pretty. I was so happy, I hugged Mr. Hammond. Thanks, Dad. Wait, did I just call him Dad? Maybe I was starting to like him a bit too fast. I had an amazing first day at school. Everyone was telling me I was gorgeous. A few boys even said my warm brown eyes were adorable. All that was great, except when I got home, I found Pearl had moved back in. I decided I'd try to be friends with her, but she was impossible. I tried talking to her at dinner, but she just gave me silent glares. When I asked her to pass me the water, she flung the whole jug at my face. Pearl! What, Dad? She didn't want it on her face? Oops, my bad. One day during the first class, our teacher kept getting annoyed because of some croaking frog sounds. We all looked around and couldn't find any. Just then, a boy put his ear next to my bag and said, "I think it's coming from here." I opened the bag and dropped it immediately. A dozen big frogs jumped out, and there was almost a stampede with everyone screaming and running out. As the teacher fled, she tripped over a chair and fell down really hard. She hurt her arm, and I got a month's detention for my prank. This was all Pearl's doing, of course. I went to her room that day and asked her why she was bent on ruining things for me. Oh, drop this innocent face, Crystal. I know you're just some gold digger, and my dad is your target. Just because he's too soft and foolish to see the bad in people doesn't mean I am too. I'll make sure you don't get a penny of my wealth. She was crazy. All I wanted was a family. Mr. Hammond had a grand pool party planned, and I was so excited. My jaw dropped when I saw the guests arrive. Actors, singers, and other glamorous people. I was dazzled. Everyone was having a great time, but as some of the guests started to leave, we suddenly heard a woman screaming at the butler. "What do you mean you can't find my diamond ring and my husband's watch? I gave that stuff to you for safekeeping before going in the pool." The butler said he'd put all the guests' belongings in Mr. Hammond's study, but they were all gone. Everyone went crazy, and there was nearly a riot.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. Something like this has never happened before, and I assure you I won't rest till everyone's belongings are returned. You have my word.
As the angry guests went out mumbling and threatening Mr. Hammond, he ordered the servants to strip the house down. Only 10 minutes later, a maid came running with my backpack. She turned it over, and all the rich people's things fell out. "Sir, Miss Crystal's bags were packed. It looks like she was planning to leave." I was horrified. Mr. Hammond looked shocked as I protested that I had nothing to do with it. "Oh, Daddy, what did you expect from someone like her? I always knew she'd do something like this. We need to call the police." I walked up to Mr. Hammond and looked him straight in the eye. "I know I'm just a stranger and not really your daughter, so you'll choose to believe Pearl's words over mine. You can do whatever you want, but just know that your kindness means far more to me than money or things ever could, and I would never do anything to harm you." Suddenly, Mr. Hammond took my hand.
"You are my daughter, and I do believe you."
He turned to Pearl with a furious face.
"Pearl, if you don't want me to stop paying for your credit cards and cut you out of my will, leave now. I don't want to see your face till you've graduated university."
Pearl stared at him in shock, then screamed angrily and left. I was so touched by Mr. Hammond's words, I finally decided to tell him about my inheritance and my greedy family. He was shocked, And the next thing I knew, he had legally adopted me. And we went in person to tell my family the news. Their faces were just priceless. I was the owner of my money now, and I had big plans for it. I set up a school for poor kids, and now I teach there whenever I can.
My head was pounding as I slowly woke up.
She's awake!
Your Highness, you're awake! Huh? Your Highness? What was happening? Hey there, I'm Bella, and I'm about to take you through a whirlwind of royal troubles. Ready for some royal chaos? Hit that like button and subscribe. Right after waking up, the doctor came in checking on me and asking a bunch of questions.
You've had an accident. You've been out for 3 weeks. Do you remember your name? Can you name an animal that starts with E?
Good news, I knew my name and my family's names. Bad news, I couldn't remember anything about my life. And here's the shocker, the doctor said I might never get my memories back. I was super confused when my family came rushing in. My sister Aurora, just a year younger than me and a huge gossip, tried to update me on all the royal news, but my mom stopped her. Let her be, she just woke up. But Mom, she'll want to know everything, right Bella?
Aurora, that's enough!
That's my dad, the king.
Bella, you gave us a fright. No more football for you.
You need to rest now, Bella. I was surprised my parents didn't hug me or kiss my forehead. I mean, I just woke up from a coma. Later, Aurora snuck back in and started telling me about my life, which sounded pretty awesome. You're a star athlete, you have a boyfriend named Vincent. A boyfriend? Where is he? And you're a total rebel. You never listen to Mom and Dad. A rebel? But why? Because they want you to marry some prince. But you're in love with Vincent. Why? Don't they like my boyfriend? He's not a prince. You went on 2 dates with him and you were really into him. Your phone was broken in the accident, so you can't check your messages. You two were like lovebirds. Cool. Is he rich? Yeah, a lot. His dad is a big businessman, but Mom and Dad want a prince for you. To be honest, they're pretty happy you got amnesia. They hope you'll stop biting them. Thanks for the heads up, love. I owe you. As I tried to pick up the pieces of my life over the weeks, my only friend was Aurora, who kept telling me little bits of my life before amnesia. One day, Mom and Dad insisted that we do a press release. Ugh, do we have to?
The future queen should certainly do that.
It certainly is not in that outfit. Here, dress like a princess. Hey, I never got a press conference after I broke my leg last year. Aurora, please be quiet now. Not everything is about you. Guards, come take her outside. I was shocked how they talked to her, and she kept screaming while the guards dragged her away. Then, Mom dumped a super frilly pink outfit on me. Just 5 minutes later, Aurora sent me an SOS message. They're about to announce your wedding. As if this outfit wasn't bad enough, now they planned this? I was livid. So, during the announcement, I demanded to speak.
Wonderful! Let's hear from our future queen!
But they didn't expect what came next. Ever heard that chickens have impressive memories? Maybe if I were from a royal chicken lineage, I'd remember more. Dad was livid and grounded me for a week, despite my illness.
Sick or not, a future queen cannot act this way.
That night, I was chatting with Aurora when my parents suddenly came in, followed by 3 daughters who looked pretty intimidating, more like butchers than medical professionals. Aurora, leave, now. Why? What are you planning to do to her? Then, Mom signaled a bodyguard, and he dragged Aurora away as she shouted, "Don't listen to them!" One doctor opened his case, revealing a long, frightening needle. I screamed until everything went dark. My parents were unbelievable, but thank God I had Aurora. Over the weeks, Aurora filled me in on my life before college started. She gave me my diary too, reading that I was super anxious to see my boyfriend. A week later, I was finally ready to go back to college. It was a crazy fancy place where only kids from royal and super rich families study. As Aurora and I walked in, flanked by a mini army of security guards, I spotted him, Vincent, my boyfriend. He stood there with a bouquet of roses and gave me a warm, inviting smile. Aurora winked at me and walked away. My heart was racing. I felt like I was back in my teenage years. Vincent came over, looking at me with so much affection.
Can I hug you?
I couldn't help but smile and nod. As he hugged me, he said,
You look beautiful, Bella. I've missed you a lot. It felt like I was seeing your face everywhere.
We chatted for a while, and he was so polite and respectful. Vincent spent the day introducing me to people, helping me remember who was who from before I lost my memory. I met a few friends, which felt a bit strange, but having Vincent there made things feel more comfortable. Later on, he mentioned that he and my friends planned a party to help jog my memory. that might be too much for me.
I get it. But how about you try the party, and if it feels overwhelming, we can leave and spend the rest of the night just the two of us.
His idea sounded good, so I agreed. That evening, my parents said the doctors were coming again, so I was even more eager to head out to the party. Vincent texted, saying he was waiting outside, but how could I sneak past the guards in a fancy dress and heels? I grabbed my heels in one hand and my purse in the other, then quietly climbed out of the window and tumbled into the bushes. Luckily, the security wasn't too tight, so I managed to avoid them and got to Vincent's car. The party was okay, but after just an hour, I started feeling a sharp pain in my body. Vincent quickly called his driver to take me home, and he even paid him extra to keep quiet about it. As I sneaked through the garden to my room, I heard footsteps behind me and felt a bit scared. "Come out, or I'll whoop your butt." Then I accidentally bumped into someone, and without thinking, I flipped them over. "Who are you?"
I'm Dylan, the gardener.
I helped him up. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll survive.
He gave me a wink that made me blush. "Girl, you have a boyfriend. Stay focused. Can I ask you something? Do you know what I was like before?"
Not really. I'm new in this job, but you kept to yourself. Seemed a bit snobby and arrogant.
Oh, wow. Thanks for being honest. Before he could say any more, Aurora rushed over and pulled me away. "What are you doing talking to him? He's just a gardener." The next morning, my parents were really mad at me. Turns out, Dylan the gardener told on me. So, Aurora said we should keep things quiet for a while until things calmed down. One night, feeling really upset, I snuck out and climbed a tree in the garden. I just needed to think. Then I heard a voice.
Why is a pretty princess like you up in a tree?
Oh, it's the snitch.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can I come up? I've got something to say.
Sure, why not? Dylan tried to climb up, but he wasn't very good at it. When he finally got up, he was all messy. For a cute guy, you're not very sporty.
So, you think I'm cute? That's good to know. Now what's bothering you?
Honestly, I didn't expect to spill my guts to the gardener, but I guess I just need someone to listen. And you seem genuine, so here it goes. I ended up telling Dylan everything. It was so easy to talk to him.
Man, that sucks.
That's all you've got? You're not great at giving advice.
Can't argue with that. But hey, I stole a chocolate bar from the kitchen today. You want some?
Sure, why not? I ended up staying with Dylan until sunrise. For the next few weeks, I hung out with Dylan whenever I could, and it was great, but I felt guilty. Vincent was a nice guy, and I didn't hate spending time with him either. But as time went on, I started to prefer Dylan's company over Vincent's. It puzzled me why I'd rather spend time with Dylan. Maybe my amnesia and the medicines were really messing with my feelings. Then one evening, I found Vincent in my room unexpectedly. "Vincent, what are you doing here?"
You've been acting distant. Is something wrong?
I didn't know what to say. How about I show you around the palace?
I was hoping for a different answer, but okay. Let's spend time together.
He kept asking why I was acting different. I dodged his questions, but he persisted. Then we reached the royal jewelry room.
If you need space, just say so. It'll hurt, but I'll understand.
In my rush to change the subject, I quickly entered the passcode on the digital keypad and let him inside. Get ready to be amazed. This is where we keep all the royal jewelry. Isn't it beautiful? Vincent was stunned. Then Aurora burst in.
"Bella, why is he here? Mom and Dad would freak out. He needs to leave now."
After leaving the room, Aurora went to her bedroom. Vincent looked at me, clearly hurt.
Maybe I should leave. Reach out when you want to talk, or actually, maybe don't. Bella, you ignore me and act superior. The only reason people respect you is your royal status, and that's just luck, not an achievement.
With that, he left, and I was shocked that he just said that. Later that night, I was jolted awake by loud yelling outside the royal jewelry room. "The family tiara, passed down for 5 generations, is gone." I froze. "Vincent? But he was with me the whole time." Then a bodyguard approached us.
We found someone on the security footage you need to see.
We rushed to the security room. My heart sank as I watched the video. There was Vincent, hiding the tiara in his jacket while my back was turned to him, looking at Aurora.
Not only are you seeing the guy we've said no to multiple times, but you also showed him the jewelry room. What's wrong with you?
We've been patient with you because the doctor said you needed time to adjust. But this is unacceptable.
And how did he even get in? Your Highness, our check showed the cameras were off and only started recording when Bella began her tour with Vincent. Really? Bella, did you think you could outsmart us? What on earth?
I don't know. Please
stop yelling at me? Then everything went black, and I fainted. When I woke up, Aurora was by my side, telling me I'd been out for 12 hours. The police were now looking for Vincent. Just then, Mom stormed in. Your father is furious. He can't even look at you. But I'm here to tell you that you're no longer the future queen. We've decided Aurora will take that role. You think I care? Well, guess what? I don't.
But Mom, I don't want to be a princess either. I can't stand it.
It's not up for discussion. And she left us there. Throughout the week, I felt more and more anxious. The guards were always around, keeping an eye on me, and Vincent was nowhere to be seen. One day, as I sat in the garden, Dylan came over. He acted like he was just doing his job, but then he quietly said to me,
Your parents aren't really bad. They're strict and can be a pain, yes, but they never wanted you to marry any prince. Aurora made that up. You should look into it.
How do you know all this?
Us servants hear everything. We catch all the gossip.
Later that night, I went to talk to Aurora in her room, planning to lie to get her to reveal something. Why do you think Vincent stole the tiara?
I think he was upset you preferred hanging out with the gardener over him. He knew stealing the tiara would land you into trouble. Boys are dumb, and when their ego is hurt, they can act dumber.
Did you hear they caught him?
No, they didn't.
Actually, they did. They caught him trying to leave the country. He spilled everything. Aurora, it's time to stop. Of course, that was a lie. Vincent hadn't been caught, and Aurora's explanation for why he stole the tiara actually made sense.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you feeling okay? Did you take your medicine?
I know I wasn't perfect before my accident, but I wasn't a troublemaker either. You didn't need to scheme. If you really wanted the crown, you should have just told me. I would have stepped aside.
Sure, as if Bella, the darling princess, would give up anything. Poor Aurora, always in Bella's shadow. That's what they say. I was happy when you got amnesia. It was my chance.
What chance are you talking about? For a moment, Aurora looked lost, like she'd been caught off guard.
Chance? What chance? I don't know what you mean.
It doesn't matter. I recorded everything you just said. As I tried to leave, Aurora attacked me. We ended up fighting until the guards separated us. I showed my parents the recording. They were shocked and immediately called off the announcement about the crown. They were really mad at Aurora. You've gone too far. How can you hate your sister so much?
Not just her, you and Dad too.
They decided to send her to my royal uncle on the other side of the world, hoping it might teach her a lesson. I wasn't so sure.
I'm just glad the truth came out.
Thanks to you, and all the gossip, I guess. I'm glad I didn't lose.
Let's see, you lost your memory, your boyfriend, and your sister, and the crown, at least for now.
I don't mind. I still have you. Dylan took my hand, and I kissed him.
Hi, my name is Jen. One day, I was sitting quietly in class, listening to our boring teacher ramble on and on. Miss Silva was always super strict with us, and she loved to brag about how only she understood the hard realities of life, since she had once been homeless for a whole 2 hours. When we were assigned projects, and she refused to let me do my chosen project, which was homelessness, she went too far. My dream in life was to become a social worker and help people living on the streets. Miss Silva wouldn't budge though, and she mocked me saying, Jen, with your cushy life, you can't possibly have the perspective to understand this topic. How dare she? Everyone in my class laughed. I had been known as a spoiled girl throughout high school because we were well off, and my classmates must have agreed with her. I complained about it to my friend Carol, who agreed that Miss Silva was mean and out of line. But then she said, yeah, but it was pretty funny too. I mean, you are very spoiled, and you wouldn't survive half a day on the streets. I replied, seriously, Carol? I might look spoiled to you, but I'm not. I could make it as a homeless person for a week, if not more. Carol laughed and said, sure you can, princess. If you're so confident, why not try it out? In fact, I dare you. You know what? I will do it. I'm not afraid to try. You challenged the wrong girl. Dare accepted. After that, Carol and I decided that she would film my journey of being homeless for a whole week. I was actually seriously scared about the idea. What was I thinking? A whole week! I might die from hunger, or get eaten by a predator, or get sick and die of hypothermia. But something in me wanted to go through with the dare. I wasn't gonna give up. My mom, of course, hated the idea. She even threatened to ground me to make sure I couldn't do it. She warned me that life on the streets was dangerous, especially at night. But I wasn't going to go crawling back to Carol and tell her that my mommy wouldn't allow it. I was going to do it with or without my mother's approval. My plan was that on the days when I was supposed to be at school, I would claim that I was sick. Instead, I would sit on Main Street in dirty clothes to blend in with other homeless people. But every night, I would go home and sleep in my own bed. On an early Monday morning before school, Carol and I started packing my bag with stuff from my locker and home. I had brought way too much stuff from home, but I wanted to be on the safe side. When we were about to leave, Carol had one more dare. She wanted me to set up in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city. At first, I refused, as I could end up in real danger, but Carol refused to negotiate. Instead, we made a deal that I could call 911 if anything were to happen. I began to feel weird about the whole thing. Some people were giving me wary looks, though most just pretended I wasn't there. The neighborhood looked pretty scary. It took a long time to decide where to set up. There was an empty convenience store that had gone out of business, so I decided to settle down in the doorway. I sat down and placed my Nike hat on the ground. Carol offered some last-minute cookies, but I refused as I wanted this to be as genuine as possible. Homeless people find their own food. Carol filmed me for a brief time and said, "This is Jen on her first day as a homeless person. Good luck!" And then she went home. Sitting in the doorway made me sore fast. I ended up leaning on the newspaper-covered door. I felt so nervous. How did homeless people do this? I tried to pass the time by daydreaming about me and my crush from school, Erin, but that only lasted a few minutes. Finally, someone dropped a few coins in my cap. I smiled and said thank you. The soreness started to become too much. Time for a stretch, I thought, getting to my feet. The minute I stood up, though, a mangy-looking, middle-aged man with a long, scraggly beard and black, glittering eyes confronted me. "That's my spot," he growled at me. For a split second, his tall, looming figure unnerved me, and I got ready to run away. The next moment, however, a voice in my head spoke up. "If you don't stand up to the likes of him now, the whole week will be your personal hell." The thought charged me, and I dug my heels in. "Beat it, old man! I was here first!" I tried to imitate his way of speaking. His frown deepened, and he raised his hand. With a flash, I swung my backpack off my shoulder and straight into his stomach. "Ah!" He groaned, doubling over. In my heart, I congratulated myself, thinking I'd won. The next minute, however, the man looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Get her, boys!" That's when I saw two equally mangy-looking boys emerge from the shadows. They both grinned evilly as they stepped towards me. Before they took another step, I threw the cap with the coins in the man's face, which caught him off guard and gave me time to turn on my heels and run. Behind me, I could hear him yelling at the boys to get to me faster. People around us were starting to stop and stare. I didn't have time to ask them to intervene. I pushed past everyone, heading towards the busy roads. I had a good head start, so I was hopeful I could get away from them. I realized, though, that they were hot on my heels, and as I passed a grocery store, I bumped into a woman with a trolley. "Damn!" I cursed as her stuff went flying. "I'm so I stopped as I saw the woman was none other than Miss Silva. "Jen?" She gasped, shocked. Before I could run away, she grabbed me by the arm. The boys had almost caught up to me now. When they saw me with Miss Silva, they assumed I'd gotten into trouble. Giving me one last look of anger, they turned around and went back the way they had came. I, however, was stuck with Miss Silva, whose shock was being slowly replaced with rage. "What in the world are you doing?" she asked sharply. I briefly explained to her the bet her insult had led to. She looked ashamed. "I'm sorry, Jen. This isn't what I wanted you to do." I gave her a quick hug and made her promise she wouldn't tell anyone. To my surprise, seeing how determined I was to get through this, she agreed. Then she asked me where I would be and promised to come check on me every day. Realizing she wasn't as bad as I thought she was, I returned to look for another spot around the same area. The next few days passed without any more fights, and I quickly learned about life as a homeless person. It's true that I still slept in my house as soon as it got dark, but during the daylight hours, I was struggling to survive. Carol came every morning at 6 a.m. to make sure I was still there. She'd make fun of me every time about the way I looked. I wasn't taking care of my skin and I started getting pimples. My hair looked bad, and I'd really started to smell. I got used to it pretty fast though. I also learned how to deal with homeless people. They weren't as bad as I'd first thought, and they were actually pretty nice to me. They shared their food with me and told me all kinds of tales about themselves. Soon enough, I had some homeless friends who were very good people. On the final day of the dare, I was already excited about going back to normal life. But that day, something weird happened. A man stopped in front of me. He had a briefcase and was dressed in a nice suit. He was eyeing me with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. He asked me if I was homeless, and I said yes. He left to make a call, then came back. He told me that I'd impressed him with my street smarts and standing my ground against that other homeless man on my first day. How did he know all that? If I wanted, he said, I had the opportunity to be on a new reality TV show that was like Big Brother, but with teens. I stared at him blankly. The man explained that this reality show wanted to give back to the community, so they were allowing 2 homeless teens on the show. I fit the picture. I wasn't sure what to say, as I wasn't really homeless, and it felt wrong. But I loved reality shows, and this was an amazing opportunity I'd never have otherwise. The man took my silent contemplation to mean yes, and the next thing I knew, I was signing an agreement to be on the show. Before I could admit the truth of my situation, he had got my cell number and was gone. I sat there in shock for a few minutes. Later that day, I went to the soup kitchen, which was packed, and had actually decent soup. Some of the ladies were nice and let me wait in line with them. However, as I was waiting, I soon saw things devolve into chaos. There were too many people who needed food and not enough staff to hand it out. It even seemed like there might not be enough food. Some of the people in line started mobbing and fighting each other to get to the front of the line. I hurried behind the counter and started handing out food alongside the volunteers and yelled at people to calm down. I managed to get everything back to normal, and quickly, everyone was happily getting served. After I went back out on the streets, I saw it was about to get a lot harder as it started to rain. All of the homeless people took cover, but I stayed where I was since I wanted to have the full homeless experience, including the very worst parts. After all, if something like that happened at night or when I was too weak or tired to move, I'd be exposed to the elements. Plus, I needed to think about what I had seen back there in the soup kitchen. It was incredibly moving and heartbreaking. Those poor people, so hungry and miserable that they were driven to get into physical fights for food. I wanted to do something, but I felt so helpless. That evening, when I got home, I didn't feel right. The dare had ended, but I still felt bad about the harsh reality homeless people were forced into. When my mom saw me, she was horrified. She said I'd been acting weird all week and that I looked like I had a terrible cold. When I admitted what I'd done, she was furious with me. Then I remembered the offer I received, but telling her about the reality TV show didn't calm her down. At dinner that night, I was quiet, and when my mom asked me why, I admitted, "We always have food, so I always took it for granted. But today, I saw people fight just to get something to eat." My mom felt bad about what I'd seen, but seemed to think that was just the way things were. I wasn't so convinced though. There had to be something I could do. That night in my room, I couldn't sleep or stop my negative thoughts from cycling around my head. Maybe it was because of all the homeless friends I'd made and how frustrating it felt not being able to help them. So, in the middle of the night, I made up my mind. I'd go on the reality show so I could win money to help my friends. When I told my mom, she was supportive, although she was worried. You never know what crazy stunts these reality TV shows will pull. I told her not to worry, that I'd be able to fend for myself. Besides, I had to do this to help my friends. It was lucky that I called the director when I did, because they were just about to start filming the show. As it turned out, my mom was right about the show. For some reason, the director decided to focus on me and encouraged me to be mean to the other contestants. He wanted me to do things like steal their food and even call them names. I guess they wanted to paint me as a villain or something. At first, I went along with it, because if I won, I could help so many of my friends. But the director kept pushing me further and further. And the worst thing was, he'd smile his creepy smile and say, "You know you want to." Ew, no, I didn't. Finally, when we were on the streets filming one day, they got me to pick a fight with a girl who was sleeping under a plaid blanket. I almost said no, but I knew the director would boot me off the show if I argued. So I went for it and shook her awake. When the girl came out, sleepy and disoriented, my jaw dropped. It was one of the friends I'd made while I was living on the streets. "You jerk!" I exploded at the director. "How dare you torment homeless people when you know how vulnerable they are? You're sick!" The crew put down the camera, and my friend hurried away before I could explain myself. Meanwhile, the director's face was beet red, and he said with a sneer, "The award had your name on it, but now you're getting nothing." And that was that. I was booted off the show. At least my conscience was more or less intact. I was livid. The show had been completely corrupt. It made money off homeless people who didn't know any better and were desperate for money. When I called Carol, she agreed that the directors and the crew were complete psychos, but brought up how she had filmed me. That gave me an idea. On the day that the show was to premiere, we decided to take our revenge. Some of my tech-savvy friends helped us post the videos Carol had made of me on social media. Now the whole homeless reality show was ruined, as it was revealed I was never actually homeless. The show was publicly criticized, and the director received threats from angry people, and he tried to sue me for his losses. Luckily, Carol's mom was the top lawyer in town and represented me. The case got a lot of press, and big lawyers got involved. But in the end, I won. All the judge had to see was some footage of the show and how it took advantage of homeless people, and she ruled that the entire show was unethical and misleading. Best of all, though, was what she ruled would happen to their profits. All of it would go to help the homeless. So, in the end, I did receive some criticism for pretending to be homeless. It was a risk posting those videos, but one I definitely didn't regret. The most important thing was that I helped my friends and other homeless people too. One day, I was doing homework in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and found a strange man standing there. He had a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really weird. "Hi, I'm Roger. I'm looking for your mom. Is she home?" "No. She's at her stupid job and she won't be back until midnight." I was starting to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me, but then he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket and gave me a $100 bill. He said he'd give me the money if I let him wait inside. So I let him in. The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, but I know you, Emily." This was so weird. But before I could ask how he knew me, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the couch. A few hours later, my sister Olivia came home. All my sisters hate me because I'm smarter than all of them combined. But I don't care about their stupid opinions. When Olivia saw the man on the couch, she screamed, "Who is that?" She threw water on the man's face to wake him up. How dumb is that? The man stood up and said, "Olivia, is that you? Oh my God, you were only 7 when I left. I'm your father, remember?" What was he talking about? Our father was in the Navy. He left years ago. A few months after he was deployed, we got a letter saying that he'd passed away. But my dumb sister ran towards him and gave him a hug. Olivia said, "Dad, I can't believe you're back!" Olivia whipped out her phone and started recording. "What's up, guys? You won't believe what just happened. My dad came back from the dead!" Just then, the phone rang. I answered it. It was my high school principal, and she was looking for our mom. Since she wasn't home, I let Dad answer the phone. He frowned while the principal talked to him. They talked for a while. After he hung up the phone, he said, "Olivia, did you really call your teacher a stupid cow? You can't talk to your teacher like that." Olivia said, "Dad, can you stop? I already got earfuls from Mom. Ugh, I thought you were better." Olivia stood up and left. Dad asked me where she was going, and I said, she'll probably go and meet up with her shallow boyfriend, who only cares about her money and pretty face. Dad scratched his head, then asked me where the bathroom was. Inside the bathroom, doing her makeup, was Isabel. Being the oldest sister, she recognized Dad immediately. She said, "Dad?" Because of the shocking sight, Isabel almost passed out. Dad asked me what was wrong with her, so I said, "Oh, nothing. It's probably just her hormones. She's pregnant, you know." Dad was happy when he heard the news. He said, "Your mom and I got married when we were 19 too." "Oh, Dad," I said. "Isabel's not married. She just got knocked up by her boyfriend." Isabel woke up and got back on her feet. She said, "Dad's home? What if Mom finds out? She'll send him away." Isabel was right. Mom shouldn't know because she had a new boyfriend. So Isabel and I thought of a plan. We would hide Dad in the basement in the meantime. Isabel told him, "You can stay in the basement with Brad." Dad asked who Brad was, so I told him that Brad was Isabel's boyfriend. He was an artist, or so he said. Truthfully, he was just a wannabe musician who played dumb gigs at bars for dumb people. I took Dad to the basement. When we got there, Isabel and Brad were shouting at each other. Brad said, "Your dad can't stay here. This place is cramped enough for just me." Olivia replied, "Well, this isn't your house, is it? You have no choice." Brad said, "Look, it's either him or me. If he stays, I'm leaving." Dad couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the door totally open and walked over to Brad. Then he shouted, "You can't talk to my daughter like that." It was awesome. See, Brad had anger issues, but he was also very immature. Every time he and my sister fought, he would stay up all night and play his guitar really loudly. And he wasn't even any good at it. One day, they got into a fight, and I couldn't study for a test and got an A-. I was so mad at him. I told him off, but he called me a brat and said music was so much more important than education. Yeah, like I'm going to take life advice from a loser living in my basement. This was the first time that someone had put Brad in his place. I was so glad that we finally had a dad at home, but Isabel wasn't happy. No matter how many times she and Brad fought, she always defended him. She screamed at Dad, "Get out! You can't treat the father of my child like this!" Dad tried to explain, but she said, "He's better than you. At least Brad is here to watch his child grow up, unlike you." Even though he didn't say anything, Isabel clearly hurt his feelings. I could see the pain in his eyes. So I said, "Come on, Dad. You can stay in the attic instead." We made our way upstairs. Outside, I saw headlights coming into the driveway. Mom was home. I panicked. I said, "Hurry up, Dad." It was Tuesday, so Henry would be staying over tonight. Dad and I ran up the stairs just in time. I gave him some pillows and a blanket, some food and water, and a phone so he could text me if he needed anything. Dad asked, "How long do I need to stay here?" I didn't know, so I explained the situation to him. When we were told that Dad had passed away during deployment, Mom had taken it really hard. She was sad all the time and got fired from several jobs. Then, she had to give up 4 of my sisters for adoption because she didn't have the money to take care of all of us. She was really lonely until she met Henry. I said, "Dad, Mom is dating someone. His name is Henry. You know, your best friend." Dad was shocked and said, "Oh God, how could they do that to me?" I told Dad to calm down because Sophia was sleeping downstairs. She was always a sleepyhead. She was my youngest sister, and if she found out about all this, she might tell Mom. Dad said he understood and that he would wait until we were ready to tell Mom about him. Days passed, and it was getting harder and harder to hide Dad in the attic. My sisters were still mad at him. so they were no help. And Isabel's chatty boyfriend made it even harder to keep it secret. One day, we were eating breakfast with Mom and Henry, and Brad said,
"Hey, what happened to your dad?"
Luckily, Mom didn't understand what he was trying to say. She said, "He passed away years ago. Didn't Isabel tell you?" I kicked him under the table so he would stop talking, and he grinned at me, teasing me. I wanted to punch him. Ugh, so annoying! Suddenly, Henry stood up. He told us that he had an announcement to make. Uh-oh. Henry said,
"Girls, your mother and I are getting married."
Mom looked so excited. She was finally happy after so many years. But my sisters and I were looking at each other. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This wedding can't happen! After Mom and Henry left for work, my sisters and I went to the attic to talk to Dad. Isabel and Olivia were still mad at him, so I had to break the news. He said,
"What? This can't be happening. She's still married to me. Girls, we need to stop the engagement."
Isabel said, "And why would we help you? We had to be separated from our 4 sisters because you left.
I will never, ever forget."
Dad tried to explain that it wasn't his choice, but my sisters weren't listening. Olivia said, "It doesn't matter what happened to you. You can't come here after everything and pretend like nothing happened. You abandoned us, so we're abandoning you." Isabel and Olivia left me and our youngest sister Sophia in the attic. Of all my sisters, she was the only one who was nice to me. But that was only because I did all her homework for her, so she wouldn't flunk out like Olivia did. Because I was helping her with school, she promised she wouldn't tell Mom and Henry about Dad. But she also said, "Henry's a great guy. To be honest, I would rather have him as a dad. But whatever, what's your plan?" Dad and I talked, and we decided to find dirt on Henry. I never liked that guy. I always thought there was something fishy about how much money he had. The next day, I didn't go to school so that I could have enough time to discuss the plan with Dad. It was only me and him at home. Then I got a text from Jeremy. Jeremy was my boyfriend. But my sisters didn't know about him. I didn't want them to know that I was so into boys, too. I wouldn't be like Olivia, who always got cheated on, and Isabel, who got pregnant so early. No, I'm smarter than that. I read Jeremy's text.
"I'm coming over. Let's eat pizza and watch a movie in your room."
I ran to the door just in time to see Jeremy walking up the drive. He called out,
"Hey babe, let's watch a movie. But only if you're done with my homework. I need to get an A or my mom's going to kill me."
I told him that I wasn't done with it yet, because I'd been busy with some family stuff. I added, "But I'll finish it tonight. Come in, I want you to meet someone." I took him to the attic to meet my dad. Thankfully, my dad was cool about me having a boyfriend. I think it was because we had bigger fish to fry. We told Jeremy what was going on. He said that if our hunch about Henry was true, he didn't want me to spy on him because it would be too dangerous. He said that he'd do it instead, and I agreed. That night, Dad and Jeremy hid in the bushes outside the house to watch Henry through the windows. I found this out later, but they saw Henry carrying boxes to the basement where Brad was staying. Dad and Jeremy went down to the basement. They could hear what Henry and Brad were saying. Henry said,
"Did the new shipment come in yet?"
Brad said,
"Yeah, bunch of fake LVs are in boxes in the closet. They're gonna make us at least 20 grand, man. By the way, Isabel brought a guy here a few days ago. She said it was her dad. She wanted to hide him here."
Henry said,
"That's impossible. Their dad's my best friend, and he passed away while serving in the Navy."
After hearing this conversation, Jeremy got scared, so he ran up the stairs and left. From the attic, I watched him run down the street like he was being chased. Dad came back up to the attic and told me everything that had happened. Then, I received a text from Jeremy. It said,
"Your family's weird. We should break up."
I was so surprised when I read this message. I thought Jeremy really loved me. So I texted him back to ask him if he ever loved me, and he replied,
"Nah, man. I just needed you to get good grades."
It broke my heart. I started crying. So Dad hugged me and said that everything was going to be okay. While I was crying, the front door slammed downstairs. We heard Mom and Olivia shouting at each other. Mom screamed, "You're useless!" And Olivia screamed back, "That's funny. I didn't hear you say that when I was giving you money." I wiped my tears dry and went downstairs. Everyone was there while Mom and Olivia were fighting. My sister said, "I make a lot of money now. I don't need to stay here anymore." Mom said,
"Well, you're still a minor. I'm your legal guardian, so whatever you have, it's mine too."
Olivia said, "Not for long. I'm going to make Dad my legal guardian." Mom said,
"Well, Henry isn't your birth father, so that's not going to happen."
Before Olivia could say anything else, I pulled her aside and told her to calm down. But she got mad at me instead. She ran to her room and slammed the door behind her. When everyone had gone, Sophia said to me, "You should tell Mom that Dad's here before things get out of hand." I told her to stay out of the grown-ups' business, and she said, "Listen, you little..." But before she could continue, she fell asleep on the couch. I realized that Jeremy was right. My family is weird, but I wanted to fix everything. A few days later, when no one was home, I went to the basement to see what Henry and Brad were hiding. I opened the closet and found 10 huge boxes filled with fake designer clothes. For that many counterfeit items, a person could get at least a few years in prison. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming into the basement. I hid behind the boxes in the closet, heart racing. But then, I heard Olivia and Isabel talking. I sighed in relief. I was going to leave my hiding place when Olivia said, "I'm looking for my old suitcase. I'm moving out, and Dad's coming with me." What? I couldn't believe that Dad was leaving with Olivia without telling me. Isabel said, "I want to break up with Brad because he's such a good-for-nothing loser. Can I come with you?" Olivia said, "Of course, sis. You know what? We should take Sophia with us, too." Isabel asked if they should take me, too, and Olivia replied, "We'll leave her here. She's useless anyway." They laughed like evil stepsisters as they schemed to leave me behind. Weeks later, my sisters had completely moved out. After they left, Brad had no reason to stay in the house anymore. One night, I overheard him and Henry talking about moving the boxes somewhere else. I couldn't let them get away, so I called the police and told them about the boxes. They went to the house with a search warrant. While the police searched, Brad and Henry kept looking at me like they wanted to punish me for snitching on them. But I didn't care. I was happy to finally get rid of them. The police found the boxes and arrested Brad and Henry. When the police questioned Henry, he also confessed that he'd planned my dad's kidnapping so he could get rid of Dad, date Mom, and use our house for his business. Everything finally made sense. When Mom and I got back from the police station, we had some visitors waiting for us. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She just stood there staring at Dad, speechless. Dad said, "Hey, babe, I've missed you." She finally managed to whisper, "Is that really you, my love? How is this possible?" Dad took her in his arms, and she sobbed and laughed as he explained everything. Isabel said, "We heard what happened. Are you okay?" I was shocked to see her worried about me. I was even more shocked to see that she'd given birth to a beautiful baby girl. My sisters apologized for treating me badly and thanked me for being brave enough to call the police. Then Olivia said, "Let's leave this place and start fresh. We can be a complete family now." So Mom and I packed our things and moved in with Olivia, Isabel, Sophia, and Dad. We sold the house and used that money to start a new life. The best part of it all? We reunited with our 4 other sisters, and our parents are back together now. This is the family I've always wanted. I'm so happy with how things turned out.
Hi, my name is Rosalind, and I'm from Scotland. My parents passed away when I was a kid, and ever since I used to live with my granny, who ran a hot dogs food truck. And even though she was an old lady, she was a fierce creature. Once, when I was 8, I saw a man stealing some hot dogs, and as I started shouting, he ran for his life. Just then, Granny threw a big corn dog that hit him right in the head, and he fell to the ground face flat. And then she went and sat on him until the cops came. She was my superhero. After the rush hours, I'd often accompany her to homeless shelters, where she'd give away leftover food to poor kids. I'm afraid I don't have any more for you, little one, but here, I got this chocolate for you. Suddenly, Granny turned to me and hugged me. "Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. I always want you to be like your name, Rose, kind and soft, but when needed, I want you to be fierce and strong, okay?"
Yes, Granny. I'll always remember that.
Time went by, and when I was in the 8th grade, I came home one day to find Granny all sick and lying in bed. I immediately ran to the hospital and got some medicine. But on my way back home, I saw a man trying to snatch a purse from a lady in an alleyway. I quickly ran over and kicked him hard. I tried to stop him as he escaped, but suddenly the lady held me back by my hand. "Lily, what are you doing here?" "Lily? What? Who?" "The thief! He is running away!" But she kept staring at me like I was some kind of ghost. And then she started pulling my hand. "Come with me!" Ugh, she was crazy! I bit her hand and ran away. The next few days, I was busy looking after Granny, but her condition was getting worse, and I was running out of money. One day, I heard a loud knock on the door, and when I opened it, I was shocked to see it was the same lady from the alleyway. She told me her name was Emma, and she worked for a huge multinational company. But I didn't care. I was ready to kick her out. But then she whipped out her phone and showed me a picture of a girl who looked exactly like me. What, the frying potatoes? Now that she had my attention, she convinced me to go with her to a hospital where she'd explain everything. There, I saw the girl lying in front of my eyes on the hospital bed, my perfect doppelganger. It was so freaky. This is our young miss, Lily. She's in a coma right now, but we need you to replace her. What? You want me to go into a coma in her place? No, we want you to live as Lily in her place. Suddenly, a tall, handsome man came in and looked at me, stunned.
Oh my god, this is unbelievable. You look just like Lily. Emma was right.
He introduced himself as Mr. Wilson, Lily's dad, and then he asked me for the weirdest favor.
Lily will soon turn 16 and inherit the multi-billion-dollar company left by her late grandmother for her. But if the news about her being in a coma breaks out, it will go to the other shareholders and she'll be left with nothing. I just want you to live in her place until she wakes up. That's the only way I can make her future secure. Please help us.
Whoa, this sounded like some really serious stuff, and I didn't want to get involved. I won't be doing this. I'm sorry. I was about to walk out when Mr. Wilson offered me a deal I couldn't refuse.
I know your grandma is sick, and if you help us, I'll make sure she gets the best medical treatment.
And of course I said yes, but I had no idea what trouble I was getting myself into. I had to memorize the names and details of all the people in Lily's life before I set foot into her shoes. And God, this girl had the most uncomfortable shoes. I could hardly walk in them. Remember, no one knows about this except for you, me, and Mr. Wilson, so don't tell anyone, okay? Got it. As soon as I snuck off to the garden. Just as I was lying there, I heard a voice. Miss, you shouldn't be lying on the grass. You might catch a cold. But I want to. Suddenly, he took off his shirt and put it beneath me. Here you go. OMG, he was so cute. But then he just started walking away. Oh, wait, where are you going? I can't be here with you. But I just pulled his hand and made him sit next to me, and he looked super shocked. He didn't speak a word, but then I inched closer to him and put an arm through his. I won't eat you, you know. Finally, he started speaking, and we talked for a while. He told me his name was Liam, and he ran errands around the house. And gosh, he had the most gorgeous blue eyes. Before leaving, I gently kissed his cheek, and he blushed so hard. The next morning, Emma came and informed me that we had to attend a big conference at the company. She told me no one would even notice me, but they made me sit on the biggest chair in the room. And everyone was looking at me with melon-sized eyes. Fishes! They started discussing things about the new product that wasn't doing well, and I didn't know what to do. So I picked up a drink in front of me and started slurping it, and it was disgusting.
What do you think is the reason for these low sales?
Yuck! Ugh, this tastes like toilet water. Why would anything like this sell? Oh shoot, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. All the people turned to me like I'd cursed them.
Go on, tell us what you think, Lily.
I'm sure you've seen people gathering around stalls on the streets, but it's not just because the food is cheap. It's because it tastes good. But if we will give them lemon-mixed water, who'd buy it for $20? At first, they looked at me in shock, but then they all nodded, including Mr. Wilson. I thought he was going to be super mad at me, so on our way back home, I apologized to him for speaking out.
Oh, don't be sorry, Rose. I was really impressed you spoke the truth in front of everyone.
Thank God. That made me take a sigh of relief. When I got home, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as I got to my bed. But sometime later, I woke up to see Liam there, taking off my shoes. Aw, he was such a darling. Liam, you don't have to do that. It's fine. I know you must be tired. I was just trying to. I couldn't resist and pulled him in for a kiss.
Whoa, what was that?
I think I like you, Liam.
But Lily, you're so rich, and I'm just
For a moment, I wanted to tell him who I really was, but I was afraid he might hate me after that. I don't care about anything, Liam. I just want you to know that I like you.
I like you too, Lily.
The next day, it was Lily's birthday, and there was a huge celebration in the evening, and I was freaking out because I knew no one. Suddenly, a weird-looking guy came to me and asked me for a dance.
Come on, enough of being mad at me, princess. Let's hit the dance floor. No thanks. I'm good. Come on, baby. I'm still your boyfriend. And I'm sorry I kissed someone else. But she kissed me first, okay? Sue me. Oh, don't do that. How about we just forget about it?
Ew, he was such a creep. Just then, he kissed me on my cheek. And Jesus, Liam saw him doing that, and he looked pissed. I pushed the jerk away and ran after Liam, but this Romeo guy pulled me back by my hand. Let go of me, you moron. I slapped him hard in the face. But just then, Lily's stepmom came to me and went all bonkers.
Lily, what the heck are you doing? Why are you creating such a scene in front of everyone we know and running after that servant boy?
But
I saw you with Liam the other night as well, but I didn't say anything. Don't get any stupid ideas, Lily. And get back to the party, now!
Ugh, I really didn't like this woman. Later at night, I decided to sneak out and go see Liam. But just as I was climbing down the windows, I heard Lily's stepmom talking over a phone.
I told you to get rid of Lily, and she's still here, roaming around. Don't you get it? I become a major stakeholder once she's gone, and then I'll have all the money and the company to myself, you idiot.
OMG. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I tried to take my phone out and record it, but I lost my balance and fell in the bushes. But now that I knew what an evil witch she was, I had to unmask her at all costs. The next day, there was a big event where everyone was gathered to sign over the company documents, and I was gonna be a freaking billionaire for a while. But just then, something bizarre happened. Stop this nonsense right now. This girl's a fraud. She's not Lily. I am. Holy moly. Lily was standing right in front of my eyes, all fine and well. Oh, Lily, it's not what you think. Suddenly, she slapped me hard on the face. You fraud! You thought you could take over my life and my place just like that? Just then, Mr. Wilson stepped in.
No, Lily, it's not her fault. Oh God, I can't believe you're awake, honey. Now calm down, and let me tell you everything.
Mr. Wilson and Emma took Lily away to another room, and her stepmom glared at me.
Oh, so you're some con artist, huh? I just didn't have a good feeling about you.
Oh, and what about you? Trying to get rid of Lily to get all the money for yourself, you old cow.
She looked at me super shocked, and then she started screaming furiously. Security! Throw this girl out now, or I'm gonna have to call the police.
Suddenly, the security guards came running in and threw me out of the house. No, let me go! Mr. Wilson, Emma! But they didn't hear me, and I was kicked out. I wasn't a fraud. I didn't do anything wrong. This was insane. I was just about to go back home to Granny when I remembered how she taught me to be strong and fight for what's right. So I sneaked in through the back door and went straight to where everyone was gathered. Oh, I forgot to give you a little parting gift, Mommy.
What's this?
Oh, don't you remember? The day you were talking on the phone with your secret friend about Lily? I recorded your conversation about how you wanted to get rid of her. Of course, I didn't record anything, but she totally bought my lie.
I'm gonna kill you, you filthy rat!
She pounced at me, but thankfully Mr. Wilson stopped her.
Enough! I can't believe you'd do that. I loved you so much and gave you everything, and you hurt my kid? How could you be so evil? What for? For the money, what else? Why else would I marry you with your stupid kid? I want all the money for myself, and what's wrong with that, huh? You know what? I'm gonna kill her right now.
She ran towards Lily with a vase in her hand, and that's when I jumped in to take her down. Just then, Liam came running in to help me. Mr. Wilson immediately called the cops and had that evil woman taken away. After all the chaos, Lily came to me. I'm so sorry for hitting you earlier, Rose. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me. And please forgive me, okay? It's fine, Lily. You don't have to. No, I really owe you everything, Rose. I will make sure you are rewarded very generously. And if there's anything you ever want, you only have to ask. And I'll make sure your granny gets the best care. This was amazing! But there was still one person I had to talk to, Liam. He was standing in a corner in complete shock, and I took his hand and led him outside. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you who I really was, but I never lied to you about my feelings, Liam. I thought he was gonna be mad, but he winked at me and said, I know.
The baby was red in the face, screaming at the top of his lungs. I gently picked him up and rocked him back and forth. Hush, little baby, don't cry. I'm here for you, I said. Mom burst into the room. Ugh, you stupid girl. What's taking you so long to feed him? She said angrily. I jumped out of my seat when I saw how enraged her face looked. And get your finger out of there, Mom said. My eyes teared up, and I tried to apologize. But then Mom said, ugh, just go to your room. But this is my room, I said. Oh God, just leave, Mom yelled. You should understand being the oldest sister. The next morning, while I was getting my twin brothers dressed for school and packing their bags, I could hear Mom and Dad screaming at each other in the kitchen. Well, that's how most mornings started around here. Very reluctantly, I walked into the kitchen because I had to prepare my brothers' lunches. Just stop complaining, woman! I'm sick of your constant whining and nagging. I'm doing the best I can. You do your part and let me have some peace for a change, Dad was shouting. I'm doing more than my fair share, Mom screamed back. I'm starting my second job today. What else am I supposed to do with all the brats I'm supposed to be taking care of? Angrily, she turned towards me and said, you can do more to take care of your brothers, Dana. I wanted to say that I was already doing most of it, but I also felt sorry for Mom and wanted to help her. So I just nodded. If she were a boy, she could have helped out so much more. Girls are just useless, Dad snapped. I tried to hold back my tears, but a few rolled down my cheeks. Dad looked at me in complete disgust. That's another reason I don't like girls. They are such crybabies. Just then, my brother Zach, who was a year younger than me, walked into the kitchen. He saw my face and wrinkled up his nose, just like Dad. Hey, dummy, are you making Mom and Dad fight again? You should just stay at home and help out with the chores, you know. It's not like you're any good at school. Well, that was sort of true. Whenever I tried to read anything, I just couldn't make sense of the letters. Letters on a page jumped and danced all over the place when I looked at them. I just ignored Zach, put the twins' lunches in their bags, and started to head out the door to walk them to school. Just as I was leaving, I heard Zach bragging about the A+ he had gotten on his science project. Dad said that Zach was the only child who made him proud. School was the only time I ever had any fun. I was very popular. I was never asked to read aloud in class, and I wasn't even given any written assignments. When our exams came around, I was asked to give my tests orally in a private room with a special teacher. That's why everyone at school thought I was the daughter of some wealthy family, especially because I had just moved into town recently. This went on for 3 years, until Zach ruined everything, of course. One day, when I was hanging out with my friends at recess, Zach turned up at my school with my brothers. Hey, dumbhead! You left this morning without getting your brothers dressed. Your mom is too busy being a janitor in another school to deal with all this. I'm not a babysitter. Stop wasting your time at school and take care of your brothers, idiot! And with that, he walked off, leaving the twins behind. I was so humiliated as everyone stared at me in shocked silence. Now everyone knew I was no one special, just an idiot. I burst into tears, and my class teacher and the principal came out to see what was going on. They told me I could go home early today. I took my brother's hands and left. When I got home, I could hear Dad's voice coming from the lounge. I peeked in to see my dad talking to a creepy-looking, overweight woman I'd never seen before. Dad glared at me, and the woman looked up too as I walked in. She had strange, manic eyes that really scared me. I asked who she was, and she started scribbling something ferociously on a piece of paper and gave it to me. I tried to figure out what the note said, but the words were swimming in front of my eyes. I looked up at them, confused. What's the matter with you, idiot? Can't you read? Dad said in a frustrated voice. He said this was my Aunt Melanie, and she was his sister. She had been missing since she was a kid, and Dad had spent years looking for her. Dad said that she was going to live with us now, and she couldn't speak, so she was going to use notes to communicate. Oh, perfect. My mom didn't look happy at all to see this new sister out of the blue. That is, until she found out that my aunt was a good cook. One evening, when I'd cleared the table and was taking the dishes to the kitchen, I nearly screamed. The whole kitchen looked like it had been turned upside down. There was food everywhere, and it looked like my aunt had used every single bowl and dish we had. Mom peeked into the kitchen and said that she wanted everything spotless immediately. Then she went to sleep. Having my aunt around was a nightmare. She didn't help out with my brothers or the baby or any chores. All she did was cook and make a mess. It meant I had to do all the cleaning. She would stand by my side and wave notes in my face that I couldn't even read. She kept writing notes to my dad about how I was the stupidest kid in the family, which really made him roar with laughter. One day, I heard Mom yelling at Dad that my fat aunt was costing us too much money because she ate way too much and was cooking all the leftovers. We kept running out of food. You have to ask her to leave, Mom said. I don't work 2 jobs for her to practice being a master chef. Dad tried telling my aunt that she would have to find somewhere else to live. She looked at him with her crazy eyes, and then she totally lost it. She started making strange noises and throwing pots and pans in every direction. I ducked behind the counter to dodge a plate she had thrown like a frisbee. Dad tried to calm her down, but she just pushed him so hard that he almost fell on the floor. You're crazy! Dad shouted, his voice shaking. I have enough insane women in my life. I don't need another one. Get out, now! She threw her her apron on the floor and walked out of the house. "Get up, you coward, and clean this mess!" Dad snapped at me and walked off. The next day, we were all sitting in the living room when Mom walked in, looking really happy for a change. She said that she had great news for us. Dad didn't even look up and kept pretending to read his newspaper. "I'm pregnant!" she said excitedly. Dad jumped up from the couch like someone had given him an electric shock. "How did you let this happen? How is this good news?" Mom's good mood disappeared in an instant, and she started shouting at him that he was being ungrateful. A child was God's blessing. I just stared at the two of them, horrified. Just then, the bell rang, and a couple of cops walked in and straight up to Dad, saying he was under arrest. They said Aunt Mel had accused Dad of kidnapping her from the women's hostel she used to live in, and because he knew she couldn't speak, he had made her a slave in his house. She said she was made to work day and night, and kept locked in a room without food and water for days if he wasn't pleased with her. She also said that she wasn't even related to him. Dad listened in complete shock and started arguing that none of it was true, but the cops dragged him off to the station. He tried to fight the case, but lost, and he was sentenced to several years in prison. With another baby on the way and even less money than before, I decided I had to get a job while Mom could stay at home and take care of my brothers. I went to school in the morning and pulled double shifts as a waitress in a cafe in the evening. The next 3 years went by with me working my butt off to support the family, but we could barely make ends meet. I kept asking Zach to look for a job too, but he said a genius like him couldn't waste his time working and should only work on educating his brilliant mind. One day, Mom suddenly said, "Dana, since you are no good at school and won't go to college, I think you should get another job instead and help put Zach through college. We can only count on the smart one now to make our situation better." I just stared at her, feeling like my head was about to explode. I'd had enough. Without a word, I took an empty suitcase from the closet and started throwing my things in. Mom kept asking me what I was doing, and I told her I was leaving. I was just done with this family. She looked like she was about to have a panic attack. She started crying and begging me to stay. "I need you, Dana. How will I look after all the kids by myself?" she cried. "It's not my problem that you pop out a kid every year, Mom. You should have been more responsible. You're on your own now." And with that, I was out of the house. I knew exactly where to go. My friend Rachel from the cafe was heading off to a little town by the sea as she'd just accepted a job on a cruise ship. I talked to her, and Rachel helped me get a job as a housekeeper on the cruise ship. It was back-breaking work, but I felt happier and freer than ever before. At least this work didn't require any reading skills, and the other girls working on board were super fun, and we all quickly became friends. They were always telling me how pretty I was. No one had ever said that to me at home. Rachel was really wild and crazy, and even though the staff couldn't mingle with the guests, I would often catch her sneaking away and flirting with the cutest boys on deck. One day, she came in wearing an oversized, expensive blue sweater, and she said one of the boys had taken it off and given it to her because she was feeling chilly. The next day, she was sharing a box of chocolates another admirer had gifted to her. "You should try being friends with one of the boys, Dana. The rich ones, of course. The others aren't worth the time." She giggled as she stuffed her face with chocolate truffles. One evening, just as I had hit the bunk bed after a really long day at work, Rachel walked in dressed up in a gorgeous red gown. She was holding a deep blue one in her other hand, which she threw at me. "Get up and get dressed. We're going to a party," she said, grinning. I tried to tell her we weren't allowed, but she hushed me up by saying she'd been invited to the party by one of the boys, and she could bring a guest. Also, no one was going to recognize us out of our ugly uniforms. Well, that was probably true, I thought to myself as I stared at my reflection. I felt like a princess in the dress. As we entered the main hall, I looked around in awe. It was so grand, and it was full of very obviously wealthy people. Just then, a guy turned around and looked straight at me, and my stomach filled with butterflies. He was just so gorgeous. He smiled and walked over to me and said he would be happy to dance with me. I blushed as we joined hands and walked towards the dance floor. He told me that my blue dress matched the color of my beautiful eyes. Before the evening was over, we had fallen in love. It was a whirlwind romance after that. We couldn't stay away from each other and were always sneaking off to some part of the ship where no one would spot us. Late night moonlit walks on the deck, secret meetings during the day whenever I could manage to get away from work. It was the best few days of my life. One day, he had sneaked away from a dinner party to come to my room, and as we were kissing, the door suddenly burst open. It was Charles's mom. She looked at me with a disgusted expression. "Charles, you chose this maid over Mary? Wait till your father finds out!" She turned around abruptly and left, with Charles running after her. I stood there, in shock and anger, my legs shaking. I saw no sign of Charles for the next 2 days. I kept hoping he would come find me or at least send me a note. Nothing. Seeing how miserable I was, Rachel arranged for me to be one of the waitresses at a private party his parents were hosting that night. That way, I'd at least get the chance to see him and maybe talk to him. As I entered the hall, my heart skipped a beat as I spotted him instantly at the dinner table with 2 gorgeous girls on each side. His dad rose from his chair at the head of the table and clinked his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention. "Mr. Beaumont
restaurant and I have been in business for a very long time now, and we have decided to make that connection even stronger by joining our two families. It is with great joy that I make this announcement. My son Charles is engaged to the beautiful young lady sitting next to him, Mary. They are to wed next month, Charles's dad said. My heart stopped beating. I looked at Charles's face, and there was no sign of regret. He turned to Mary with a huge smile, took her hand, and kissed it as everyone cheered and clapped. Before I even realized what was happening, the tray of glasses in my hand had come crashing down to the floor, and everyone was staring at me. You people with all your money, you're all so shallow and awful! I screamed. Everyone just looked at me, stunned. Charles looked furious. His mother signaled a security guard to remove me from the room, and just as he was walking towards me, the whole ship shook, and we heard a loud cracking sound. Everyone in the room started screaming and running out of the hall in a panic. Soon enough, the captain started making announcements that the ship had hit an iceberg, and it was going to sink. People cried and screamed in horror all around me as they clung to one another. All the crew started to prepare for an evacuation. As I ran out of the hall, I heard someone call out my name. I knew that voice. It was one of my little brothers, and he was on the ship with the rest of my family, all except for Zach. Shocked to see them, I asked what they were doing here. They said Mom and the family had followed me when I left, and they had been on board all this time. Mom had hurt her leg and was in her room. I felt so scared that my whole family had followed me straight onto a sinking ship, leaving them with a steward. I rushed down to Mom's cabin. Mom! I hugged her tight. We have to get out of here. Let me help you up. Where are we going to go? Mom started crying. Zach called your dad in prison and convinced him to sell the house to pay for his college tuition. Your dad was so angry with me that he agreed, and everything was in his name. We're homeless now. I was furious hearing that, but I wasn't shocked at all that Zach would do something so selfish. We heard another loud sound, and I told Mom that we had to hurry and get out of here. Up on the deck, I could see that people had started to leave the ship on the small lifeboats. As I put life jackets on my brothers, I could see Charles screaming like a little girl as his boat was being lowered into the water. What a pathetic loser. As we sailed off into the cold, dark sea in the night, I looked over at my mom and little brothers. They all looked completely exhausted. I promised I would always take care of them. My brother tugged at my sleeve and said, "That was awesome! We're on an adventure! And it's gonna be really fun, right?" I looked down at his excited face and smiled. Yes, it will.
Hi, my name is Aura, and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe. I live with my granny, and she's pretty much the only person I'm close with on this planet. After my mom and dad passed away, she took me in and raised me. But growing up, I didn't have many friends. I was always focused on my studies, and that's how I was able to bag a scholarship to one of the finest schools in the city. But things took a wild turn in the 10th grade. It all started when I decided to ride my bicycle to school one day. But just as I was about to park it, I tripped over something, and my bicycle went crashing into a car nearby. Shoot! The car looked really expensive, and now it had a dent the size of an elephant. I was the queen of broke people. I'd never be able to pay for the damage. I had to get out of here, but just then, two evil-looking shadows showed up behind me, and one of them caught me. Look at that. She ruined your car, and now she's running from the crime scene. Holy Jesus, not the terrible two! Jacob and Adam were the two richest and hottest kids in school, but everyone was scared of them because they were really big bullies. And now I rammed their car. This was the worst day ever. I wasn't running, and I didn't ruin it on purpose. I just accidentally... Oh, Kitty. Accidentally or not, you're gonna have to pay for this. Listen, man, I can't pay for it. You want my bicycle? You can have that. You're making jokes now? You better arrange the money or else. Oh, God, what was I gonna do about these bullies? And just then I remembered I'd seen them bullying a kid really badly after school recently. So I just blurted out, I know your secret, and I'm gonna tell it to the principal. What secret? I know what you guys did last Monday. For a second, they looked stunned, but then Jacob screamed, "What? How? How do you know that?" Judging from their freaked out faces, I could tell it was something else, and something really big that they'd done, and they thought I knew? This was perfect. Well, I'm not gonna tell you here. I'll tell you in front of the principal. Let's go now. No. Wait, we can talk this out. Yeah, and you don't need to pay for anything. Here, let me check if your bike's broken. I'll buy you a new one, as many as you want. We'll do anything you say. We'll be your errand boys, but please, just don't tell anyone. What in the father freaking world? The two most powerful senior guys in school were totally at my mercy, and I didn't even know why. but I pretended to keep it cool because I didn't want them to know I was bluffing. Sure, then how about you start with carrying my bag? It's so heavy, my hand hurts. As I went around school that day with these two acting like my personal bodyguards, kids were looking at me like I was a magician who had the terrible 2 wrapped around my finger. The next day, as I stepped out of my house, Jacob was already waiting for me in his brand new car. This was just getting better.
Hey, I'm here to pick you up. So tell me, do you want to go to the beach today or the movies?
What? No. I want to go to school and attend my classes. I have to submit my assignments next week.
Aw, come on, Aura. You should enjoy yourself and not study so hard. Adam can do your assignments. He does mine all the time. No big deal.
That sounded good, but I wasn't sure if I trusted them enough to hang out with them outside school. What if they planned to kidnap me because of whatever their stupid secret was? So I insisted on going to school. When we reached there, they kept following me around. At first, it felt like I was some princess, but as the day went by, I realized this was a big problem. I had ballet practice after lunch, and just as I entered the girls' changing room, all the girls started screaming. When I turned around, I was stunned to see those 2 morons had followed me in. Have you both lost it? This is the girls' changing room.
All the more reason for us to be here, right, Adam?
I pushed them out and locked the door from inside. But when I went to the dancing room, they were already there, dressed in ballerina's clothes and dancing like toads. What the frickin' crabs? What are you guys doing? You don't have to follow me everywhere.
Yes, we do. We can't risk it. What if you go and tell the principal behind our backs?
I won't do that.
Well, guess what? We don't trust you.
They just wouldn't leave. And when it was my time to perform, they both started cheering and hooting like they were my craziest fans. What could be the big secret that was making them do all these things to keep me from going to the principal? But as much as I wanted to know, I wanted to get rid of them too. The next day, I left home before they could get here. And even at school, I was on my toes watching out for them. Then during lunchtime, this football jock at school, who I had a huge crush on, came and sat next to me.
You're the popular girl who tamed those rich brats, and I'm impressed. I like strong and dominating girls like you. How about we go out?
Adam picked him up by the collar and threw him out of the seat.
How about I give you a taste of strong and dominating guys?
Adam, stop! What are you doing? As soon as Adam let him go, he just ran away. Ugh, why did you do that? He was gonna ask me out.
He asks everyone out. He's a jerk.
Oh, have you looked in the mirror lately? You're the bigger jerk here. With that, I pushed him aside and stormed out of there angrily. Later that day, I was in the library when I saw that football jock kissing some girl behind a bookshelf. Adam was right. He really was a jerk. I picked up a book and tossed it right at his head. Ouch! Well, he deserved it. After that, I went back to solving my math assignment, but I was getting none of the answers correct.
Easy there, Tigress. Let me help you with those.
Help me? Do you even know the... Whoa! How did you do that? I was stunned that this guy who looked like he probably bought his grades with his dad's money was actually good at studying. He helped me with my assignments, and honestly, I was starting to feel that he wasn't so bad after all. Just as I was about to apologize for calling him a jerk earlier, Jacob barged into the library.
Thanks for keeping an eye on her while I was away.
Of course, Adam was just here to babysit me. I felt so dumb thinking he might be nice 2 seconds ago.
So, who's ready to go and watch the new Spider-Man movie?
OMG! I'd been waiting for this movie for months! I screamed so loud with excitement that the librarian kicked us all out. Later that evening, when we stepped out of the movies, it was pretty chilly. Suddenly, Adam took off his jacket and wrapped it around me. Such a good actor he was. I knew if it wasn't for their secret, he wouldn't care even if I was screaming for help. Soon after, he ran ahead to get the car, and that's when Jacob took my hand and suddenly pulled me close. Whoa! What are you doing?
Oh, come on. I can clearly see you're interested in me. That's why you're playing the blackmail game, to keep me close.
What? In your dreams?
That attitude of yours, it's just got me going crazy for you, babe. How about you give me a kiss now?
This jerk! I was about to push him really hard when suddenly Adam pulled him away and punched him hard in the face. Jacob landed on his butt.
How dare you touch her? What the heck, dude? Did you forget who you are? You're a stinky, low-life rat who lives off my leftovers. And how dare you touch me?
Low-life rat? What was he talking about?
I know who I am, but don't you dare touch her again. Because if you do, I'll shove those leftovers down your throat.
Whoa! It seemed like Adam was a whole different person. He took my hand and then we both left from there. All the way back home, he didn't say a word, and I could feel there was something about him that I didn't know. I was getting more and more curious. When we reached home, I handed him his jacket back, and I just couldn't stop myself. Adam, why did Jacob say all those things about you? I mean, you're rich too.
No, I'm not, Aura. I know it looks like that because I'm always hanging out with Jacob, but I'm a poor nobody.
I don't really understand.
My dad used to work for Jacob's dad, but he passed away a few years back, and I have a sick mom to take care of. Jacob convinced his dad to take us in, and he helps me with money. But basically, since then, I have to do everything he asks me to do.
Oh boy, my heart sank listening to that, and suddenly, I just hugged him tight. Thanks for doing what you did for me today, Adam, and I'm sorry.
Don't be. He totally deserves it, but I really wish you'd never seen us do it. And then you wouldn't be involved with jerks like us.
Seen what? Suddenly, he looked at me with surprise. The secret! He was talking about the big secret. Oh, yeah, totally saw that.
Wait a second. You don't know what it is, do you? Now that I think about it, you never really mentioned it because you don't know what it is.
I panicked, and then you guys assumed I knew your secret.
Aura, how can you even do something like this, knowing how bad Jacob is? If he knows you don't know, he'll... Oh, God, I can't believe this.
He stormed off angrily, and now my heart was pumping like crazy for what was going to happen next. The next day, when I reached school, I saw Adam was still hanging out with Jacob, but his face was full of bruises, like someone had hit him really bad. Of course, it was Jacob. Later, when Adam was all alone in the boys' washroom, I went in. Why are you letting him treat you this way? I know it's Jacob who beat you up.
What are you doing here? And I told you, I owe him. Just stay out of it. I don't want you getting hurt.
But you're willing to get hurt all alone? This is wrong, Adam. You can't let him ruin your life like this. What he's doing to you and the other kids around school, this has to stop.
Yes, but there's nothing I can do.
You can. You've always been with him. You know everything he does. You can go and tell the principal all about it.
But I was there with him in everything he did. I helped him. If I rat him out, I'll be out of school and I'll be on the streets with my mom.
Just then, Jacob came out of nowhere and pinned me against the wall.
So, you're planning to ruin me, huh? You have no idea who you're messing with, little birdie.
And you have no idea who you're messing with, you ugly crow. I smashed my head hard into his face and he fell to the floor crying in pain. Adam grabbed my hand and we ran out of there.
I'm going to the principal. You're right. I can't be a coward and let him hurt everyone like this, especially you, Aura. I'll deal with the outcomes later.
I'll be right there with you. We went into the principal's office and Adam confessed everything, from Jacob's bullying incidents to the biggest secret of all. After the principal had told Jacob he was going to fail in most of his subjects, Jacob trashed the principal's brand new car one evening. He smashed the windows and the lights and spray painted all over it with Adam's help. The principal immediately called Jacob in and said he was going to be expelled. Since Adam had confessed everything, he was going to be suspended for a while and made to do volunteer work. And suddenly, Jacob went bonkers on Adam.
You filthy moron. I fed you and you backstabbed me. You're done too, Adam. Even if you aren't expelled, you can't stay in this school without me paying your fee. And your mom? Who's gonna pay for her treatments now? It would have been better if you had kept following my orders like a loyal puppy. And now, you're doomed.
And that's when Jacob's dad walked in, looking horrified.
That's enough. I had no idea I was raising such a brat. How dare you exploit this poor kid? Adam, don't you worry, son. I'm here for you. Dad, I'm so sorry. Not a word. Your principal told me everything on the phone, and the rest I've heard myself. I'm sending you to an army school right away.
Jacob kept begging his dad, but it didn't seem like it was gonna work in his favor. When Adam and I walked out of the room, I turned up on you. Go back to sleep. Saying that, she rushed out of the room, but I felt really uneasy and I couldn't sleep after that, so I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. And there, I found Jeremy hiding behind the kitchen counter, binging on ice cream and cookies. Caught you. No, please don't tell anyone I was here. I swear, I didn't eat anything. Hey, it's okay. I'm not telling anyone. Relax. After he calmed down, I asked him what was wrong. I binge eat when I'm nervous about anything. What are you nervous about, Jeremy? I always fail all my subjects and all my friends make fun of me, and we have tests coming up. It's freaking me out. What if I helped you with your studies? Really? Yeah. And we can teach those nasty kids a lesson so they won't ever pick on you ever again. You're so amazing, sis. Saying that, he hugged me tight, and after that, I'd spend all my evenings teaching Jeremy in his room. Over time, I discovered that we had so much in common and we bonded so well together. I'm so happy to see you guys getting along, Elena. Yeah, I've been helping him study, but I guess he's too exhausted for the day, so I'll go now. I was leaving the room, but just then, Mrs. Miller took my hand gently. It's a good thing that I never gave up on looking for you. I'm so glad you're here, my daughter. I'm glad too, Mom. When I said Mom, her eyes lit up and she hugged me tight. Then a week later, I started school, and all of Stella's friends were so happy to see me there. Who's the gorgeous girl, Stella? Why don't you introduce us? Well, I'm not sure either. Why don't you go ask her? Saying that, she ignored me and went away with her friends. But I didn't like her being this way with me. So later that night, I went to ask her, Hey, what's the matter? You've been acting weird lately. Yeah? That's because I know something's up, and you and Mom are both lying to us. Oh, really? Is that why you were going through my stuff the other day? Don't act, Elena. Nothing you say ever matches up, and it's been so many days and no family member ever calls you. What are you hiding? I knew she'd figure out something was up sooner or later, but I couldn't tell her anything now, so I just left. Soon it was our birthday, and Mom decided to throw a huge party for both of us, and I got a really awesome gift for Stella to make things up with her again. Hey, you look so pretty. I got this for you, and I'm sure you're gonna love it. She opened the box and her eyes lit up. I've got something even better for you that's gonna blow your mind. I wasn't quite sure what she meant till something terrible happened at the party. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Stella got onto the stage and grabbed the mic. Hey everyone, as you all know, it's my birthday, but it's also Elena's birthday. And I've got a great surprise for her. But before that, you should all know who Elena is. Saying that, a slideshow opened on a screen behind her, and it had pictures of my mom and all the news about her being a con artist and a robber. That's Elena's mom, and Elena's a fraud, just like her.
Stella, stop this nonsense at once.
Oh, this ain't nonsense, Mom. This is the truth. And now I want to know why you brought this street rat here and hid it from me. You're such a horrible person, Stella. Oh, do you want to cry like a little baby? Stop it. Don't hurt her. She isn't the con woman's daughter. You are. Suddenly, a loud silence swept across the room. Have you lost it, Jeremy? What are you talking about? Stop hurting Elena. She's my real sister.
No, Jeremy, stop.
Stella looked at Mom with questioning eyes. What? What is Jeremy saying? Mom? Mom remained silent, and the look on Stella's face changed and she ran to her room. After that, Mom asked all the guests to leave.
Jeremy, how did you know this?
Once, I heard you talking on the phone about how you were looking for your daughter who got exchanged. And that night, when you came into my room, I wasn't sleeping, and I heard Elena was my real sister. Oh, Jeremy, but you shouldn't have said this in front of everyone. You were crying, and Stella was hurting you, so I immediately went up to Stella's room, but she wouldn't let anyone in. Even Mom tried talking to her, but she didn't come out of her room for a few hours, and I decided to break in through the window. But when I got there, I saw she was lying unconscious on the floor. We immediately rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she was all right, but she just passed out because of shock. Later that night, when she gained consciousness, I was right next to her. What are you doing? Get away from me. Stella, calm down. I know it's a big shock for you, and I can understand how you feel, but please, listen to me. I don't want to hear anything, Elena. I hate you. I'm gonna lose all my family and my home because of you. You're not losing anything, okay? Mom's loved you for so long and brought you up like her own daughter. How can you even think that she'd replace you? Elena's right, Stella. You're my daughter and my family, and you're always gonna stay here with us. But Elena's your real daughter. Isn't that why you brought her here? And now even Jeremy loves her more than me. She is my daughter, but so are you. I love you both equally.
Yeah, I love you both equally too. I'm sorry for what I did.
So, you promise you're never gonna let me go and I'll always be important to you? I promise, honey. Suddenly, she pulled Mom in for a tight hug and I joined too.
You guys, I'm here too.
Come on then. What are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm Olivia from New York. Please like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. My supermodel mom and lawyer dad lived in a beautiful mansion with my sister Sophie when I came along. The minute Mom laid her eyes on me, she was obsessed. Oh my God, have you ever seen a baby this perfect? People did have some strange reactions when they saw me. Once, a friend of Mom's was visiting us, and she just wouldn't put me down. Oh, that dark hair and those green eyes, and that beautiful olive skin. Just let me have her. You can keep my daughter. Just then, her demon daughter came running straight at me to attack. But before she even got close, Sophie pounced on her. Then she kicked Mom's friend really hard, picked me up, and dashed out of the room. Sophie was the most amazing older sister and always had my back, even against our mom. See, Mom had retired, and she was just around me all the time, doing crazy things. When I was only 4, she had 10 women applying products to my hair and skin every day for hours. I'd sing non-stop to annoy them. Let me go, let me go. I'm one with the wind and sky. Just let her be, Mom. Why does she even need all this stuff? Oh, you wouldn't understand. You're quite plain and not pretty at all. But your sister's beauty is extraordinary. It must be taken care of. Her words seemed to make Sophie really sad, so I spat at her and slapped her hand away. Touch me again and I will end you. I threw such a big tantrum, Mom had to fire her. On my 5th birthday, my parents threw a huge party and got me a gorgeous cake. But as soon as I started eating some, Mom pulled the plate away. Sugar isn't good for your skin, sweetie. Here, eat a carrot.
No, I want cake!
Mom managed to snatch the plate away, but then I jumped onto the table and started stuffing chunks of cake in my mouth. Everyone was laughing as Mom came running and carried me off. Just then, a friend of hers approached us. He was a movie director, and he begged Mom to let him cast me in his next movie. My parents were only too happy to say yes, and the very next day we were packing up for a movie shoot in LA.
But Mom, Olivia is starting school next week.
Oh, school schmool. She can always join it when she's back. This is a chance we can't miss. Sophie was left behind with the nanny, and I was so excited to see her after 2 months. But next thing I knew, I was being whisked off to another project, and then another, and another. I never joined school, and my parents hired a tutor who traveled with us. I lived in this world of makeup, cameras, and strangers, and it was lonely. I just wanted a normal life. When I was 12, we were in Canada for a movie when I spotted some kids skating on a frozen lake from my hotel window. I ran off to join them, and seconds later, I heard a loud scream. I saw that a girl had fallen through a soft patch of ice, and she was drowning. I raced to her and jumped into the water. As I pulled her out, some people gathered around and rushed us inside the hotel lobby, and they were calling me a hero. I took off my wet coat and bent next to the girl, asking her if she was okay. She suddenly looked up at me with a disgusted face.
Ew! Get away from me! What's wrong with your skin, you alien?
Wow, was that her thank you? But then I looked down at my arms and I had purple scaly patches all over. What was happening? Suddenly, Mom came running in and dragged me away. And next thing I knew, we were flying back home to see the best skin doctor. He told us that I had a condition called psoriasis. It's a skin disease that happens because— Oh, shut up! Don't explain it to me, just fix it! But no matter how many doctors we went to, or what we tried, nothing seemed to work. Mom, I can't do it anymore. Can we please stop these treatments? They just make things worse. So this is how you want to be, huh? Fine, I give up. You're not the same girl I had. You're ugly to me now. Mom, are you crazy? Her condition isn't her fault, and she's still the same person. But from that day on, Mom started ignoring me completely and canceled all my movie deals. Well, I wasn't upset about that. I could be with Sophie now and even go to school. I didn't want anyone to find out about my condition, so I made sure to wear jeans and a full-sleeve t-shirt on the first day of 8th grade. But the welcome I got was something I wasn't expecting at all. Oh my God, you're Olivia, right? The movie star? Oh, you're even prettier in real life. OMG, I love you. I'd do anything to have your beautiful skin. If only they knew. But for now, my secret was safe, and I was surrounded by all these boys and girls wanting to be my friends. As they led me to the classroom, I suddenly heard a voice that sounded rather familiar. Well, look who's here. It's the Little Mermaid herself. Have you shown everyone your fish scales yet? It was that girl from the frozen lake. What are you talking about, Donna? I rushed to her and pulled her out of the classroom. Listen, can you please keep my condition to yourself? Why? Why should I do that for you? Because I'm asking you to. Why are you being this way after I helped you? Oh, so what? I'm supposed to be grateful? Somebody else would have helped me if you weren't around. And sure, I'll keep your little secret, as long as you do what I say. With that, she winked at me and walked back into the classroom. Why did this Donna have to be at my school, in my class? I knew she was just gonna make me miserable, and that she did. She was making me carry her stuff, dumping all of her homework on me, making me bring food for her at lunch. I always made sure to spit on it first, but I was getting really annoyed. Oh, thank you, Olivia. You're such a good friend, and so humble for a movie star. But then she went really overboard. One day in math class, the teacher announced a mental math quiz, and Donna instantly passed a note to me. Answer every question by saying, I'm a moron and I don't know anything. What? I'm not going to do this. She just shrugged and gave me an evil grin, and I knew my secret would be out as soon as class ended. The teacher started asking questions, and I was dreading my turn. Olivia, how many minutes are there in a month? I'm a moron and I don't know anything. What nonsense! Come on now, take a few seconds and tell me the answer. I'm a moron and I don't know anything. It's basic multiplication. You don't know how to multiply? I'm a moron and oh my God. You're just being cheeky with me, aren't you? Tell me, what is 2 times 2? I'm a moron and I don't know anything. The teacher immediately sent me to the principal and Sophie was called in. I was given 2 weeks of detention and Sophie was surprised at my behavior. As we walked out of the office, she asked, "What's going on, Olivia? That's really not like you." I told her everything about Donna and she was so mad. What a little jerk. Olivia, you can't keep doing everything she says. These other kids like you and they're your friends. So what if they find out about your condition? Sophie, you won't understand, okay? I don't want anyone to know. The way Donna reacted when she saw me, and have you forgotten Mom? She can't even look at me anymore. You don't know what it's like being told you're ugly. I don't know what it's like? Olivia, that's all I ever heard growing up. I was the ugly sister and you were the beautiful one. Everyone made me feel it. And it did hurt, a lot. But I realized that I'm so much more than my skin and what I look like. And so are you. Anyone who tells you otherwise isn't worth being friends with. Wow, Sophie was so amazing and strong. And she was right. I couldn't let Donna hold this over me forever. So the next day, when she told me to get her lunch, I walked over with a plate of spaghetti and smashed it straight in her face. What do you think you're doing, witch? What? I just brought you lunch. Didn't anyone ever teach you to say thank you? She flew out of her chair and leapt at me. As I tried to push her off, suddenly a bunch of boys from class lifted her away. Donna, are you crazy? Don't you dare hurt Olivia. You could have scratched her perfect face. Perfect? Oh, this girl is far from perfect, and you'll soon find out. As she stormed off, I was left to wonder what she'd do next. And I didn't have to wait for too long. A few days later, this cute boy Colin from my class invited me to a party, and I happily accepted. We were having a really good time, and as he led me to the dance floor, suddenly Donna came flying out of nowhere, and she shoved him away. Colin, get away from her! She'll give you her disease. And with that, she suddenly pulled hard on my sleeve and ripped it right off. The people standing around us gasped. Just look at her arm. She's probably got fish scales all over. I just saved you from a freak. You're welcome. Colin stared at her in shock and then looked furious.
Donna, you're a psycho. I already know about her condition, and so do the rest of her friends. She told us. This doesn't change anything for me. She's still amazing and 10 times prettier than you.
As everyone stared at Donna in disgust, she started screaming, and Colin had her thrown out of his party. Well, Donna was an outcast now. No one in class wanted to talk to her, and I was trying to be more comfortable with myself and started wearing different clothes too. But one day I was out with Sophie when I had a really bad flare-up, and my skin started itching worse than ever. She took me to my skin doctor, and he gave me some cream to relieve it.
Like I was telling your mother the other day, the best way to keep it under control is to get plenty of sunlight and—
Wait, my mother was here the other day?
Why, yes, of course. I mean, she has the same condition.
Wait, what? When I went home with Sophie, I burst into the living room where Mom and Dad were sitting. Mom, you're such a liar. You made me feel so ashamed of my skin condition when you suffer from it yourself? What? How did you find out? I don't even want to look at you, Mom. Dad, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to the lawyer in you. I want a divorce from Mom. I don't want to be her daughter anymore. Olivia, please don't say that. I'm not ashamed of you. I hate myself for passing this on to you. You got it from me. I gave up modeling when I got psoriasis, but that was nothing compared to how bad I felt giving my condition to you. I just don't know how to deal with my guilt, but I should never have made you feel bad. Please, please forgive me. If only you'd shared it with me, Mom. I wouldn't have felt so alone and unloved. Baby, I love you more than I can say, but I was foolish and wrong. And I'm really, really sorry. It took me a while, but I eventually forgave Mom. I understood she treated me this way because of her own insecurities. But my true rock is Sophie, who always loved me unconditionally and made me realize my own worth.
Hello, my name is Simona, and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him.
Please don't go, Mom. I love you.
Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you.
Thanks, Mom. We just want you to be happy.
Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling.
You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona. No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own. Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa.
How could you let this happen?
She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry.
I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured. Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Luisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone?
Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious.
Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless.
What have you girls done?
It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Luisa.
I'm so tired of your behavior, Luisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family.
Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Luisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Luisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so.
Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school.
Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom?
Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out.
She's our mom. Don't you love her?
Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more.
When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually, it's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get. Yes, you're very good looking. Modeling would suit you. I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight. I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, We actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner.
Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with.
He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real.
Hey, what's wrong?
Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me?
There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect.
Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news.
Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids.
But Mom, she won't fit in at my school.
No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you.
The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat. What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it. The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet.
What did you call us?
Put me down! When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go. What is wrong with the people in your school? This is not one of your fancy schools, and all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition. That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class. Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you?
Why? What's wrong with me?
Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg. You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa. I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see. I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up.
Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me.
I smiled widely as Louisa turned red, and just then Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way. Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother. Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school, and during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her, but I didn't run to her rescue.
Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister?
Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it.
Yeah, but she's still your sister.
Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying. Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag. Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom. I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls. It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk. I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already. Well, it's never too late to change. Later that Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a hopeless romantic. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I completely blame Mom for my problem. She's been a soap opera actor since her teens, and I think playing the heroine and all those love stories made her believe they were half real, even though she was often disappointed in reality. But a hopeless romantic doesn't give up easily. Despite some bad experiences, you continue to believe that one day true love really will conquer all. So I grew up watching classic romantic movies and Disney fairy tales, and I believed in soulmates. and love at first sight and happily ever afters. That's what the movies told us. It had to happen as long as we believed. Well, Mom was still looking, and I was on this journey with her. And when things went bad, I was waiting with ice cream and her favorite rom-com, When Harry Met Sally.
When you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
Oh, my heart. This gets me every time. God, where are these men hiding? As Mom threw her bowl away angrily, my BFF Lauren walked in. Did I come at a bad time? Oh, no. We're just watching rom-coms and crying. The usual. Come on, join us. I was mostly a normal teenager, even a successful one. I'd inherited Mom's good looks, had plenty of friends, and I got good grades. My only problem was that I was always looking for love, and I fell for guys way too easily. Like there was Anthony in freshman year, who was the one until he stopped calling and pretended he didn't know me at school. Or Leo, who forgot to tell me that he was moving to California till he had already moved. And most recently, Mark, who suddenly told me he was becoming a priest and couldn't date girls anymore. I don't get it. These guys seem to like me, and it's going great, and then I don't know what happens. They go out with you because you're pretty and cool, and then you lose your mind and drive them away. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't know. How about when you told Anthony on the second date that you were in love with him? Or Leo, man, you looked deep into his eyes and said you could see his soul. Or Mark, you sang a song for him at his sister's wedding. You weren't even invited. I just wear my heart on my sleeve. You come on too strong, and you always pick the wrong guys. They look like your dumb idea of Prince Charming, and they're exciting, but they're not right for you. Okay, but look at this guy I bumped into at the coffee shop today. He asked me out. Lauren immediately set a calendar alert for 6 weeks. What's that for? When you guys break up? This time it's different. I'd love to be wrong about this, but she was never wrong. 6 weeks, like clockwork, the end. And I would scream into my pillow and swear off stupid boys forever. Till the next one, of course. Lauren always supported me, but after watching my summer romance crash and burn before senior year, she'd had enough. I can't watch you go through this again. Listen, why don't you let me choose someone for you? I know you inside out, and I'll pick someone right. I'll try anything at this point. Okay, but there are 3 rules. First, you have to go out with my pick. Deal. And you have to get to know him before you decide you're in love. Don't rush into it. Agreed? And you can't reject him until you've had at least 3 dates. Done. We wrote it into a contract and signed it. Lauren was taking her research very seriously, and I couldn't wait. But that Friday, I came home from school to find moving trucks next door. I casually looked out my window, and that's when I saw him. He was carrying boxes, and it was a hot day, so he took his shirt off, and I nearly fell out. The boy was a freaking work of art, and his smile brighter than the sun. I wished I was the box he was carrying inside his house. Maybe on our wedding day? Snap out of it, idiot! I really tried, but I just couldn't stop thinking about him. So 2 days later, I went over to introduce myself. I rang the doorbell, but suddenly I lost my nerve. I turned around to run, and I tripped, and I landed face flat in mud. Someone helped me up, and I turned to the son of Zeus himself.
Hey, you okay? That must have been a bad fall.
Oh, this? No, you've got it all wrong. See, we don't have mud at our place right now, so I just came over to do a mud facial. It's really good for your skin. You should try it. Not that you need it. No, sirree.
I've seen you around, and you don't need it either. You're really pretty and all. I'm Brett, by the way.
He held out his hand, and when we touched, fireworks. I don't remember much from that moment, except that he said he was going to start at my school on Monday. I practically floated back home. I couldn't wait to tell Lauren, except the next day at school, she told me she'd finally picked someone for me. Lauren was explaining her decisions by the locker, but my eyes were busy scanning the hallways for Brett. Are you hearing any of this? Of course, yeah, sure, thank you. But just then, Brett walked up to me, smiling.
Hey, I was hoping to run into you. Think you can show me around later?
I would love to. As he walked away, Lauren turned towards me angrily. No! What do you mean, no? You have to go with the guy I picked. You signed a contract, remember? I know, it's just that... La, can't hear you. Okay, fine. Lauren had picked out this guy, Steven, and she forced me to talk to him. We'd been going to school together for years. He was perfectly nice and even cute in a skinny, geek kind of way, but I didn't feel that spark. Still, I agreed to go out with Steven on Friday night because of that stupid contract, but I couldn't get Brett off my mind. Every day that week, we met after school in his kitchen, did our homework together, and just got to know each other. I found myself falling for him, hard. On Thursday, I learned he was falling too.
So, wanna go out with me tomorrow night?
I can't. It's just this stupid thing I agreed to do for my friend. She picked someone for me and I committed to this date this Friday.
What about Saturday then?
Saturday sounds perfect. The next night was my date with Steven, and it was interesting. I always thought he was shy, but once he got talking, it was hard to stop him. He was smart and made super lame jokes that he cracked up over himself, which made me laugh, but I decided to come clean. Look, this was great, but I kinda have my heart set on someone else right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. That's a relief, actually. I'm coming out of a relationship and I'm not ready for anything serious. So, who's the guy?
It's my new neighbor. It was like love at first sight, like he's my soulmate, you know?
No, I don't actually. I think that whole idea is stupid.
What? Why?
'Cause it's stupid? Like what? We're supposed to believe that Cinderella and her prince found true love after dancing for 2.5 minutes?
There are so many other examples.
Romeo and Juliet, those morons didn't live long enough to discover there were probably better people out there for them.
How can you not believe in love?
You have to know someone with all their flaws and then decide if you still like them enough to want to be with them. I believe in love, just not your dumb fairy tale version of it. How old are you, 10?
Gosh, you're so rude. I flung a glass of water in his face before I stormed out. Who was this jerk to judge me? I had to break the contract. No way was I going on 2 more dates with this guy. Lauren wanted to know all about my date, but I decided to tell her the details later. I had my date with Brett the next night, and that was amazing. We grabbed a quick bite from this burger joint and then went to a party with other seniors. I couldn't believe how quickly he had made friends with everyone. People just gravitated towards him, and I loved that. We danced all night, and standing next to him, I felt important. We kissed for the first time on my porch. I walked inside feeling excited and dizzy, and then I found Lauren sitting on my bed. Yeah, she knew. I'm so sorry. I was gonna tell you, it's just this time, it's really real. Lauren pulled out her phone and started flicking through it. He's incredible. He's confident and fun, and we went to this party. Lauren, can you please look at me? What are you doing? 6 weeks. Just setting my alert. Come on, don't be that way. Why did you go out with Steven in the first place? Why did you ask me to do any of this? You put so much more faith in random guys than you do in people who actually love you. Steven turned out to be a jerk, okay? He and I have nothing in common, but with Brett, it's something I've never felt before. I have to give this a chance. Okay, 6 weeks. And you know what? Just turn that alert off. You jinx my relationships. Oh, it's my fault now? I'm not turning it off. Yes, you are. Give me that. We both ended up wrestling like crazy over the phone, but as I pulled at it, it suddenly went flying and smashed into the wall. I tried to apologize, but Lauren just stormed off. I'd never really had a falling out with her, and it didn't feel good. But if she couldn't support me being with Brett, then I wasn't talking to her. Brett and I were inseparable, and every weekend we went to some new exciting place or party. I'd never felt so happy. Maybe I was finally done with all the dates and all the boys, but after a perfect month, things slowly started changing. Brett seemed a bit distant. He didn't want to go out on dates or parties so often now. When I asked him about it, he said he missed hanging out with his friends and wanted to spend more time with them. But I had this nagging feeling, and I'm not proud of this, but I followed him from his house to the other end of town, watched him walk into a house party, then watched him kiss another girl. I stormed up to him and grabbed him by his shirt. What do you think you're doing?
Kiara, you followed me?
You're cheating on me.
Look, can we please not do this here?
OMG, is this your crazy ex you were just telling me about? The one who has a whole journal for your future wedding? Girl, I saw the pictures, and you're pathetic. My what? You went through my things and took pictures?
I just found it under your pillow one day. What were you thinking, planning our wedding? You even had pictures of what our kids would look like. Who does that?
What I do in private is none of your business, and I never said anything to you.
But it was about me, and it's just creepy, okay? And I guess it made me realize that you're way more into me than I am into you.
And you weren't even man enough to break up with me? You just started seeing someone else? You know who does that? A stupid jerk. I pushed him so hard that he fell on his new girlfriend, and I ran out of the party in angry tears. As I waited for an Uber outside, someone gently took my hand. It was Steven. Oh, perfect. You were here to see everything. Go ahead, gloat, laugh at me.
I don't want to do that, Kiara. He's a jerk. This is not your fault.
No, but it is, because I'm so in love with the idea of being in love that I ignore the signs. I've seen him flirting with other girls, and I know he's full of himself, but I just felt so lucky that he chose me. That is pathetic, isn't it?
What can I do to make you feel better? Can I take you home?
Could you take me to Lauren's? I found Lauren in her room, and I just burst into tears. She immediately put her arms around me like she'd done every time in the past. You have to see how valuable you really are. You give too much of yourself to people who don't deserve it. What I don't deserve is a friend like you, but you're stuck with me anyway. Lauren stuck with me in the weeks that followed, and she wouldn't let Brett come near me in school when he tried to apologize. But Brett was persistent. Finally, I agreed to meet him on my porch, and for the first time, he didn't seem so confident. I made a terrible mistake, Kiara. I just got freaked out over nothing, and not being with you made me realize how I really feel about you. Please, give me another chance. It would have been so easy to just fall into his arms. No, I'm too valuable to give you any more of my time. It's over. We're over. A couple of weeks later, I was sitting on the bleachers when Steven joined me. I need to apologize for our date. I had no right to judge you. Yeah, you didn't, but you weren't wrong. And for the record, I was enjoying our date till I got mad at you. I was enjoying our date too, till you told me you liked someone else. I lied about my breakup. Brianna waited impatiently in the cinema parking lot. Her date was 40 minutes late. Just as she was about to leave, the car door pulled open without warning.
Whoa, gotcha! Are you a clumsy dummy, or did you plan this to fall into my arms?
How would I plan? Never mind. We probably missed half the movie, Elijah.
I booked a hall just for us. The movie starts when I say it starts, babe.
Once the lights went off, Brianna turned pale. The Ring? I told you, I hate horror movies.
But you don't know what you're missing. You're gonna love it, sweet cheeks. Trust me.
Brianna cringed as she watched with eyes half closed, and at one point, she screamed and jumped off her seat. That's it. I'm leaving.
You call yourself an actress, but you can't appreciate this masterpiece? You're such a baby.
And you're such a jerk. I don't know why I agreed to this.
Want me to call you an ambulance, baby Brianna?
Brianna dumped her popcorn on his head before storming out. And then she walked straight into somebody carrying sodas and fell on her butt.
Brianna, are you okay?
Jeez, can this night get any worse?
Yeah, there are infinite possibilities. You could get struck by lightning, or get robbed, or be kidnapped, or get hit by a bus. Then there are serial killers.
It wasn't really a question, dude. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the drinks.
I can take care of this.
Thanks. What's your name?
Wow, you don't even know my name?
Why would I?
I know your name.
Yeah, because I'm, famous. What's your excuse?
I'm in your biology class. I joined your school 3 weeks ago.
Brianna was embarrassed. The teacher did introduce some new scholarship kid, but I've hardly noticed him since.
It's okay. I'm not offended. It's what I'd expect from someone like you. I'm Charlie. I'll see you around.
He smiled and walked away, and Brianna felt kind of bothered. What did he mean, someone like me? Charlie knew Brianna wasn't kidding about being famous. He had seen some of her TV show on Stargirl. At school, she was surrounded by girls just like her, and guys who changed sports cars faster than clothes.
Of course she hasn't noticed someone like me.
The three most popular girls in school chilling at a pool party was a sight to behold. Their leader, Madison, was a rich socialite and model, and her childhood bestie, Amber, was an Instagram influencer who started the weirdest fashion trends. But the most popular right now was Brianna, who'd joined them in 8th grade and shot to fame with her teen TV series. People called them the Barbie Angels because they screamed perfection, but they weren't feeling great lately.
Things are starting to get boring. It's not a challenge to get any of these guys around us, and it's even harder to lose them. I made out with a red-haired model last week, and later my boyfriend found a red hair on my sweater. I said I'd hugged a sad clown on my way home, and he actually believed me. I dumped his stupid butt.
Seriously. I went on a horrible date with Elijah, and he texted me to say he was going to Korea, and we'd go out again once he returned. What made him think that would happen?
Crazy, right? Ugh, even blind guys are drooling over me.
I feel you, girl. Remember my blind stalker who tried to climb my bedroom window, but he fell down and was taken to the hospital? Ugh, so clumsy.
Yeah, what a dummy. Girls, we need to spice things up. I want to find someone really different. Make him fall in love with me, mess around with him, and then dump him. Wouldn't that be fun for us?
OMG, yes. I haven't felt this excited since the 11th Harry Potter book came out.
Just then, something caught Brianna's eye, and she left.
I wasn't even done talking. Amber, do you feel sometimes that she isn't as nice as before and her fame's gone to her head?
Her head does look a bit smaller than usual. Anyway, who cares, Maddie? You've got me. I'm your favorite girl, right?
You know you are, babe.
Brianna had spotted the DJ at the party, and it was Charlie, looking much cuter. Wow, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
What?
I said, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
Brianna, I heard you the first time.
Then why did you say what?
I just meant, what's the surprise?
Oh, well, you're a scholarship student, so I thought you'd be a nerd. Didn't imagine you as a DJ.
Guess you have a limited imagination then.
My imagination's just fine, thanks. In case you didn't know, I co-wrote the series I acted in, the one that's really famous.
That reality show with a bunch of rich girls doing rich things? Yeah, my coworker made me watch a few episodes. I'll have to get your autograph for her sometime. She's a huge fan.
And with that, Charlie switched up the music louder. Every time I speak to him, why do I end up feeling insulted? So annoying. I have just the guy for Project Plaything, Maddie. See the DJ?
His tacky t-shirt. But he's kinda cute. Why him?
He's nothing like the guys we date. He's a scholarship student in my bio class, and he seems unimpressed by everyone at our school, including us.
Well, that's new. I love a good challenge.
The question is, will he buy it? The most popular girl in school suddenly notices him? He might think it's a prank.
We'll just have to make it believable then. Plus, no guy is immune to my charms, Brie Brie. He'll be eating out of my hands in no time.
Like a baby shark.
I don't think it'll be so easy, but I'm looking forward to it. The girl's first move was to get Madison on Charlie's radar and paint her as an angel. So 2 days later, Charlie found Madison walking into the cinema, who he instantly recognized as Brianna's friend, and she had a line of kids behind her.
Hi, could I please have 30 tickets for the new Minion movie? And whatever snacks the kids want.
Are these kids from an orphanage?
Yeah, I volunteer there, and I thought I'd treat them. It's not often that they get to go out, so I want them to have a really good time.
Wow, she doesn't even have a PR team taking pictures.
Charlie led the excited kids into the theater, and as he was leaving, Madison touched his arm.
Wait, you were the DJ at a pool party recently, right?
Right. I also go to your school.
How did I not know that?
Oh, don't beat yourself up. I'm super easy to miss. I'm like a pigeon in a school of peacocks, but I prefer my own company anyway. It's the best.
I'm sure it is. Well, thanks for your help today.
Madison kissed him on the cheek, and Charlie smiled awkwardly before running off.
Was the most popular girl in school just flirting with me? Nah, she probably flirts with everybody.
Later, Maddie called the others to update them. Do you think he bought your act?
Of course. I'm beginning to think I'm a better actress than you are, and this is gonna be a lot easier than I thought.
The next day, when Madison walked into the cafeteria, she spotted Charlie in a corner, and his eyes were already on her. She helped a kid with crutches get his lunch and tipped a janitor generously before making her way to Charlie's table.
Hi, do you mind if I sit here?
Of course not. Yes, please sit.
I am sitting.
Oh, righto. You want half my sandwich? My grandma made it. The filling is probably this week's leftovers mixed together, and the bread is a bit stale, but it's not bad. I think the gravy she put inside is making it, what's the word I'm looking for? Moist. Yeah, it's moist.
Tempting, but I haven't had bread in years.
Just then, Charlie noticed that half the cafeteria was staring at them.
They're thinking what I'm thinking. What is a beautiful, rich model doing with me? This is clearly a prank. You know, I just remembered. The librarian asked me to feed her fish, and they'll die if I don't do it right now.
Really? Well, I can come with you.
No! I'd rather you didn't, okay? They like their privacy. The fish. They're private people.
She stared at him, and he felt more flustered as he reached for his bag and ended up stepping hard on her toe. He turned to apologize and knocked his sandwich on her clothes.
I am so sorry. So sorry. Gotta run.
And later in the bathroom, as Maddie cleaned up, Brianna and Amber howled.
Will you two stop laughing?
He had to feed the librarian's fish? Girl, that is the lamest thing I have ever heard. He couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, that was so funny too. My grandma made me this gravy sandwich. Yeah, right. His grandma came back from the dead to make him a sandwich.
Maybe his grandma is just alive?
But both my grandmas are dead. Aren't everyone's grandmas dead?
Oh my god, focus! He seemed smitten with me when I took those gross kids to the movies. Why is he running away from me now? Maybe I just make him really nervous.
Or maybe he isn't stupid and he's not buying your sudden interest in him.
Well, you're in the same class with him. Do something.
I'll get the teacher to make me his lab partner tomorrow. Let's see what I can pull off. Charlie just wanted some peace, but the universe literally said no when he got paired up in the lab with Brianna. Are we really gonna open up that frog? There's no way I'm touching that thing. Charlie ignored her and started doing it himself. Oh my god, look at those intestines. Ew, I'm gonna throw up.
Why don't you just stop looking at the frog? It's not like you're helping me.
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, I have to talk to you about something. I think Madison's really into you. Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. So, I was wondering, what do you think about her?
Brianna, I don't know what you girls are up to, but I don't have time for this. I'm just here to study hard so I can get into a good college, and Madison can literally have any guy. What do girls like you want with a poor nobody like me?
Wow, you just made us sound so arrogant and judgmental. But you've basically written us off without even knowing us.
Look, I didn't mean...
Yeah, you did. You think girls like us wouldn't like a poor guy since we're shallow, right? And yeah, Maddie could have any guy, but maybe she saw something different in you. Trust me, if it was fancy things we wanted, we don't need a guy for that. Charlie felt unsure.
Maddie is beautiful, and she seemed sweet. Maybe I misjudged her.
So, how'd it go?
Brilliantly. I think I've convinced him a bit that you're genuinely into him. We've got to keep the ball rolling. Let's find out more about Charlie's personal life. Madison hired a private investigator and found out that Charlie lived with his grandma. She also found out that he worked in a small club as a DJ on weekends.
We know where we're going tonight.
Oh, please say Tokyo. I've been craving sushi for weeks.
No, to this nightclub, silly. But I'll take you for sushi anywhere after the success of Project Plaything.
Later, when the Barbie Angels walked into the small club, all eyes turned to them, and Charlie was just as surprised. This really wasn't their kind of place.
Once he sees my heart-stopping dance moves, he'll be following me around like a lovesick puppy.
The girls moved to the dance floor and had everyone's attention. As the song ended, Madison walked over to Charlie.
The music here is amazing. You're really talented.
Gee, thanks. Listen, Madison, I've been avoiding you, but I want to say I'm sorry. For that day in the cafeteria, I was such an idiot.
I'll forgive you if you dance with me.
Oh no, there's a reason why I'm in charge of the music. Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't dance, DJ.
Come on, it can't be that bad. Just put a song on and join me.
No, really.
Just then, Maddie lost her balance a little and her drink fell all over the music dashboard. 2 seconds later, it stopped working.
Oh my god, what did you do?
It was an accident.
The system's fried. The club owner's gonna fire me. You came in here just for your fun and games, but this is serious business for me, Madison. Thanks for nothing.
Charlie instantly felt awful as he realized everybody was staring at them, and Madison stood frozen in her spot. Then she burst into tears and ran out. Amber and Brianna ran after Madison to her car, where she lost it.
Who the heck does he think he is?
You're not crying?
Of course not. And it took all my willpower to not claw his eyes out. How dare he humiliate me like that? Oh, once he falls in love with me, I'm gonna squish him like a bug.
That was brilliant. Now he's gonna feel terrible because you didn't even lash out at him. And he'll think you're the sweetest angel on earth. Oh, I underestimated you, Maddie. You're the worst.
I am the worst. And when I'm done with him, he's gonna wish he was dead.
Charlie just couldn't face Madison in school the next day, and after a lot of begging, he finally managed to get her number from Brianna. Little did he know, the girls had decided that Brianna would be the one to talk to him, pretending to be Maddie, because she was the smoothest talker. Charlie felt super nervous as he called her that night. Hello? Hello?
Hi, hello, hi. Madison? It's me. Charlie.
What do you want?
Listen, before you hang up, please don't hang up. I'm really, really sorry. I just lost it and you didn't deserve that. And you didn't even scream at me or hit me, which you should have. You still can.
Charlie, I get it. You freaked out. I hope you didn't get fired.
I did. But it's okay. I'll find another gig.
I'm sorry.
Are you for real? Don't say sorry to me. Do you think we could just start over?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Hi, I'm Charlie. Nerd by day, DJ by night, and I get free popcorn once a month at the cinema. You go.
I'm Madison, and I'm a famous model. Also, I've been on a diet since forever, so I don't remember what popcorn tastes like anymore.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
The two ended up talking and laughing for hours, and she kept surprising him. She was funny, well-read, and had great taste in music. It was 4 a.m. when they finally said goodnight. I can't remember the last time I had such a good conversation with someone. The next day, Brianna updated Maddie on everything they'd talked about, but she didn't see Charlie in her biology class. The girls hadn't seen him at recess either, so Brianna sent him a text as Maddie, and he replied, "Grandma broke her hip this morning. I'm at the hospital. If you really want to seal the deal with Charlie, you should go see his grandma."
Ew, I hate old people with their wrinkly skins and their weird smell.
Come on, they're cute. Just be nice to her. Charlie will love it.
Should I really interact with her? I don't think I could be nice to an old woman.
Brianna then thought of a better idea. After 3 days, Charlie's grandma was discharged, but he had one problem, the hospital bill. He decided to talk to the hospital staff about paying in installments, but then they told him that someone had already settled it.
What? Who?
The person had chosen to be anonymous, but Charlie insisted so much that the staff revealed the sender's identity, Madison.
Why did you do it, Madison?
What do you mean?
You paid my grandmom's hospital bill and tried to hide it. Why?
Because I knew you wouldn't accept the money if I offered it to you, and I made you lose your gig. It's the least I could do. I care about you, Charlie.
You can have any guy you want, Maddie. Why me?
Well, I've dated enough guys from my circle to know they're not very nice people. They're mostly after my money or fame or my parents' influence, and you don't care about any of that. You're like a breath of fresh air. But if you don't feel the same way, I won't hold it against you. Charlie was about to reply when his grandma called him, but he couldn't stop thinking about Maddie.
What you did for me is amazing, but I feel scared about falling for someone like her.
Charlie hadn't come back to school for a week, but he and Brianna had been exchanging texts, as Maddie, of course. She was laughing at a meme he'd just sent when she found Elijah by her locker. Ugh, why is he back?
Just read something funny? Tell me, babe. I love a good joke.
Excuse me?
You were just laughing at your phone? I hope it's a joke and not a boy whose butt I have to kick.
What are you, my dad? Because you're definitely not my boyfriend. Stay out of my business and don't call me babe again.
I've forgiven you for the last tantrum, Bree. Now tell me where you'd like to have our next date.
How do I spell this out for you? There won't be a next...
Brianna, is this guy bothering you?
Charlie, you're back. No, we're done here.
Who's this loser? Did you wander here by mistake from some homeless shelter?
Just leave him alone, Elijah.
Charlie turned around to see Maddie, and his heart skipped a beat.
What happened while I was gone? Since when did you girls start mingling with nobodies like him?
Suddenly, Charlie walked over to Maddie, and he pulled her close.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. I've missed you.
And then he kissed her on the lips, and Brianna was even more surprised than Maddie at Charlie's move. Hi, I'm Clara, and I'm a story hunter. I see a story in everything, and I won't stop until I find it. But before we get into it, please like and subscribe to MSA. My parents thought they'd never have kids, but 10 years after their marriage, they had me. While Mom was over the moon, Dad always seemed annoyed when I tried getting his attention.
Daddy, look! I found a ladybug in the park. Isn't she cute? I rescued her from a parade of ants.
Could you please take this girl away? I'm on a phone call. Of course, honey. Come on, Clara. Let's read some Nancy Drew.
Yay! My favorite!
Dad was weird, but at least I had Mom. She was a journalist before she married Dad and had the craziest stories to tell me. And growing up, I wanted to be just like her. When I turned 10, Mom got me my first recording set, and I went crazy interviewing people on the streets.
Since how long have you been homeless? That's a cute dog. Did you steal it or buy it?
People would pass me weird stares, but I just didn't care. I was following my passion. One evening, I was in a far end of my neighborhood when I missed a turn. The street was empty and it was getting really dark, so I started to walk quickly when a shady black car pulled up next to me. Hey, kid, are you lost? It's freezing out there. Hop in, I'll drop you off. Don't be scared, I won't harm you. See, before he could finish, I punched him hard and ran. I thought I was successful, but seconds later the car stopped again and the guy got out, and I was shocked to see he was the frickin' mayor. He wasn't hurt, but this was so embarrassing. I apologized and he dropped me back home, but someone on the street had made a video of me punching the mayor and it went viral. I was the joke of the town, and Dad was furious. You've crossed all limits. You hit the mayor.
It was a reflex, Dad. I was scared, and I've read so much about these kidnappers in a black car.
All this investigation and these stupid stories are ruining you. What if he wants to take action and drag us to court? I'm a really private person. I don't want this.
Jeez, relax, Dad. He won't. He knows it was just a mistake. Why are you getting so worked up?
That's it. You're grounded. And no more story hunting.
But why? Mom, say something.
But as always, Mom said nothing, and I was done for. Growing up, Dad and I drifted further apart. He stayed cooped up in his office while I got busy with school and perfecting my investigation skills. On my 15th birthday, I begged Mom to get me a professional recording set with a mic, but she simply refused. We just don't have the money for it. I decided to try my luck with Dad and ask him for some money. I wouldn't tell him what it was for exactly, but he wasn't in his office. As I was leaving, suddenly my foot got caught in the carpet and I landed on some boxes full of money. Oh my God, Clara, what are you doing in here? Mom, you said we don't have any money. What is all this? It belongs to your dad and it's not your concern. But it's a lot of money, Mom. It has to come from somewhere. Is Dad a mafia guy? Oh my God, he robbed a bank, didn't he? Stop it. Please, Clara, you don't understand. You need to leave, now. And don't say a word about this to anyone, least of all your dad. Promise me. Something was definitely fishy, but I'd never seen Mom so serious. So I did what she said. I wanted to know more, but I just didn't get the chance to go into Dad's study again. Soon, I got busy with school and forgot all about it. One time in 11th grade, Lena, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl, walked up to me. I heard you can uncover any truth in the world. Is that true? That depends on what kind of truth you want. Well, don't tell anyone, but I think Nick's cheating on me. Who's Nick? Do you live under a rock? Nick's my boyfriend. He's the captain of the football team. Got it. What about him? I just told you. He's cheating on me, and I want you to find out the truth. Oh, yeah. Leave this to me. Be careful. He's a very good liar. No liar can ever hide the truth from the world's greatest investigator. Go and chill, kid. I got this. I started following Nick around everywhere, but I couldn't find any dirt on him. Until one day, I saw him sneak into the coach's office and saw him making out with another girl. I waited till he left without noticing me, and then, right in the middle of the cafeteria, I made him pay. I dropped an entire carton of milk all over his head. What the heck? What do you want, weirdo? Listen up, everyone. This jerk right here cheated on his girlfriend. No, I didn't. I knew you'd say that. Here's the proof. Nick looked at me in shock as I showed him the video of his makeout session. Lena broke up with him instantly, and he was getting a lot of backlash for cheating on the most popular girl around. Soon after, he left and got transferred to North High, our rival school. After that, Lena and I started hanging out and became besties. As much as I liked having her around, her band of cheerleaders annoyed me. Especially this girl, Wendy. Lena even had a YouTube channel with her where they ran gossip sessions and fashion advice. You know, I was thinking, why don't we add Clara to the channel? Why? So we lose all our followers and our popularity? I don't think having 5 followers makes you popular. But then again, what do I know? Stop it, you two. Clara is a professional. You saw what she did with Nick, and with her brains and cool stories and my beauty tips and styling, we'll be so much more popular. We'll be like Daphne and Velma. Who? Scooby-Doo? Forget it. We should totally do it. I joined the YouTube channel soon after, and we started with collecting scoops on everyone in school. Within a few months, we hit 1 million subscribers. I was happy, but Lena was on cloud 9. Her popularity was through the roof, and she loved the attention. We got invited to every party in town, and she would drag me with her even when I didn't feel like going. One day I was at her house getting ready for a party when Wendy made a snarky comment. Do you always have to dress up like a homeless person? And why's your hair such a mess? There's nothing wrong with my hair or clothes. I don't want to look all dolled up. Detectives are meant to look rugged, right, Lena? Yeah, but it won't hurt you to put on a little makeup now and then. It'll only make you look prettier. No, it'll make me look like a bimbo. So you think I'm a bimbo? I didn't mean it like that, but Lena was already walking in the other direction. Good job, Sherlock. I wanted to apologize to Lena, but she kept ignoring me at the party and at school the next day. I got that she was mad at me, but it wasn't like she supported me in front of Wendy either. I decided to give her some time and continue doing my bit for the channel. The next day after lunch, I was passing by when I saw Wendy terrorizing the school topper and making him do her assignments. But as I took my camera out, Lena walked up to me and knocked it out of my hand. What are you doing? She's our friend. Nope, she's your friend. She doesn't even like me. Why can't you guys just try to get along? For me? I know you think we're bimbos, but that's the least you can do as my best friend. Oh, you're so dramatic. Okay, fine. I'll let this go. Just this once. And I don't think you're a bimbo. I'm sorry. Stop talking and meet me for boba tea later. Deal? Deal. And just like that, we were back to being besties. And I tried to tolerate Wendy better, even though she still got on my nerves. Soon after, the entire school was buzzing over the senior day prank wars with North High. and Lena was determined to crush the rival school, mainly because Nick was their new student body president. We need to ace this. They should never see us coming. How about we break into the school? You can't be serious, Wendy. You guys will get caught. Not with these masks, we won't. And why are you so negative? I'm being practical. It's the dumbest plan on earth. Back me up, Lena. Actually, I like it. No one will ever know. Now, are you in or out? Out. You know my dad. He would ground me for life if I got caught. You know what, Clara? I've been there for all your dumb investigations. I even got you in on the channel. And now, if you can't support me, then you're not a good friend. Hey, that's not fair. It's my channel too. I made it popular. Really? Wow. Tell me why she's here again. Oh my god, I can't deal with you guys right now. I'm going. Lena turned to leave. I didn't want her to be mad again, so I reluctantly tagged along. But just as we reached there, all the cheerleaders took out spray cans and started trashing lockers and vandalizing the walls. I tried to stop them when Lena banged into me and I went flying into a statue, crashing it to pieces. Those statues are like thousands of dollars. I told you this was a dumb idea. Oh my god, what are we supposed to do? We don't have time. Run! As I made my way home, my heart couldn't stop racing. I'd just made the most terrible mistake of my life, and I prayed no one would find out about it. But the next day at school, I felt numb when the principal called me into his office, with both Dad and Nick waiting for me there, along with a few other people from North High.
Clara, where were you last night?
I was
vandalizing property, right? Are you really that dumb not to know that every school has security cameras? The school authorities checked last night's footage, and guess what they found?
Nick flashed the phone in my face with footage of me crashing into the statue and breaking it. Everyone else had a mask on, but me. How could I be so stupid? But it was a mistake.
Was it? And who are these other girls with you? Do you have a name?
I wanted to punch Nick in the face. He knew I wouldn't rat Lena out, even though I was mad at her for putting me into this mess.
Now, either you pay for the damages, or were you at that school for some dumb story? You're such a nuisance. I can't believe you're my kid.
I can't believe you're my dad either. What father gets his own child expelled over a few bucks? You never supported me, and you always acted like my existence bothers you. And it's not like you're so perfect yourself. What do you even do, Dad? How do you really make money?
How dare you talk to me like that in my own house? I don't have to take this.
Mom, are you just gonna stand there and say nothing? The suspension will go down on my record. How can you be such a coward?
What is she gonna say? Listen to me, kid. You better stop throwing tantrums and do as I say, or you'll be out of here.
I wanted to scream in Dad's face, and I felt angrier at Mom for being quiet. That night, I felt the most alone I'd ever been. The worst part about this was I couldn't talk to Lena either, even though she'd tried calling me 1,000 times. That night, I slept with the worst headache of my life. And the next morning, I woke up to loud noises and Lena shaking me like a mad person. Wake up, dummy! Wake up! Fine, I'm up. What is that noise? Get dressed and come out. Your mom needs you. It's your dad. He's been arrested. Arrested? For what? Just come down. I rushed downstairs, and I was shocked to see our entire yard was surrounded by police cars and reporters shoving cameras in my face, asking a million questions all at once.
How does it feel to be the daughter of a lying thief?
Did you know about your father's crimes this entire time? Oh my God, what was happening? Just then, I spotted Mom talking to one of the reporters. Mom, what's happening? And why is Lena saying that Dad's been arrested? What Mom told me next shook my entire world.
Your father is a criminal, Clara. He was laundering money from his company to fake accounts abroad.
I just knew it. That's what all the money was for, right?
Yes. I didn't say anything because I wanted to protect your dad. But what's the point of saving his sorry butt when he couldn't even stand up and protect his daughter? So I told the police everything. I even gave them evidence. I don't want to live like a coward.
Mom, I'm so proud of you. And I'm sorry for calling you that.
It's okay. I know it was a lot for you. Now, let's start afresh.
Talking about a fresh start, can we be friends again? I miss you, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Looks like you did me a favor there. If not for you, I wouldn't have been expelled, and Mom would have never taken the step forward. So, thank you. So that means we're cool? Well, will you treat me to boba tea later? And keep that Wendy away from me. You got it. Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm from Ohio. Please like and subscribe. My parents always dreamt of being world-famous singers, but they could never become anything more than background vocals. So when me and my sister Tanya were born, Dad taught me all about music. While Tanya was Mom's favorite, 'cause she was the pretty one. Everyone admired her emerald green eyes and blonde hair. Once when we were 5, a woman even tried to steal her from the park.
Let go of my sister or I'm gonna scream! I'll give you $10, kid. Let go of her hand.
Tanya and I struggled until she let go and ran away before the police came. Tanya hugged me tight.
Anna, you saved me. No one touches you on my watch, sis.
Even growing up, she always had everyone's attention, whereas I enjoyed my simple life. But then in 10th grade, things took a wild turn. One day after school, we got home to see Dad being rushed to the hospital. He had a heart attack. A week passed by, and we found out he wasn't gonna get better unless he had this really expensive surgery, and we didn't have money for it. Mom was thinking about selling the house when, out of the blue, she got a phone call. After she hung up, she screamed like crazy. My former agent told me they're looking for new talent and they're gonna pay huge money. She told us about a music audition that was happening in another week and asked us to grab the opportunity. On the day of the audition, everyone was stunned by Tanya's looks, but when she opened her mouth, they all covered her ears. Hello from the other side. Someone grabbed the mic from her hands or shut off the speakers. I can't stand her voice. Well, he was over-exaggerating, but not entirely. Tanya couldn't sing a note, not even in the bathroom. A few minutes later, it was my turn, and when I started singing, the producers looked mesmerized. I'm not giving up on you. You know I love you. Please hug me and say it back. I love you. After a long discussion, they announced they were gonna sign both of us, but there was one condition. They wanted me to sing, but in the background for Tanya, she would lip sync to my voice. No, that's wrong. We won't be doing that. But Tanya held my hand with teary eyes. Please, sis, you have to do this. We need the money. But Tanya, Anna, my love, the future of our family rests on your shoulders now. Think about your dad. Think about our family, honey. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stand to see my family suffering. So I agreed. After we signed the deal, all of Dad's hospital bills were paid, and he came back home all healthy in a month. And then it was just me and Tanya and the non-ending music videos and tours around the country. Everywhere Tanya went, people would go crazy for her. They would literally jump over each other to catch sight of her. These people were nuts. And clearly, this was getting to Tanya's head, because when we returned to school after summer break, she started acting like a queen and a bully. Get out of my seat. That's my spot. Don't you know who I am? The guy didn't even flinch and kept munching on his sandwich, and Tanya looked as furious as a dragon. Hey, it's okay. We can take another seat. Maybe he can't hear, but she just picked up a bottle full of mustard and dumped it on his head. You've got to be frickin' kidding me. I looked at the guy, who looked raging mad. Hey, I'm sorry about my sister. She's a little... Please, let it go. I'll pay for your jacket later. I grabbed Tanya's hand as I pulled her out of there. Have you lost your mind? Didn't you see? He was acting as if he didn't know me. Tanya, you're not the president, and you should... Whatever, Anna. You didn't have to say sorry to him. He's a jerk. Saying that, she stormed away. Ugh, such a diva. Later, after school was over, I went into the music room to practice my singing. But just as I finished, I heard someone clap behind me, and I was shocked to see the guy from the cafeteria, Brandon. That voice. That's your sister's voice when she sings, isn't it? Oh God, what now? But he didn't know anything for sure. I thought you didn't know her. And now you know her voice? I never said that. She just assumed it. I know who she is. And now I know her little secret. You know nothing. With every sentence, he kept getting closer as I was backing away. I tripped over something, and he caught me. What are you even doing here? Everyone's gone. But you're still here.
and you kinda owe me something." My eyes widened at that, but then he put me back on my feet and continued, "You said you'll pay for my jacket. I'm here to collect the money." Right. What was I even thinking? I gave him some money from my bag and ran out of there. A few days later, while I was in the library, Tanya came to me.
"I want you to go and give this to Brandon and tell him that I want to meet him at the cafe tonight."
What? Why? What are you up to now?
"Didn't you see? He ignored me. He isn't like the other guys who were running after me 24/7. I like him. I want him. I want to make him my frickin' boyfriend."
Well, then you go and talk to him. Why should I do it?
"Because I'm me, duh. I'm a superstar. I can't make the first move. I don't want to look desperate. Do it for me, please."
Ugh. Reluctantly, I left a note on his table and asked him to come to the cafe and ran out of there. Later, Tanya asked me to tag along, and just when we reached the cafe, she saw some random people with cameras there.
"Oh no, paparazzi. I can't be seen with anyone. My contract doesn't allow me to date publicly, Anna."
"But what about Brandon? He's waiting for you."
"Can you please go and tell him I'll see him tomorrow at school? Okay, thanks, bye."
Saying that, she ran into a cab and rode away. Now I had no choice but to inform Brandon myself, so I went in. "Hey, I'm sorry, but I thought you wouldn't come and that this was some stupid prank, but I'm glad you're here." "What? Me? Wait, did he think I was the one who called him here?"
Shoot. I wanted to tell him everything, but he looked so happy to see me, and he'd ordered all my favorite food items. I thought I could wait another few minutes before telling him, but as time went by, things just kept getting better and better. He was pretty cool. After our little date, he walked me back home. This was my chance to tell him the truth, but he just pulled me in for a kiss, and gosh, it was amazing. Suddenly, I heard Tanya coming out the front door, and I pushed him away into the bushes and rushed in. The next day, I was looking for him everywhere to tell him the truth, but I found Tanya was already talking to him in the corridor. Frickin' fishes. "What do you mean you don't like me? Then why did you show up at the cafe last night?"
"What are you, crazy? I wasn't waiting for you. I was there for Anna. I wouldn't date someone as mean as you, even if you were the last girl on earth."
"How dare you?" Tanya slapped him hard and ran out of there, and all the kids were recording everything on their phones. This was bad. I ran after Tanya, but she pushed me away. "Get lost, Anna. I told you I liked him, but you trapped him first." "Tanya, stop it. I didn't do anything. He liked me from the beginning, and you sent me to him." "Yeah, it was my biggest mistake, thinking I could trust you. Traitor witch." She jumped onto me and grabbed my hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Mom and Dad were called in, and the principal showed them the videos the kids had recorded. He said Tanya's behavior was getting worse day by day, and she was suspended for a month. I felt so bad and went to hug her later that night and told her I wasn't going to see Brandon anymore, and she immediately hugged me. But when I went to my room, Brandon was already waiting there.
"Why are you avoiding me? And what was your sis talking about today?"
"Brandon, you can't be here. Get out now."
"Hey, chill. Why do you look so tense? Tell me, what happened?"
He pulled me close into his arms, and I just melted. I told him everything, honestly, and then he looked into my eyes.
"I won't force you to like me, but if you do, I won't let anyone keep you away from me, Anna."
He moved in to kiss me, but just then, Tanya came into my room with a fire extinguisher in her hand and sprayed it all over us. "I knew it, you ugly cow. I knew you're a filthy backstabber, and I'm gonna destroy you both." Suddenly, Mom and Dad came running too, and she was taken back to her room. And I was grounded for a week for inviting a boy. We had a big concert soon, and though I was super mad at Tanya, I still had to help her because of our contract. As usual, I was singing backstage while the entire crowd was cheering for Tanya. After the performance was over, she was given an award for star performer. Even Mom and Dad were called on stage.
"You guys must feel truly blessed to have a daughter with the voice of an angel."
"It's an honor. We're so lucky to have her." For some reason, I felt really left out, and I smashed my mic on the ground. Just then, someone from the audience asked Tanya to dedicate a song to Mom. Holy moly. Tanya made this gesture with her hands that was my cue to sing every time. But my mic, it was lying broken on the floor. She started singing without me, and everyone in the audience heard her real voice. Oh my God! A wave of silence passed through the audience, and Tanya looked at me super mad. The crowd started chanting that she was a fraud who did lip syncing. They went mad and started climbing onto the stage. The bodyguards immediately took Tanya and my parents away to safety and left me there all by myself. How could they? I ran out of the venue and I was raging mad. I did so much for them and they didn't care about me one bit. But when I reached home, I was shocked to see a huge crowd gathered in front of my house. What in the world was happening? Just then, my phone went buzzing like crazy with videos and messages from everyone. Tanya's bullying and lip-syncing videos were going viral, and someone uploaded my video as the real singer too. Holy Mother of Jesus! I quickly went into the house through the back door, and on seeing me, Tanya viciously threw a vase at me, which I barely missed. Just then, I saw all the singing awards and trophies she was burning in the fireplace. Oh my God, have you gone crazy? Why would you do that? What were you thinking? Trying to ruin me? What? Are you kidding me? It was an accident. Oh, was it? Or is it because you want some fame for yourself now? Just remember this, you witch. People hear your voice because of my face. Otherwise, no one would ever pay you, even if you sang on the roadside. Who was this monster? You're such a mean, self-absorbed brat, Tanya. I can't believe you'd say that to me when the fact is, you're only a star because of my voice. Without me, you're just a pretty dumb face. Tanya picked up a burning trophy in her hand and charged at me with full force. You took away everything from me. The guy I loved, my reputation at school, and now my fame too. I'm gonna kill you. Thankfully, Mom and Dad came in and stopped her just in time. Stop this madness right now. I can't believe we were so blinded by your beauty and fame that we never realized what a monster you were turning into. Dad took the burning trophy from her hand and threw it away.
Anna, we're so sorry. We've never truly appreciated you for everything you've done for us. You're the daughter that every parent would be proud of. Please, forgive us.
Oh, Mom, Dad, you people are just morons. And I'm not letting go of my fame so easily. Watch this. I'm gonna walk out and everyone is still gonna love me. Tanya opened the front door and walked out, and all the media surrounded her.
So, is it true you can't sing? And that creepy frog voice we heard? Was it your real voice?
And who's the real singer? Is she your sister? We want to see her. You're just fake trash. Just then, a bunch of anti-fans started throwing eggs and rotten tomatoes at her. She was screaming like crazy and pushing through the crowd to get to her car. And well, I was enjoying it. She was totally getting what she deserved. I thought I'd get a better view from my room, so I went up and found Brandon there. I immediately hugged him.
Whoa, the truth's all out now. And I can't believe I'm dating the real star. I'm excited for your famous life now.
No, Brandon. I just want a peaceful life. And if you're with me to enjoy some kind of popularity, you got the wrong girl.
No, babe. I don't care about what you choose, just as long as I can be with you. Always.
Hi, I'm Marianne from a small town in Austria. A few years ago, I accidentally discovered that I'm adopted, and my dad doesn't know I know. Since then, all I've wanted is to find my real parents. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I never knew my mom, but I grew up with the most amazing dad. He worked as a carpenter, and even though we never had much money, I had everything I needed. And what I needed most were books. Dad would read to me every night, and I became obsessed. When I joined school and discovered the library, I felt like I'd gone to heaven. And I always preferred my friends from stories over real people. Once in 6th grade, I needed to use the dictionary, so I went to Dad's room and climbed a stool to take it down from the shelf. Just then, the stool under me wobbled, and I went crashing to the floor with some books. As I started picking everything up, I saw something that left me shook. It was a picture of a couple holding a baby. And the woman looked exactly like me. She had to be my mom. And the man next to her was my real dad? I turned the picture over, and all it said was Vienna 2005. That was my birth year. Were my real parents in Vienna? I snuck the picture into my pocket. Dad had kept it a secret, and I had to know why. I was waiting to confront Dad that evening, but he didn't come home. Hours passed, and he wouldn't even pick up his phone. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door, and it was Dad's friends from work, bringing him on a wheelchair. Oh my God! Dad, what happened? He'd had a terrible fall at work and wasn't allowed to walk for months. And even after he fully recovered, he had a permanent limp now. I put aside all thoughts of confronting him about my real parents. I didn't want to make things harder for him. Once in the 8th grade, I'd gone with Dad to the market when suddenly he got a cramp in his leg and lost his balance. He went crashing straight into a wealthy-looking man who in turn fell onto a food seller's stall, bringing down the whole thing with him. As I helped Dad up, the wealthy man turned to him furiously.
"You blind, ignorant man! Look what you've done! My suit is ruined. Do you know what it costs? More than your house, I'm sure."
Don't talk to my father like that. He didn't do it intentionally. He has an injured leg.
So why is this cripple going around causing trouble for everyone else? I want the money for my suit.
You may have all the wealth in the world, sir, but you certainly don't have any compassion. My father's ailments is something he can't help. But what's your excuse for your cold, unfeeling, dead heart?
Hey, kid, just shut up and...
But just then, a rich-looking lady stepped forward.
Don't talk like that to the child.
Will this solve your problem? She waved a thick bundle of cash in his face. In 2 seconds, the man's anger was gone. The rich lady even gave money to the stall owner, and she offered to take me and Dad home. We invited her in, and soon after, she said something completely unexpected. I'm so impressed with you, Marianne. And this might sound strange, but would you like to come live with me in Vienna? I would love to send you to a really good school. Vienna? That's where my real parents were from. This was my chance to look for them. She even said she'd hire Dad as a handyman on her estate. I was really eager to go, and within a week, we'd packed up our lives and moved. The lady's estate was 5 times larger than my school, and Dad and I were given a small cottage to live in. And just a few days later, the lady told me I'd be joining her daughter's school. On my first day, as I walked up to the lady's car, a girl suddenly pushed me aside.
Ew, maid. Where do you think you're going?
Go clean something. Where are your manners, Lisa? This is the amazing girl I told you about, and I'd like you two to be friends.
Oh, she's your charity case?
She looks like her only friends would be cows and baby goats. And what is so distasteful about being friends with such lovely creatures, may I ask? No, you may not ask me anything. Who talks like that, freak? She got in and slammed the door shut. I just stayed silent during the ride, but then suddenly, Lisa made the driver stop. I'm not gonna be seen with you. You can walk the last few blocks. She pushed me out and drove off. What a witch! Just as I was crossing the road, a sports car came speeding and stopped inches away from me. A cute boy stepped out from the back seat and shouted,
"Hey, watch where you're going, loser."
Wow, who were these people? Turns out the jerk was in my class along with Lisa. I could see them all looking me up and down, but I just ignored them. Later at recess, I sat alone reading. The boy took a seat at my table with his friends behind him.
I don't think I introduced myself before. I'm Vincent. What's your name?
You can call me whatever you like. After all, what's in a name?
Huh? What are you saying?
Would a rose smell less sweet if it was named garbage? Would a fire not burn us if it was called a flower? Would I be less annoyed by you if my name wasn't Marianne? The answer is no.
Why are you talking like that, weirdo? So, your name's Marianne? That's kind of pretty.
You don't need to remember it. I don't think we'll have much to do with each other. And with that, I just left.
Aw, poor Vincent. How does it feel to be rejected by a girl? Oh, please. I just need a little time with her, and she'll be head over heels in love. I can work my magic on any girl. Well, I'm not so sure about this one. Challenge accepted.
It was no surprise that Vincent and Lisa were best friends, and their gang was the meanest bunch of kids around.
I'd see them picking on smaller kids at recess or poking fun at their classmates. They didn't even spare the teachers. So I was horrified when the physics teacher announced that I'd be paired with Vincent for a project. But he looked delighted. I tried ignoring him and was reading the science book to figure out something when suddenly he snatched it from me. Why are you always staring at a book when you could be looking at more beautiful things? Like me. I don't have time for your nonsense, Vincent. Give that back. Okay, but only if you agree to go out with me. I'd rather jump off a cliff. Wrong answer. And with that, he ripped some pages out and threw the book in the trash bin. What is the matter with you? Don't you have any respect for anyone or anything? God, you're such an imbecile. Why do you use such strange words? An what now? An imbecile. It means a fool, an idiot, a dummy, a moron. I pushed him away and he went crashing into our half-finished project, but I didn't even care. There was no way I was working with him. A few days later, I was walking back home when suddenly it started to pour heavily. As I dashed through the rain, a car stopped me, and Vincent rolled down the window. Hey, you're gonna get sick. Get in the car. I'd rather catch pneumonia. Oh my God. Just get in. Hate me later. Reluctantly, I got in, and a minute later, we were driving up to his gigantic mansion. He quickly led me to the fireplace in the library, and my mouth was just wide open. I've never seen so many books in one place in my whole life. What a treasure this is. Well, you're welcome to take some. I don't read them, and my parents are hardly ever here. I felt a bit sorry for him. That sounded lonely. And suddenly, I remembered something. Oh my God, my parents' picture! I dug through my pockets to find it all wet, and I started flapping it around to dry it. What's that, and why are you acting crazy? It's the only picture I have of my real parents. I told him how I'd discovered it and that I carried it around with me, hoping I'd find them somewhere. I think I could help you with that. My parents know a good private investigator. He could probably track them down. Do you really mean that? That would be amazing! Thank you so much! As we spent some time talking, I felt myself warming up to Vincent. When he walked me out to go home with his driver, I suddenly turned to him. Vincent, why do you act that way in school? What do you mean? I mean, you have everything in the world and you're wasting every opportunity to learn. And all you do is tease and mock other people. I'm sure your life isn't perfect, but that's not an excuse to be the worst version of yourself most of the time. I thought he'd be really mad, but instead, he took my hand. I'm sorry you've only seen the worst of me. I'll try to change that. He kissed me on the cheek before he turned away, and for some reason, I couldn't stop smiling all the way home. As I was walking down to the cottage, Lisa suddenly jumped out from behind a tree. Is that Vincent's car you just got off from? Why? It's none of your business, Lisa. Vincent is very much my business. I know you have a wild imagination, but don't start dreaming that someone like him could ever like you. I pushed her aside and walked off. She was crazy, as if I wanted someone like Vincent. Or did I? He was just so nice after that day. He'd come sit next to me in the cafeteria, help me carry my stuff, and one time as I was walking back home, he leapt out of a car and decided to walk with me. He told me the investigator was hopeful we'd find my parents really soon. And a few days later, when he asked me to be his date for the Christmas dance at school, I really couldn't refuse. Dad had surprised me one evening with the most beautiful dress, and at the dance, I felt like someone straight out of a fairy tale. I was searching for Vincent in the hall when I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Wow, you look really beautiful, Marianne. He took my hand and led me to the dance floor, and it felt like we were in our own little world. At the end of the song, he suddenly pulled me closer and leaned in to kiss me. Everyone around us was clapping and cheering as I kissed him back. During the evening, I went to freshen up in the bathroom, and when I returned, I found Vincent in a corner with Lisa and his friends. Wow, Vincent, you really take a challenge seriously. You said you could make any girl fall for you, and you proved it. That kiss could have fooled even me. Marianne has totally fallen for your Prince Charming act. It's gonna be so much fun when you dump her. That's what I was? A challenge? Vincent looked shocked as they all turned around to see me behind them. No, Marianne, wait. It's not what you... I suddenly slapped him hard. Why did I think you were actually a decent human being? You even pretended to help me find my parents just to convince me that you cared? You're the most vile person I've had the misfortune to meet. I hate you. No, I despise you. I didn't go to school for days. I just didn't want to see anyone's face. But one day, Dad walked into my room holding a package.
A boy from your school dropped this, saying it was important. Forgive me for opening it first, but Marianne, you've known about your parents and you've been looking for them?
Wait, what? Dad, I'm sorry. I just needed to know. He gave me the package as he sat down on my bed, and I looked through the papers with trembling hands. The first was a newspaper clipping saying my parents were politicians who had been sentenced to prison for 25 years for stealing state funds.
I worked at your parents' house. When they were arrested, you were going to be sent to an orphanage, and I just really wanted a kid, so I adopted you, Marianne. I kept the truth from you because I thought it would only make you upset. I'm sorry if I haven't been the best dad.
I jumped forward and hugged him, tears pouring down my face. No, you're the most amazing dad anyone could possibly have. I just wanted to know who they were. But it's not because I've ever been unhappy with you as my father. Not ever. Dad hugged me back.
If you ever want to see them, I'll arrange a visit, okay? It won't bother me at all. I know you're my daughter. By the way, that boy just left if you want to talk to him.
I ran out the door after Vincent, who was walking down to the gate. Why did you do that? Your stupid challenge was over, right? Why did you make an effort to find my parents?
Marianne, it did start off as a stupid challenge, and I wasn't planning on falling for you. But I did, almost instantly. What I feel for you is real and true. I wouldn't have made all that effort if I didn't love you. You're the most special girl I've ever met. And you make me want to be a better person. I'm so sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me, will you?
I looked into his earnest eyes and slowly smiled. I'd rather go down with the Titanic, but I stepped closer and pulled him in for a kiss. Hi, I'm Greta. I live with my single mom on a busy Miami street. Please like and subscribe. I've always been a late bloomer. Born 2 weeks after mom's due date, took 2 years to speak my first word, and growing up, I wasn't a very social person. But my mom was so talkative. She could blabber nonstop about a burnt omelet for a whole day. But whenever I was around, I was her subject. Once when I was 4, we had a family gathering and all my aunt's sons were playing with me. Suddenly, Mom went bonkers with their parents. Look at your boys. I don't even know why they like her. You know, she still wears diapers at night. One night, I tried to train her to sleep without diapers. That was it. When I woke up, there was poop all over the room. On the floor, on the bed, on the door, on the closet, on her toys.
Ew, that's a factory of poop.
Yeah, but that's nothing. Yesterday at the grocery store,
Mama, stop! Stop this right now!
Everyone was laughing and I burst into tears and ran away. But Mom continued her story again like nothing happened. On my first day of school, Mom walked with me. As we were about to enter, she grabbed my bag from behind and there started my first class. You're a careless, stupid little girl, so keep this in mind. Stay away from making friends, cause you never know who's good or bad inside, especially no boys. Focus on studying, that's why you're going to school. Hear me?
Mom, let me go. If you keep talking, I'll be late for my first day at class.
I ran off, and guess what's the first thing I did in class? I made friends with Kathy, who also happened to be my neighbor. One day, I asked Kathy to join us for dinner without telling Mom, but when she turned up at our door, Mom couldn't refuse. I was so happy to have my friend over, but soon I realized what a big mistake I'd made. Hey, what's up with the ew face, madame? You only eat lobsters and caviar for dinner? So, our food isn't good enough for you? Thank God you're not beautiful, or you'd think you're the queen of the world.
Mom, she didn't say anything. Let her eat, please.
Eat? No. I can see from her rich dress and her entitled look, you don't belong with her. Just go away, ugly girl. Kathy freaked out and ran away.
That felt horrible. I ran after her on the road when suddenly a bus came charging straight at me. I stood frozen in horror, but Mom pulled me back just in time. Are you crazy? You could have gotten hit and gone into a coma. At least that would feel better, Mom. You embarrassed me so much. See, I'm gonna run off somewhere. If you don't let us be friends, I swear. Oh, you heartless girl. Do whatever you want. I just want you to be careful, 'cause you're my daughter. Ugh, I don't know if all moms are the same or if it's just her. Years went by and Kathy and I became the closest. On her 10th birthday, they had a party and I attended it with my mom. When she heard Kathy say the price of their cake was $900, she lost it. Woo-wee! Why spend so much money on a cake while she can use it for her daughter's plastic surgery? Man, Kathy is ugly. Mom, quiet. What can Kathy do about it? She didn't create herself. Well, she can, actually. It's the 21st century, not a big deal. I saw Kathy looking really upset as some people laughed, and her mom asked us to leave. It was so embarrassing. Mom, stop. Are you crazy? You hurt Kathy's feelings. And does it make you mad that her mom is a single woman like you, but she's done so well for herself? Oh, shut up, Greta. I can tell from the looks of that lady, she's not honest. And listen, I don't want you to visit their house any longer. I don't have a good feeling about them. But I couldn't dump my best friend for no good reason. The next day, I went to Kathy's house and I apologized to her for my mom's annoying behavior. Kathy was such a sweet friend that she didn't hate me for my mom, and she forgave me. Just then, I saw her mom dancing. Kathy said her mom was a famous dancer in town, and she ran a dance studio too. That's so cool, Kathy. I've always wanted to be a dancer, but you know my mom. She'd never pay for it. What if you don't need to pay? I'll speak to my mom. She'll teach you for free. That was amazing. I started going for weekend dance classes, telling Mom I was just hanging out with Kathy. Kathy's mom was teaching me some really different moves I'd never seen before, and she said it was the new trend. I was practicing at home one night when Mom came into my room and she burst out laughing. Where did you learn that from? That's insane. OMG, I can't stop laughing. What's so funny, Mom? Clearly you have no idea about the hot trend. And I learned this from a professional dancer. Professional? What? Oh no. These moves with claps and snaps? That's not dancing, really. Enough, Mom. I'm sick of this. Just leave me alone. I pushed her out of my room and closed the door. God. Weeks later, we had a talent show. All the parents and teachers were going to be there, and I was freaking confident. I was going to get some big applause for my dance and prove my mom wrong. The moment I got on the stage and the music started, there was so much noise from the audience. Wow, they were loving it. But seconds later, they started throwing paper balls and shouting, "Out, out, 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 out." I stood frozen in shock. What? Just then I heard Mom yelling from the crowd. I warned you about these foolish dance moves, Greta. I told you, but no. You didn't listen. See now? Why don't you ever listen to your mommy? Seriously, Mom? I couldn't be more embarrassed. I ran home angrily. I was super mad at both my mom and Kathy's mom. How could she teach me this stupid dance? I didn't talk to my mom for days, and I stayed inside my blanket house. I'd only let my hand out of the bed to grab food from Mom. I wasn't gonna forgive any of them. One morning, when I let out my hand to get food, Mom held my hand and wouldn't let go. Just let go of my hand, Mom. I don't wanna. Kathy? What are you doing here? I'm so mad at you and your mom. You guys made me a fool out there. I'm so sorry, Greta. But why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything. Who knows what my mom teaches her students? But please, don't hate me for my mom. I never hated you for yours. She sounded so true. After all, it's not her fault, and she apologized too. I called her inside my blanket house, and we started talking and laughing, and I started feeling better. Hey, I've got good news. The baseball team captain, your long-term crush,
He's hosting a Halloween party tonight, and he's invited everyone at school. That includes you and me too? OMG, that's amazing. But I don't have any costumes. Well, that's why I'm here. We have to go shopping. Come on. We both got up happily and found Mom standing there with flared nostrils. What's this little devil doing here? And what's all this about going to some stupid boy's party? Kathy was about to run away, but I held her hand. Mom, were you eavesdropping? That's awesome. But listen, I'm done with all your doubts and questions. You're making me feel like I'm dumb, but I'm not. So just back off, please. Okay, fine. I'm always looking out for you, but if you think you can take care of things by yourself, I'll back off. She stormed off, and Kathy and I had a blast shopping for costumes. Later that evening, I went to the party dressed up as Wonder Woman. I was sure to impress my crush, but when I walked into his house, I stared around in horror as everyone stared at me. No one was dressed in costumes. Everyone was just dressed in their regular clothes. As everyone started laughing, the ground under my feet started to burn. I looked around for Kathy, and just then, she came laughing with the baseball team captain, and then she kissed him in front of everyone. What the what? How could my best friend do this to me? Oh, looks like some poor kitty wanted to impress my boyfriend by wearing that costume. Gosh, Greta, talk about being desperate. Does Wonder Woman have a cape? Because now would be a good time for you to fly out of this really embarrassing situation. I got so mad. I gave her a hard slap on her face and ran out with tears. When Mom saw me upset, she totally lost it. Now you're crying, huh? See? I warned you about your stupid friendship and this stupid party and stupid boys. This is what you get for choosing that stranger over your mama. Mom, shut up. Just shut up. Of course, she couldn't. She kept blabbering while I walked sadly to my room. I couldn't sleep that night thinking of what Kathy had done to me all along. I didn't go to school for days, but Mom's torture was increasing, so I had to move on. But I wouldn't even look at that witch Kathy. Then one day, the teacher announced there was going to be a food sales day where we had to cook and sell food on campus. And Kathy and I were on the same team. We were given small cooking stations, and I started cooking on my own. Kathy was standing opposite to me, staring with devil eyes. Suddenly, I looked up to see that she was gone. Where'd she go? And seconds later, someone pushed me out of my station. Mom, what are you doing here? And why are you attacking me? Before she could answer, my whole tent burst into flames. Had my mom just saved me? I hugged her and saw Kathy smiling from afar. So it's her doing again? I marched straight up to her. Did you just try to hurt me, you psycho? Why? What did I ever do to you, other than being your friend? Friend? Oh, save it. I never wanted to be your friend. It's you who wanted me by your side, so you could look prettier than what you freaking are. And I'm sick of being in your shadow. I'm tired of being the ugly one. I don't want to be ugly. I can't be ugly. Ugly? I never saw you like that. I always thought you were a sweet, nice girl. What are you talking about? Why didn't you tell me about this before? You were never in my shadow. I loved you, Kathy. Oh, shut up. I don't need your sympathy anymore. You might be prettier than me, but I'm richer. With all the money I have, I'm just a queen myself. And you will see. Oh, I doubt that last part. I must say, you're very confident for a prisoner's daughter. Yeah, babe, your mom was arrested in the morning today for a major theft. Now we know how you people were living like millionaires. You must be ashamed. What? That was unbelievable. Kathy instantly started crying and screaming and ran out of the school like crazy. I then turned to Mom. Mom, I'm so sorry. I feel like such a brat. I never really listened to you, but turns out you were right about everything. With Kathy, her mom, the dance, the party, everything. I don't know why I always took you the wrong way. I guess it's my fault too. After hearing you say that I'm making you feel dumb, I understood. Yes, that's what I've been doing. I should express myself more wisely. Some parents aren't good at expressing their emotions at times. I'm sorry too, Greta. I hugged her and we both went home. That night, we had dinner inside my blanket house after so long, and Mom started talking again about how she burnt the toast today. Hi, I'm Monica from California. Please like and subscribe. I was born to middle-class parents. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a sculptor, and unfortunately, she wasn't as good as she thought. Is that a monkey's butt, Mom? Yes, it represents freedom. You won't get it. I don't think anyone will. Growing up, I was closer to my dad. He would read to me every day and tuck me into bed, while Mom stayed in her room making weird structures from mud. Every time Dad asked her to get a real job, she would lock herself in and not come out for days. One evening after an argument with Dad, Mom left the house in the middle of the night. We searched everywhere and found her in the park, crouching under a tree. What took you guys so long? Look what I made. Mom, we were going crazy looking for you. Oh, but I was right here, darling. Things changed after that. Mom and Dad started avoiding each other even more, and Dad got busier with work. I started reading to keep myself distracted, and by 17, I'd read almost all the books in Dad's library. One night, I was studying for a test when I heard Mom and Dad arguing again.
I work hard all day and night, and you go behind my back to get these useless things?
I'm trying to build something amazing. I knew you wouldn't give me the money if I told you. Just relax.
No, I won't. I've had enough. I'm leaving.
What? No! Dad, wait! Dad didn't even turn around. I was so mad at Mom for driving him away that I didn't talk to her for days. After Dad left, things went downhill quickly in terms of money. I was a straight-A student, so we got an extension on the fees, and somehow I convinced my mom to get a job in the diner so we wouldn't go completely broke. But a few days later, I came back from school to find Mom sitting outside the house. What? What happened? The landlord threw us out. We didn't have the money for rent. But I thought you got a salary. Yes, but then I saw this beautiful sculpting kit and I couldn't stop myself. Can't you ask for an advance at your job? Oh no, I can't. I quit. Waiting on people is not my thing. You quit? Mom, are you crazy? We're homeless because you spent everything on those stupid supplies. This is not stupid. This is my dream. And what about my dreams? You know I want to study law. And you know what? It's my fault. I should have known better. The look on Mom's face broke my heart, but I was too mad to think straight. We took our luggage and moved to a motel nearby, and I spent the whole night applying to every part-time job on the internet. That's when I came across an ad asking for a babysitter for 10-year-old twin girls. The money was good, so I applied, and luckily I got a call back almost immediately, along with an address. The place was in the middle of nowhere, and as I stepped inside, a can of juice went flying past me, almost hitting me in the head. This is cranberry. I'm allergic to this. You want me to die, don't you? Hello? I'm talking to you. Sis? I think she's finally gone crazy. What do you think? Should we kick her out too? The poor maid stood still like a rock, staring at the floor as the two brats screamed at her. I could see tears rolling down her face, but her expression remained cold as ice. Hi. I think they're talking to you. And you two, can you stop flinging things like that? You might end up hurting someone. Then don't stand in the way, ugly face. Who are you anyway? A trespasser from the media? Oh my god, a kidnapper? I'm here for the babysitting job? Oh, but aren't you supposed to be all old and wrinkly? And what are you still doing here? Get your deaf butt out of this room.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, Emerald.
Suddenly, a handsome guy in his 40s walked in, and the whole place fell silent. Something about his face screamed royalty to me, but when he spoke, a chill ran down my spine.
You must be Monica. I'm Robbie Jackson. That's Emerald and Pearl, my daughters. Just excuse their behavior. They get hyper around new people.
No problem, but they do need to treat people with respect.
Of course. That's why I want a good nanny for them that could teach them some manners. You see, I'm a busy man and I need my space.
Sure, but I thought you needed a babysitter.
Potato. You help them study, eat, sleep, everything. And sometimes you have to stay the night. Like tonight I have a charity event and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll pay you extra for this. Do we have a deal?
I thought about it for a moment before agreeing, and Mr. Jackson immediately gave me $5,000 as a salary advance. This was huge.
Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy on you. Consider this as our warning. Dad's soft, but we're not.
Try me. I'm tougher than you think. As I lay in my bed that night, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the house and those creepy brats. God, those girls needed some discipline. I went downstairs to get some water and found the maid from the morning. So I thought of having a little chat. Hey there, so how long have you been working here? Silence. Could you tell me your name at least? Why? Please don't talk to me. Before I could say anything else, this maid turned around and left. Well, that was awkward. I was just getting over this weird moment when suddenly I heard someone howling downstairs. I got freaked out and rushed to check up on the twins when I realized one of them was missing. What the freaking Funyuns? Diamond? Sorry, Pearl? Pearl? What? Stop screaming. Where's your sister? She's not here.
Shh, stop freaking out. She went to her special place. She'll come back. Chill.
What special place?
How would I know? She just calls it her special place. She goes there every night and comes back later. Just try to shut up. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Pearl simply pulled the blanket and turned around. Helpless, I tried looking for Emerald everywhere, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. The next morning before leaving for school, I went straight to Mr. Jackson to talk about it. Don't think about it too much. Just be careful around the girls. They've taken a hit after their mom got into a coma. If you take good care of them, you'll never have to look for another job. Mr. Jackson looked desperate, and in some ways it reminded me of my own dad around mom trying to get her to work. Over the next few days, I tried everything to warm up to the girls, but they were just horrible. They'd burn my assignments, super glue my chair, and one time, they filled my bag with broken eggs. It took me hours to clean that. One day at work, Mr. Jackson informed me that it was the twins' 11th birthday, and he wanted to throw the biggest party ever. But an hour before guests started pouring in, he left for an urgent business meeting, leaving me in charge. When I told the girls, they went ballistic.
He always gets away with it. Not this time. He's gonna regret missing out on our birthday.
Emerald pulled a lighter out of her pocket and rushed to the library. I chased her all the way up in this maze of a house and found her with a lighter under a massive painting.
I wonder how he'll feel when we burn his favorite painting down.
You can't! You won't! Listen, Emerald, I'm sure something important came up.
That doesn't mean he can abandon us like that. And what do you know? You probably have both of your parents loving you.
Actually, no. I told the girls about my issues regarding mom and dad, and suddenly they went softer. Emerald pulled the lighter down, and after that day, she was surprisingly kinda well behaved. The week went by peacefully, and soon the school announced the annual scholarship test. I asked Mr. Jackson if he could spare me for a week, but he suggested I just move in instead. It didn't sound half bad, so I agreed, but when I told Mom, she said she had a bad feeling about it. Well, I would have preferred if she had a job instead of a bad feeling, but whatever. I moved in the next day, and while I was setting up my stuff, Mr. Jackson called for me. Now that you're here, you need to understand two things. My study is off limits, and the room on the top floor remains closed at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to go in. I felt a bit weird with the way he spoke, but I nodded my head and went back to my room. Moments later, the girls walked in and asked if I wanted a tour. They took me around the house, showing off their bowling alley, swimming pool, and arcade. Do you get to play many games with your dad?
No, he's always busy.
Oh, okay.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
Like you're feeling sorry for us? Oh, look at those poor little girls. They don't have a mom, and their dad is too busy. I'm sure you're thinking that. But guess what? Our daddy loves us deeply.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry if you feel that way.
Sorry doesn't heal anything.
Before I could ask her what she meant, Emerald just turned around and left, and the maid told us that dinner was ready.
Don't think too much. She's a bit crazy. You should know that by now. Also, never be late for dinner, or you'll starve the night.
What? That night and the night after went by fine, but then I started noticing weird things. For starters, Mr. Jackson was never around anymore. He never spoke or ate with us, and when he came home, he went straight to his study. As if this wasn't weird enough, 2 nights before the exam, I heard a light tapping on the door. My body froze as the knocking got louder, but when I opened the door, I saw a light flicker in the downstairs area, and then I saw Emerald.
She was at it again. This time, I followed her, and it looked like she was headed toward the basement. Emerald, shh, you're not supposed to go there.
She can't hear you.
The soul left my body when I turned around to face Pearl. You scared the bejesus out of me.
Sorry, but I just wanted to stop you before you did something stupid.
Pearl then told me that Emerald went down to the basement almost every night, and sometimes she even sleeps there.
It's got all of Mom's stuff. No one, not even Dad, disturbs her. Ever since Mom went into a coma, that's how she comforts herself.
That explains why she went missing the first night I was here. But if you knew that, why didn't you tell me before?
It was just fun watching you get creeped out. Anyway, you should sleep now. I'll keep an eye on her.
I believed Pearl and went back to bed. But an hour later, I woke up again, and this time it was to the smell of smoke. My room was drowning in smoke. As I made my way to the hall screaming for the girls and dialing the fire brigade. Monica! Oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
I don't know. I was waiting for Emerald and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, there was fire everywhere.
Hold on, where's Emerald? The two of us rushed toward the basement, but the fire was totally out of control. Luckily, the fire truck arrived just in time and rescued Emerald unharmed. They said that the fire was caused because of a candle in the basement.
I was just lighting up some of Mom's favorite candles, and I didn't realize when I dozed off, I burned everything that belonged to Mom. I'm so sorry.
As long as we found you. Emerald started sobbing and I hugged her tight. Just then, Mr. Jackson arrived looking horrified, and when the fire guys told him what caused the mess, he lost his mind.
You know what? I've done everything for you girls, and all you've done is made a mess out of my life. How could you burn the house down?
I'm sorry to butt in, Mr. Jackson, but it was a mistake. Emerald feels horrible, and to be honest, you should be glad your girls are okay.
And who are you to tell me what to do? Don't forget your place. You're just a servant here.
You can't talk to her like that, Dad. She saved our lives.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. You're fired. Don't come here again.
Gladly, Mr. Jackson. And I hope you become a better parent, because God knows these girls deserve it. I said my final goodbyes to the girls and left. Thanks to the wild night, I was super exhausted at school the next day and totally tanked my scholarship test. When I went home, Mom gave me the shocking news. Thanks to the fire, the secret room in the house had to be opened to check the damages, and thousands of gold coins and illegal cash were recovered. Everything belonged to Mr. Jackson. He was taken to jail, and the girls were sent to London to stay with their aunt. Wow, that's why he kept the room shut all the time. I'm just happy the girls are safe. Yeah, Mon, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I've been a horrible mother. You stuck around, and that's all that matters. I promise, I'll be better. And she made good on the promise, working hard and bagging a good deal on her sculptures. I lost the scholarship opportunity, but our combined savings were enough to put me through the first year at Stanford. But halfway through the year, I received an anonymous donation of $1 million. And when I saw the bank details, it was some Linda Jackson, Mr. Jackson's wife. I immediately called the number, and Linda's secretary arranged for a meeting. I was surprised to see the girls waiting for me along with their mom.
Monica!
I've heard so much about you from my daughters. It feels like I know you already. It's nice to see you've recovered, ma'am, and thank you for bringing these brats along. Linda held my hand and thanked me for saving her daughters and exposing her cruel husband. She even offered me a job at her company right after I graduated, and since the pay was good, I took it up.
Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy for you.
I'm counting on that. When I was 6 years old, I got my mom a beautiful chess box. I'd been saving my pocket money for months to buy it.
Look what I got you, Mommy. Happy birthday.
Mom looked at the box for a few seconds, then threw it on the floor and stomped on it. What a stupid gift. What am I supposed to do with this? Can't you ever be normal, like your sisters? And she threw it in the garbage. Just then, my two older sisters came running in and handed Mom their present. It was a mug with a picture of the three of them printed on it. I wasn't even in the picture. Mom gave them a tight hug and said it was the best birthday present ever. I burst into tears and shut myself up in my room. I took out my own chess set and started playing. Chess was my thing. I was obsessed with it. Dad had left us when we were little because he thought that marriage and kids was too much responsibility for him. I looked exactly like my dad, so Mom took out all her anger on me.
Anything I did seemed to get on her nerves. Even my older sisters seemed to hate me, and they blamed me for everything. One time they failed all their exams, and they said it was my fault.
She always has company over to play chess, and they make so much noise. We weren't able to study for the tests.
What? Mom started shouting at me and said I had to clean their rooms for a month to make up for my poor sisters. I'd had enough. In your dreams, Mom. And I walked off and locked myself up in my room. I didn't come out for the next few days. I just kept playing chess alone. One day, when I was in the 3rd grade, I invited a friend over to my place. He was my chess partner at school. I was afraid my family would be rude to him, but they seemed delighted to have him over. My sisters ran to the store and came back with a huge basket of chocolates and toys for him. They were practically drooling over him, which is so gross.
Seriously? Why are you friends with Mia? She's such a loser. Be our friend instead. No. Be our brother and come live with us.
That's even better. He looked completely terrified and ran out of my house as fast as he could. I yelled at Mom and my sisters, but they said it was my fault, and every guy just left because of me. Turned out my family wasn't the only one who hated me. When I was in the 5th grade, our history teacher started off the lesson by saying, "Millions of years ago, when humans and dinosaurs used to live together, it was only safe for men to go out at night for food." Wait, what? I raised my hand. Ma'am, that's just not true. The teacher glared at me. What's not true? Dinosaurs and humans never coexisted. Of course they did. Haven't you seen all those movies where people are running away from the dinosaurs? That's fiction, ma'am. Humans actually came 64 million years after dinosaurs became extinct. Stop making things up. You're really rude. And I'm going to call your mom. When the teacher called her, Mom said she already knew I was a bad girl, and she was too busy to come and get me. Just send her home. She can walk. As I was packing up my stuff to leave, I was called into the principal's office. Oh no, was I in more trouble? Feeling really nervous, I went to the principal's office and found him beaming at me. "Congratulations, Mia. You'll be bumped up a grade because you're a brilliant kid." I was thrilled. This was sure to make Mom happy. When I got home and told her, she jumped up from the couch in shock. "Oh my God, this is the worst news ever. Am I going to have to buy you new books?" I was so disappointed. Just as I was walking out of the room, I heard her say, "Mia, you know what? Education means nothing if you're not pretty like your sisters." Ugh, why did she have to be like this? I was moved up a grade and started spending more time at the local library. At least I got some peace and quiet there. One day, I saw a flyer on the board about a monthly chess competition, and I decided to participate. I was easily able to beat my competitor, and I won a small amount of money. Of course, I didn't tell anyone at home about the money I'd won. This was going to be my little secret. One day at the library, an old blind man came up to me. I'd often seen him here before, sitting alone. He smiled at me. "Wanna play chess with me, little hero?" I laughed and said I'd beat him easily. He simply said, "Try me." So I played with him, and to my shock, I lost. "You're talented, but you need more practice." After several months had passed and we had been playing together daily, the blind man said one day that I was ready. For what? "The international competition I've been preparing you for." I'd won more local competitions and had some money saved up. There was no way I was telling Mom where I was really going. I told her that Dad had contacted me and sent me a ticket to visit him. Whatever. Do you think I care about what you do? I went to the competition with the blind man and a few other competitors from my area. It was a really tough game, but I used all my wits and knowledge and won. And my prize was $200,000. When I stepped forward to collect my check, the organizers asked me my age, and then they refused to give me my money. They said I needed a legal guardian, and the blind man wasn't even related to me. Despite all my protests, they called my mom and said they'd transfer the money to her. When I got home that evening, Mom ran to me and smothered me with hugs and kisses. I knew she was just after my money. She'd made all my favorite things for dinner, and at the end of it, she brought out a huge chocolate cake with candles. But Mom, it's not even my birthday. Do I need a reason to celebrate my favorite daughter? Come now, darling. blow out the candles. My sisters kept glaring at me all night like they wanted to eat me. They were really unhappy. The next night when I got back from the library, I saw a sleazy-looking guy in his 50s sitting on the couch. He took one look at me and said, "Oh my God, your mom really wasn't kidding. You're ugly." I felt really mad and told him to shut up and leave immediately. "Oh, ugly and rude? May God help your mama." He walked out of the house, slamming the door behind him. Just then, Mom came running into the lounge with a tray of drinks. Where did the man go? I told her he was really rude to me, so I'd told him to get lost. The tray went crashing from Mom's hands to the floor. "You what? Stupid girl, do you have any idea what you've done? That guy is a big-shot businessman who can turn us into the future Kardashians." I was horrified. I told her there was no way I was getting plastic surgeries done to make me look so fake. "Fine, your sisters will," I yelled at her. "You can't use my money to get those stupid surgeries." Stop being so melodramatic, honey. Just participate in another competition and win some more money. Simple. I threatened to call Dad and said I would sue her, but she just laughed like a maniac and said he'd probably forgotten all about his ugly daughter by now. I ran to my room and screamed into my pillow in anger. I hated her. Since my older sister Amanda was 19, she was legally allowed to have plastic surgeries. Her face looked so different now, I could no longer even recognize her, but Mom thought it was amazing. "Darling, you're going to make us so rich with that beautiful face. You look just like a Hollywood star." Amanda looked at her and said, "Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. I'm going to be a Hollywood star. I've been offered a really great role in a huge movie." Mom looked beyond delighted. "Well, that's perfect. You'll make us all tons of money." Yeah, right, Mom. I'm leaving for good and don't expect a penny. Just forget you even have a daughter named Amanda." Just then, a black limousine drove up outside our house, and with a bye, Amanda hopped in and left. Mom stood there with her mouth open, then turned to me, glaring. "You better participate in a new competition and make more money soon, or else." No way. And with that, I walked off to my room. I was quite surprised when Katya followed me a little later on. She said it was really unfair how Mom had wasted all my money on Amanda. Her eyes fell on my chess set, and she asked me if I would teach her. I was really happy that someone was finally taking an interest and said, "Sure, why not?" We had a great time playing chess all evening. The next day when I opened up YouTube, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looked like Mom had been filming us while I'd been teaching Katya last evening, and the two of them had edited the footage to make it look like she was the professional and I was the beginner. Thankfully, my face was covered, but I was so mad. I went downstairs to find the two of them huddled over their phones and talking excitedly about how many likes and comments they had on the video already. I started yelling at them for being a bunch of frauds. Mom just looked up at me and said, "Listen, the video is already out and people love it. They can hardly believe that a beautiful girl like Katya is such a genius. So, here's our plan. You keep doing your crazy thing and practice chess and play online, and Katya will record you and post videos. It'll only be like 3 videos a week." Seriously? Mom was just shameless. Why on earth would I do that? Because we'll give you your share of the money, and then you can finally leave for good. I don't care if you do, but only after your sister is famous. Okay, that sounded fair to me. So I shook hands with her on it. It was a deal. Things went fine for a while. I was doing what I loved, and my sister kept making videos of me and uploading them. The channel was getting more popular, and Katya was getting really famous. I finally had the peace and quiet I always dreamed of. Most evenings, I was busy studying in the library and working on my plan to get out of here. One night, I got a letter and started screaming with joy. When Mom asked me why, I told her that I'd been accepted for a scholarship and I was going to China as an exchange student. I thought Mom wouldn't even care, but she went completely nuts. She tried snatching the letter from me, but I quickly slipped it inside my shirt. She kept shouting that I couldn't go and just leave all of her hard work she had put into making the channel famous, but I wasn't listening to her nonsense anymore. I was done, and I was leaving. "The blind man is really unwell. He's asking for you, Mia. He needs his little friend." I felt shocked and immediately ran out of the house to go see him. When I reached his place, the front door was half open. I walked inside and it was all dark. I kept calling his name, but there was no response. After I'd searched the whole house, I left feeling really worried. When I got back home, Katya went down on her knees and started crying, begging me to stay. I turned to Mom and asked her what had happened to the blind man. "Oh, he's fine. He doesn't live at that address anymore. And I just said all that stuff so I had a chance to tear up your passport." As I stared at it in horror, every horrible thing she'd ever said and done came rushing back to me, and I just snapped. I leapt forward to attack her, but Katya stood up quickly and came between us. Suddenly, Mom said that she felt dizzy and fell back on the couch. I need a doctor." When the doctor came and examined Mom, he told us something really shocking. Mom had broken heart syndrome. She needed really good care, and we had to make sure she didn't have any stress. As I sat by her bedside, she took my hand and started crying and apologizing for everything she'd done. She sobbed that it was only because I reminded her so much of Dad. At that moment, I felt really sorry for her. Then she showed me the heart-shaped necklace she'd been wearing for years. Looking at it closely, I was shocked to see my name carved on it. "See, my precious daughter, I've always loved you, but I was never any good at expressing my emotions. I cherish you so much. Please forgive me." I hugged my mom and cried on her chest. From that day on, I just wanted to make Mom happy. I went back to making chess videos with Katya, and I started participating in more competitions and made a lot of money. The smile on Mom's face was everything for me. After I graduated from high school at 16, I had a really important international competition coming up. I practiced with the blind man day after day, and I told him I really needed to win this for Mom. He looked at me solemnly and said, "Kid, the only person you should work hard for is you. Make yourself proud." I didn't want to argue with him, so I just nodded. He wouldn't understand. I just wanted Mom to be really proud to have me as her daughter. The day of the big competition arrived, and Mom and Katya traveled with me to another state. I was really glad to have them by my side for support, especially Mom. Minutes before the competition started, I felt really nervous and wanted Mom to hug me for good luck. I went looking for her backstage when I saw her and Katya talking. What I heard left me shook. "Ugh, Mom, I'm so tired of this. How long are we supposed to suck up to Mia?" "I told you, not before I make a fortune out of that girl's stupid gift." "Why can't you just send her to Dad? You never had to raise a child that isn't yours." That jerk. He left and thought I'd just raise his child for free? I couldn't believe it. I stood frozen in my spot. I wanted to yell at them, but I couldn't even speak. Just then, a lady came and dragged me by the arm, saying it was my turn next. As I stepped on the stage, my legs were shaking. My mind felt completely blank. I didn't know what to do or how to play this game. It felt like the whole world was staring at me. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I pushed out everything from my mind and only thought about what the blind man had said. I had to do this for me. I played the best game of my life. I could feel the audience's excitement as they started cheering and clapping for me. Checkmate. I had won. The announcer handed me a check for $500,000. When he asked me how I felt, I replied, "I've never felt happier in my life. Today, I gained my freedom."
I didn't have the grades to graduate, was accused of vandalism, saved someone from drowning, and got arrested, all in the same week. Oh, but before I get ahead of myself, hi, I'm Maya from California. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, swimming was my happy place. When I was 3, my love of all things aquatic got a little awkward from my parents, who had to keep pulling me out of mall fountains, bird baths, and koi ponds. Excuse me, adults, if you put those signs up and I'm too young to read them, do you see where I'm going with this? Well, by the age of 13, the only job I ever dreamed about was becoming a lifeguard. Being around water, saving people, and hot guys in swimsuits, what's not to love? But on dry land, that's a whole different story. You see, I was not the greatest student, and my mortal enemy was math. Then my dad got a promotion, and we moved into an apartment in the city, and I had to start my senior year at a brand new school.
Seriously, Dad, I had just spent the last year sucking up to all my teachers so they would grade me on a generous curve. Where's the respect for all my hard work? Life wasn't any different there. But like divine intervention, I looked up and saw my favorite 4-letter word. Okay, seriously, you guys, I know at least half of you just thought of a word that would get you grounded if you said it out loud. I only planned to swim for a few minutes, but I was startled by a gorgeous boy.
I said, "What are you doing in my pool?"
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the school pool. A school pool. That's funny, get it? Because it rhymes.
I get it. It's just not funny. And it's my pool because my family paid for it.
He pointed to the plaque on the wall with his family name and under it a sign.
I'm Sebastian Monroe III. And if I catch you in here again, I'll have you arrested.
Arrested? Oh, that's a bit dramatic. Did you think I was gonna pee in the pool or something? I'm Maya, by the way. I realized I was talking to myself because he had already left. He had the manners of a goat, and that's an insult to goats. I don't get it. Even if his family paid for the pool, it's still the school pool. I have to be on the swim team and prove to him that I'm better than him. I made the team, of course, and beating Sebastian's top score was just the icing on the cake. So I dominated any competition I was in. I figured Sebastian must have told one of his goon buddies to try to scare me for tearing it up on the swim team because I noticed this nerdy-looking guy lurking outside the school. I tried to approach him, but he was a tricky little thing and got away. Was Sebastian trying to have me stalked? Or disappeared? Okay, now I'm being dramatic. You guys ever feel like your mind plays tricks on you because you've watched too many crime movies? I walked back into school and saw something I did not expect. Sebastian was leaning against my locker, looking so handsome, but I kept my cool.
Your team wins again. If I had known you were part mermaid, I might not have given you such a hard time.
Oh, thank goodness. I was wondering how I would go on living without your approval. Now, excuse me, I need to get to my locker.
I'll only move if you agree to go out with me.
It figures. The only way you could get a date is with blackmail.
Okay, I deserved that. But I am trying to make up for being such a jerk to you. I really like you. And I was listening when you introduced yourself, Maya.
He leaned in close to me, put his head on my shoulder, and looked up at me.
Look, I'm trying to be cute and vulnerable.
You guys ever fall for that guy who makes you think, sure, he's a bad boy, but he'll change for me? I guess even you deserve a second chance.
Awesome. Where do you want to go?
I have this sudden craving for ice cream. He took me to an upscale dessert place and ordered one of everything. He was charming, and I was falling for him like an apple off an Isaac Newton's tree. Oh hey, I guess I did learn something in class. I thought things are starting to look up. But what do they say about looking up? That's when you trip and faceplant. Yep, I failed my second test. One more and I would get kicked off the swim team. I went to sweet talk the coach, but unfortunately he was allergic to my charm. Thankfully, my parents hired an amazing tutor, Lucy, who knew how to keep me awake, unlike others who snored or were more interested in snacking. And before I knew it, I was doing better on my tests and even got a B+. And by the way, this Lucy is awesome. But unfortunately, the story isn't about her. But please know she's amazing. Maybe I should tell her story one day. Don't you agree, guys? Also, to review, I was dating the hottest guy in school and crushing classes and the swim team. That nerdy guy was still popping up at school, and now that Sebastian and I were dating, I knew he wasn't behind it, so I asked him.
Oh, he's probably smitten with you. Too bad you're taken.
But I can't stop thinking about it.
You just need a distraction.
I'm serious, Sebastian. What if He interrupted my rant with a kiss.
If he's what?
I was so charmed by his kiss that I forgot what I was saying. He who? Well played, Sebastian III. Well played. After school that day, I came home, and there was a package at my front door. No return address, just my name on it. I was so excited. It must have been Sebastian surprising me with something wonderful. But when I opened it, the worst smell filled the room. It was a bag of poop. My parents called the police, but they said nothing could be done because there was no one to trace it back to. I made a list of people I thought it could be, like Amy, whom I told her boyfriend she had kissed someone else, and Tony, who I totally exposed his crush on our teacher. But that creepy nerdy guy was the #1 suspect. I showed it to Sebastian the next day at school.
Babe, I'm telling you, it's some girl at school that's jealous of you because you're dating me.
Wow. Did the school give you an extra locker for that ego?
It's not an ego if it's the truth. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, I have a romantic date planned for us that will take your mind off of all this. I'll pick you up at your house at 7.
I decided to focus on our date and get creepy nerd guy off my brain. I jumped in my closet for some great chimichurris to go with my dress and started to wonder where Sebastian would take me. But he never showed. I called and texted, nothing. I was really worried and rushed over to his house. When I showed up, there were police cars everywhere, and my heart sank like the Titanic, thinking something had happened to Sebastian, until I saw him standing next to his car. Sebastian! Oh, thank God you're okay. Then I noticed his car. Someone had spray painted, "Sebastian is a loser, he can't swim."
My parents think you did this.
All that misspelling? Well, that's just insulting. I'm bad at math, not English. If you're gonna try to frame someone, do your homework. Just as I was about to defend myself, his mom rushed toward me.
Is this the monster who did this to my baby? Well, you're lucky there isn't enough evidence to arrest you, or you would spend the rest of your life in jail. Oh, Sebastian, why do you insist on living that low lifestyle? I mean, does it even know about personal hygiene?
She walked off in a huff, and I was stunned and hurt. I went to Sebastian for comfort, but instead he yelled loud enough for his parents to hear.
I don't care how cute you think it was. We're over.
You know I would never do this. It must be that creepy guy. But he just walked away. What just happened? How could he not believe me? I ran away with tears in my eyes and spent the whole night eating half of the world's junk food. The next day at school, Sebastian met me with a big hug and a romantic kiss, like everything was normal. How many personalities am I dating?
Sorry about the show last night, babe. It was just to get my parents off my back. You know how parents are. We'll just have to keep our love a secret for a while, and then I will fix everything. Trust me.
But you were so mean to me, and you let everyone believe I would do that.
Well, yeah, of course. And I did it all for you. I didn't want my mom to get you kicked off the swim team.
I was relieved. He really did care about me. I wasn't thrilled about the way he did it, but you know, boys aren't that bright, and he probably did the best he could.
Besides, what do you care about what my parents think? You have me, and that's all that matters. Let's just focus on the senior beach bash tonight and forget them.
Well, I have been looking forward to this all year, so I'll meet you there. Once I arrived, I could hear music blasting and see a huge campfire. Sebastian was waiting at the gate for me, but I noticed there was a padlock at the entrance.
Come this way. We have to go through the tear in the fence.
I'm a little nervous about this. Are you sure we're not breaking the law?
What's the big deal? Everyone else is already there. Besides, do you see any signs telling us to stay out?
Well, against my better judgment, I agreed. We had fun, and he danced around like a reject from America's Got Talent, but he was cute. Halfway through the night, Sebastian disappeared. I asked if anyone had seen him, and someone said he went to get some pizzas. I was thinking how weird it was that he didn't tell me, like my boyfriend had ghosted me. I just wanted to go home. Suddenly, a guy screamed that some girl had fallen into the water and was sinking. I knew I could swim faster than I could run. Acting quickly, I tore off the bottom of my dress so it wouldn't weigh me down and dove in. It was cold, but all I kept thinking was that I had to save her. I reached her in minutes and swam her to shore. Her boyfriend thanked me 1,000 times, and I could feel their love for each other as her boyfriend embraced her in turn. I was so tired that I laid down on the sand. My teeth were chattering when someone wrapped the jacket around my shoulders from behind.
Are you okay? That was some pretty heroic stuff.
It was the creepy nerdy guy. You! Why are you following me? Did you send me that poop? What are you even doing here? My interrogation was rudely interrupted by the police showing up and arresting everyone for trespassing. I knew sneaking through a hole in a fence was shady. When we were at the police station waiting for our parents, I saw that guy again. I ran up to confront him. I don't know what your weird fascination is with me, but I'm only gonna warn you once. Stay away.
I understand you might think that, but I wasn't following you. I've been following your boyfriend, Sebastian.
Sebastian? You have a crush on Sebastian?
No, but I was, in a way, stalking him. Did you notice that your boyfriend managed to disappear before the police came?
I really wanted to argue with him, but he was right. Where the heck was Sebastian? I was released, but my parents were so disappointed. And worst of all, Sebastian was nowhere to be found. I even went to his house when I knew his parents were out, but he wasn't there either. But I saw that creepy guy again. Where is he? And what's the drama? Start explaining.
Actually, I found out he's in hiding because he was the one who called the police.
Then he showed me pictures on his phone of Sebastian making a call at the beach. Well, that doesn't prove anything, and you still haven't said why you were stalking him.
I do freelance work for a tabloid magazine, and they pay big bucks for any dirt on millionaire playboys.
Well, listen here, stalkerazzi.
Albert.
Fine, Albert. When Sebastian shows up, he will have an explanation for all of this.
And what will his explanation be for taking down the no trespassing signs at the beach, sending you a box of poop, or vandalizing his own car just to get a new car by making you feel bad? And did you know he also switched your test so you would fail?
What are you talking about? He showed me everything. I was crushed. How could I have fallen for such an evil mastermind?
I have all the photos saved to this USB to give to my editor tonight.
Then, out of nowhere, Sebastian ripped the USB out of Albert's hand and swallowed it.
And now it's my word against yours.
I thought the next time I saw him, I would run to his arms, but instead I slapped him. I pinned him against the wall, but Albert held me back before I could slap him again. You might be rich, but you could be outsmarted by a box of hair. You do know they are still on the cloud, right?
I think I'm gonna be sick. Well, that's not how I wanted to get my USB back.
You know, you've got some pretty strong arms under that nerdy exterior. Albert showed the pictures to the police, and Sebastian went to jail. It turns out Sebastian was just a spoiled brat who wanted to get even with me for bruising his ego. Apparently his friends laughed at him when I kicked his butt on the swim team. Get a life, dude.
I'm sorry if I creeped you out with all the sneaking around.
It was kinda weird, but I'm sorry I was quick to judge you. Thank you for coming to my rescue. He may not have been as good looking as Sebastian, but as I stared into his eyes, I could see he was so thoughtful and kind, and that was way more attractive. Yep, I think I'm gonna date this guy. But I have to end the story for now. Sorry, guys. Be careful who you call your boyfriends. That's my advice. See ya!
Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke? Natalie felt sick to her stomach, and she had to confront Caleb ASAP. Later that night, as she was marching up to his door, something caught her attention from the window. It was Caleb's mom, and she was cleaning the house, not looking sick at all. Natalie knocked angrily, and Caleb looked surprised to see her. Nat, I didn't know you were coming. Is everything okay? Can we talk in private? Oh, of course. He walked out of the house with her to her favorite spot, and then she turned to him and pushed him angrily. So, you're the one who told Duke about me when he needed a fake girlfriend? You're also the one who made sure I couldn't say no? You ruined that statue and framed me. How could you do this to me? Nat. And then you acted like you didn't want me taking this job and made me feel guilty? Oh, the caring, possessive boyfriend. But it was your idea all along? You should get an Oscar for your performance. Please, listen, I can explain. You made a complete fool out of me. And you even told Duke I'm just a friend? Caleb, you're such a big jerk. He wouldn't have agreed to have you as a fake girlfriend if he knew we were together. Wow, that's your justification? You just used me like a stupid toy to get money out of him. And not for your sick mom because she seems to be just fine now. Who are you, man? I don't even know you. And it looks like I never did. Nat, it's not like that. Shut up. We're done. Do you hear me? We are done. Natalie didn't wait for his response before storming off. Caleb couldn't stop feeling devastated and broke down to his stepdad. Natalie broke up with me, Dad. Forget about her then. When you have the money, you can marry any girl you want. You're too brilliant for her anyway. Try to target someone rich. Marrying into wealth will give you a lifetime of security. Caleb was stunned at his stepdad's words. He did want to be rich and have a much easier life, but he couldn't forget Natalie just like that. Dad, Nat means a lot to me. I wanted the money, but I never meant to lose her in the process. And why would some rich girl want me, a poor farm boy? I have a plan, and if this succeeds,
We're gonna live in the city like royalty, but I need to make sure I can trust you not to mess things up by getting emotional. Of course you can trust me, Dad. Mr. Cross smirked as he revealed his long-time plan of stealing some diamonds and money from the Harrisons. But that's a really big crime. What if we get caught? I've been working for them long enough to know every corner of the mansion. I know when to make the move and how to get away scot-free. Besides, it's not really stealing. Think of this as payment for taking advantage of the poor and treating us like dirt. This is about justice, kid, and your future. Mr. Cross eventually convinced the ambitious Caleb, but he still wasn't ready to let Natalie go. He would try to make her forgive him and win her back. Meanwhile, Natalie almost went to Duke to confront him too and end the contract immediately, but she stopped herself. No, she would play along and get the money he owed her. But it feels disgusting to still play along as his girlfriend. Duke couldn't stop thinking about Natalie. He'd lied to Caleb when he said he didn't want to be involved with her, because the truth was, he wanted to be close to her all the time. The next day, he was attending a huge charity event where he was a big donor and he invited her, but he couldn't help noticing that she wasn't really herself. Her smile seemed fake and she barely said a word. When he took her hand, she almost cringed and pulled it away. When they sat down for dinner, she suddenly spoke. "Oh wow, are you kidding me? We're eating dinner costing $1,500 per person while raising money for some poor, hungry kids? So ironic. And you rich people are just so shallow and unbelievable." "Natalie, what are you doing?" "Are you saying the food is overpriced? It's just $1,500, sweetheart." "Just $1,500? I wish I was deaf right now because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Can you please do us all a favor and buy your girlfriend some class? The world would be a better place if you could all buy yourselves some good hearts." Duke was speechless. But just then, he was suddenly called on stage to give a speech. "It has been an honor to be part of this event, and I would like to..." As Duke met Natalie's glare from across the room, his mind just went blank. While he was embarrassing himself, Natalie went to the bathroom to calm herself down. Just then, she heard familiar voices, Mrs. Harrison and Harper. "Mom, I'm really worried about that farm girl. It doesn't seem like a fling to me. I think he's really in love with her, and he wouldn't have invited her here otherwise. And he didn't even do anything after all that stuff she said." "Your brother is such a pain, and I'm really running out of time. Sheila and her family are really pressuring me. We have to get rid of that stupid girl or else. I'll think of something that will ruin her big time. I don't want to just ruin her. I want her to disappear. She only has that poor single mother as family, right?" "Right. Oh yeah, we could definitely use her. Mom, you're brilliant." They then laughed like maniacs as they walked out. "Okay, that's it. Enough of this madness. I can't have them hurting Mom. I have to end things with Duke, now." Natalie ran out of the event looking around for a cab, but Duke found her before she could escape. "You're leaving? Why were you so angry in there? I thought we were friends now and you wouldn't embarrass me." "Friends? You really think we're friends, Duke?" "Yeah, I've started to. I care about you, Natalie. And there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while, but I haven't had the guts to." "What?" "I know this will make you even angrier, and..." "Just say it!" "A month ago, our gardener introduced me to his son Caleb, and we became friends. I told him about Mom pressuring me to date this crazy girl and how I'd lied about already having a girlfriend. I asked Caleb if he knew a girl who could pretend to play the part for a while. I didn't want anyone from school. And then he recommended his friend, and that's you. And he told me you'd never agree because you hate my family, so he planned to set you up, and I agreed to it. We got you in trouble just so you'd be indebted to me and would be forced to play the part. I feel terrible about doing that to you, and I'm really sorry. I would understand if you're not able to forgive me." Natalie was stunned. She wasn't expecting Duke to confess. "I already know everything. I heard you and Caleb talking about this at the back of the school the other day." "You did? Why didn't you say anything?" "I thought, I'll play along since I can't repay you, but I don't care now. What are you gonna do? Send me to jail?" "Of course not. You didn't do anything wrong in the first place. We framed you for that statue." "Exactly. I just want to stay far, far away from your family and you." Natalie got into a cab before he could say anything more. It kind of broke her heart that this was how things had ended between them, but she had to walk away while she could still control her feelings. The next few days, Natalie skipped school.
She couldn't bear to see Duke and tried getting her mind off things with farm work. Hey, Mom, can I help with anything? It's fine, honey, I got this. I don't know why you're missing school. Mom, I just need a break, okay? And I would really like to help. All right. Get some grains from the back and feed the chickens. Just as Natalie returned with her grains, she saw her mom sidestep one of the geese, lose her balance, and hit her head on a rock. Mom! Her mom was rushed to the hospital and needed surgery, but Natalie simply couldn't afford the amount. She felt desperate and helpless, and then thought of the one person who could help her, Duke. I'm such an idiot. Why did I end things with him for free? He made me compromise my values and self-respect. I should get back with him to make him pay the price of my dignity, then dump him again. Ugh, why did I even love this jerk? Back at the Harrisons' mansion, Duke had been missing Natalie and his heart leapt when she suddenly gave him a call. I'm sorry for the way things went down between us the other day. I was just really hurt because you lied to me. Can we meet tonight at the cafe? I'll be there at 7. But when he got there, he found Natalie panicking. Duke, I have to go to the hospital right away. Mom had an accident. He immediately drove her to the hospital, and it broke his heart seeing Natalie cry. Later that day, he heard her talking to the doctor about the price for the surgery. I'll pay for it. Duke, no, you don't have to. Just think of it as a payment for all those days you worked for me. He kept insisting, and Natalie pretended to refuse, but eventually agreed. I don't know how to thank you. Don't think about it. Let's just hope your mom wakes up soon. I really hope so too. Wanting to comfort her, Duke pulled her into a hug, and Natalie just found herself hugging him back. As she lifted her face, their eyes met and her heartbeat became wild. You're so beautiful. When Natalie realized what was happening, she immediately excused herself to the bathroom. Focus, Natalie. He's a jerk and his family is crazy. Don't get carried away. Meanwhile, Harper and Mrs. Harrison decided that dinner would be the perfect time to break Duke. So, how is Natalie, darling? Maybe you should invite her to have dinner with us again. She's busy taking care of her mom, who's in the hospital. Oh, really? We didn't even do anything to her mom yet. What? Duke, are you sure that's why your girlfriend can't come over?
Yes, Mom, I'm sure.
Or is it because she's your fake girlfriend and you've been feeding me a bunch of lies?
What? What are you talking about?
Just then, Harper started playing Duke and Natalie's conversation on her phone, where Duke confessed that he needed a fake girlfriend because of his mom. I am so disappointed in you, Duke. You lied to me. You will end this stupid charade now.
Mom, just stop it. Stop it with all this pressure. Yes, I lied to you, but you pushed me to do it. And Natalie may have been my fake girlfriend, but I love her now.
Nonsense. Get rid of that gold digger and date Sheila instead. Or you can forget about being my son and all these privileges you were born with. That midnight, Caleb and his stepdad were successful in opening the Harrison safe.
Wow. Dad, we're gonna be rich. I told you, son. Now, let's put everything into these bags. Hurry.
The father and son were almost done getting everything in the vault when the door suddenly burst open and the Harrison security team barged in with policemen. The next day, the news was all over town that Mr. Cross and Caleb had been arrested for theft at the Harrison mansion. Natalie could hardly believe her ears. She didn't love Caleb anymore, but he'd been her friend since they were kids, and she had to see him.
Nat, thank God you're here. You gotta help us. Please, ask Duke to make his family forgive us.
Caleb, why did you do it? When did you become this person?
How can you not understand, Nat? We've always hated those rich people. They've worked our parents to the bone and always mistreated us. Are we less smart than any of them? Or less deserving of a good life?
No, you deserve a good life, but you can't have it by robbing rich people. You have to earn it, Caleb.
I could work for 50 years and never get to where they are. I swear, I didn't want this just for me. I wanted it for my family and for you. I still love you, Nat, and I was gonna convince you to move away to the big city with me once I was rich.
How could you think this is what I'd want? I could never even cheat in tests when we were kids. And I don't love you anymore, Caleb.
But you're my best friend, my only friend. You have to help me. Please, call Duke.
I can't do that. You committed a crime and you'll have to pay for it. And not once have I heard you say that you're actually sorry you did it.
Please, Nat. Who's gonna look after my mom? This'll break her heart. I'm begging you.
Natalie softened and she tried to call Duke, but he wasn't picking up. She promised Caleb that she'd try to do what she could, but hours passed and there was no response from Duke. She then decided to call the last person she wanted to talk to. Hello, Harper? Farm girl? To what do I owe this displeasure? Your brother isn't answering my calls and messages. Is he okay? You tell me. Mom kicked him out of the house last night and basically disowned him, all because he said he was in love with you and wouldn't date anyone else. Dad tried to stop him, but he wouldn't stay. He what? Harper, where did he go? Why should I tell you? Harper, please, tell me he has somewhere to go. And he would still have some savings of his own, right? It turns out he doesn't have any. He had $100,000, or so we thought, but now he's penniless. He wouldn't tell me where he spent that money, but I can easily guess it was on you, you gold digger. She was actually right. Mom's surgery had cost $100,000, and it looked like Duke had given all his savings to me. She tried to call Harper again, who blocked her number, so she had no choice but to go to the mansion. How dare you come here, you filthy, lying peasant! I just wanted to ask where Duke went because I'm worried. Drop the act, girl. We all know how fake everything was. My brother was so stupid for actually falling in love with you. Yes, it was fake at first, but I've fallen in love with him too, for real. Please, you have to find out where he went. Suddenly, someone started bawling from the door. It was Sheila with her parents. Mrs. Harrison wasn't expecting their visit, and the blood drained from her face. Who's this girl? Where is my Duke? He's mine. He's only mine. Give him back to me. We are destined to be with each other. Sheila started screaming and breaking everything she saw, and her mom rushed to calm her down. Meanwhile, her dad was furious.
Our poor daughter. I thought Duke was single. What is the meaning of this?
This is all a misunderstanding. This farm girl is crazy and…
No, we've heard everything. Your son is in love with that girl and you lied to us.
What is going on here?
Your wife promised she'd repay us for keeping her horrible secret. This is the payment we want. Duke for our daughter.
Liars! Liars! Then suddenly, Sheila's dad took some pictures from his suitcase and showed them to Mr. Harrison.
Here is everything you need to see. Your wife is a terrible woman. We shouldn't have trusted her. And now our princess is emotionally destroyed. This is unforgivable.
Mr. Harrison was speechless. His wife was apparently having an affair with a wealthy politician.
My wife discovered all of this because she's the politician's secretary. He has been giving your wife huge sums of money and expensive gifts for years.
Mr. Harrison looked stunned, and then he lost it.
I've done nothing but love you, given in to every stupid tantrum, giving you everything you wanted, but it wasn't good enough for you, and now you've made our son miserable too, just to cover your own dirty secrets. Get out of my house, now!
No, you can't do this to me, honey. I'll leave him for you. But Mr. Harrison ignored her and ordered their security to drag her outside. Dad, what are you doing to Mom? Can't you just forgive her?
If you want to stay in this house, you will listen to me and stop being such a spoiled brat. Otherwise, you can leave with your mother. Is that understood, Harper?
Yes, Dad. Mr. Harrison then called the police to help him find his son. Natalie then remembered about this secret place Duke once took her to. She went there alone and found him. Natalie, what are you doing here? She told him everything that happened, and Duke couldn't believe how terrible his mom actually was. It's time for you to come home. Your dad is really worried about you. And you? Were you worried? Why do you think I'm here? And how could you be foolish enough to give me all your savings? It was for your mom, Natalie. It's foolish not to take care of the people you love, and I love you. I love you too, Duke. I never thought I could, and I really didn't want to, trust me. But you've made me fall in love with you. I can't help it. Okay, so in that case, you need to sign another contract with me. Depends. What kind of contract is that? A contract to be my baby queen forever. Oh my God, please don't ever call me that again. I'll think about it.